All Darrell's soul was now up in arms. What then? This infamous wretch was the author of the tale, by which the woman he had loved as woman never was loved, before had excused her breach of faith, and been lost to him forever. And he learned this while yet fresh from her presence, fresh from the agonizing conviction that his heart loved still, but could not pardon with a spring so sudden that it took Loosely utterly by surprise. He leaped on the bravo, swung aside that huge bulk which Jasper had, as boasted 4 draymen could not stir against its will, cleared his way, and turning back before Loosely had recovered his amaze, cried out, "Execrable villain, I revoke every offer to aid a life that has existed, but to darken and desolate those it was permitted to approach, starve or rob, perish miserably. And if I pour not on your head my parting curse, it is only because I know that man has no right to curse, and casting you back on your own evil self is the sole revenge which my belief in heaven permits me." Thus saying, Darrell strode on swiftly, but not as one who flies. Jasper made 3 long bounds, and was almost at his side, when he was startled by the explosion of a gun. A pheasant fell dead on the road, and Darrell's gamekeeper, gun in hand, came through a gap in the hedge opposite the park pales, and seeing his master close before him, approached to apologize for the suddenness of the shot. Whatever Loosely's intention in hastening after Darrell, he had no option now but to relinquish it and drop back. The village itself was not many 100 yards distant, and after all, what good in violence, except the gratified rage of the moment? Violence would not give to Jasper Loosely the income that had just been within his grasp, and had so unexpectedly eluded it. He remained therefore in the lane, standing still, and seeing Darrell turn quietly into his park through another gate close to the manor house, the gamekeeper meanwhile picked up his bird, reloaded his gun, and eyed Jasper suspiciously askant. The baffled gladiator at length turned, and walked slowly back to the town he had left. It was late in the afternoon, when he once more gained his corner in the coffee-room of his commercial inn, and to his annoyance the room was crowded. It was market day. Farmers, their business over, came in and out in quick succession, those who did not dine at the ordinaries taking their hasty snack or stirrup cup, while their horses were being saddled, others to look at the newspaper or exchange a word on the state of markets. And the nation. Jasper, wearied and sullen, had to wait for the refreshments he ordered, and meanwhile fell into a sort of half-doze, as was not now unusual in him in the intervals between food and mischief. From this creeping torpor he was suddenly roused by the sound of Darrell's name. 3 farmers standing close beside him, their backs to the fire, were tenants to Darrell, 2 of them on the lands that Darrell had purchased in the years of his territorial ambition. The third resided in the hamlet of Fawley, and rented the larger portion of the comparatively barren acres to which the old patrimonial estate was circumscribed. These farmers were talking of their squire's return to the county, off his sequestered mode of life, off his peculiar habits, off the great unfinished house which was left to rot. The Fawley tenant then said that it might not be left to rot after all, and that the village workmen had been lately employed, and still were in getting some of the rooms into rough order. And then he spoke of the long gallery in which the squire had been arranging his fine pictures, and how he had run up a passage between that gallery and his own room, and how he would spend hours at day, and night too, in that awful long room as lone as a churchyard, and that Mr. Mills had said that his master now lived almost entirely either in that gallery or in the room in the roof of the old house, quite cut off, as you might say, except from the eyes of those dead pictures, or the rats, which had grown so excited at having their quarters in the new building invaded that if you peeped in at the windows in moonlit nights you might see them in dozens sitting on their haunches, as if holding counsel or peering at the curious old things which lay beside the crates out of which they had been taken. Then the rustic gossips went on to talk of the rent day, which was at hand, off the audit feast which, according to immemorial custom, was given at the old manor house on that same rent day. Supposed that Mr. Fairthorne would preside, that the squire himself would not appear, made some incidental observations on their respective rents, and Wheatcrops remarked that they should have a good moonlight for their ride back from the audit. Feast cautioned each other, laughing, not to drink too much of Mr. Fairthorne's punch, and finally went their way, leaving on the mind of Jasper Loosely, who, leaning his scheming head on his powerful hand, had appeared in dull sleep. All the while these 2 facts: first, that on the 3rd day from that which was then declining, sums amounting to thousands would find their way into Fawley Manor House, and 2, ndly, that a communication existed between the unfinished, uninhabited building and Darrell's own solitary chamber. As soon as he had fortified himself by food and drink, Jasper rose, paid for his refreshments, and walked forth noiseless and rapid, skirting the hedgerows by the lane that led to Fawley, and scarcely distinguishable under their shadow. The human wildebeest strided on in scent of its quarry. It was night when Jasper once more reached the moss-grown pales round the domains of the old manor house. In a few minutes He was standing under the black shadow of the buttresses, to the unfinished pile. His object was not then to assault, but to reconnoitre. He prowled round the irregular walls, guided in his survey now and then faintly by the stars, more constantly and clearly by the lights from the contiguous manor house, especially the light from that high chamber in the gable close, by which ran the thin framework of wood which linked the two buildings of stone, just as any frail scheme links together the past, which man has not enjoyed, with the future he will not complete. Jasper came to a large bay unglazed window, its sill but a few feet from the ground, from which the boards nailed across the mullions had been removed by the workmen whom Darrell had employed on the interior, and were replaced but by a loose tarpaulin. Pulling aside this slight obstacle, Jasper had no difficulty in entering through the wide mullions into the dreary edifice. Finding himself in profound darkness, he had recourse to a lucifer box which he had about him, and the waste of a dozen matches sufficed him to examine the ground. He was in a space intended by the architect for the principal staircase. A tall ladder used by the recent workmen was still left standing against the wall, the top of it resting on a landing place opposite a doorway that, from the richness of its half-finished architrave, obviously led to what had been designed for the state apartments. Between the pediments was a slight temporary door of rough deal planks. Satisfied with his reconnoitre, loosely quitted the skeleton pile and retraced his steps to the inn. He had left his musings by the way, suggested to him the expediency, nay, the necessity of an accomplice. Implements might be needed, disguises would be required, swift horses for flight to be hired, and, should the robbery succeed, the bulk of the spoil would be no doubt in banknotes, which it would need some other hand than his own to dispose of, either at the bank next morning at the earliest hour, or by transmission abroad for help. In all this Jasper knew no one to compare to Cutts, nor did he suspect his old ally of any share in the conspiracy against him, of which he had been warned by Mrs. Crane. Resolving therefore to admit that long-tried friend into his confidence, and a share of the spoils, he quickened his pace, arrived at the railway station in time for a late train to London, and disdainful of the dangers by which he was threatened in return to any of the haunts of his late associates, gained the dark court wherein he had effected a lodgment on the night of his return to London, and roused Cutts from his slumbers with tales of an enterprise so promising that the small man began to recover his ancient admiration for the genius to which he had bowed at Paris, but which had fallen into his contempt in London. Mr. Cutts held a very peculiar position in that section of the great world to which he belonged. He possessed the advantage of an education superior to that of the generality of his companions, having been originally a clerk to an Old Bailey attorney, and having since that early day accomplished his natural shrewdness by a variety of speculative enterprises both at home and abroad. In these adventures he had not only contrived to make money, but, what is very rare with the foes of law, to save it. Being a bachelor, he was at small expenses, but besides his bachelor's lodging in the dark court, he had an establishment in the heart of the city near the Thames, which was entrusted to the care of a maiden sister as covetous and as crafty as himself. At this establishment, ostensibly a pawnbroker's, were received the goods which Cutts knew at his residence in the court were to be sold, a bargain having been obtained for nothing. It was chiefly by this business that the man enriched himself, but his net was one that took in fishes of all kinds. He was a general adviser to the invaders of law. If he shared in the schemes he advised, they were so sure to be successful that he enjoyed the highest reputation for luck. It was but seldom that he did actively share in those schemes. Lucky in what he shunned as in what he performed, he had made no untruthful boast to Mrs. Crane of the skill with which he had kept himself out of the fangs of justice. With a certain portion of the police he was indeed rather a favourite, for was anything mysteriously lost for which the owner would give a reward equal to its value in legal markets, Cutts was the man who would get it back. Of violence he had a wholesome dislike, not that he did not admire force in others, not that he was physically a coward, but that caution was his predominant characteristic. He employed force when required, set a just value on it, would plan a burglary and dispose of the spoils, but it was only where the prize was great and the danger small that he lent his hand to the work that his brain approved. When loosely proposed to him the robbery of a lone country house, in which Jasper, making light of all perils, brought prominently forward the images of some thousands of pounds in gold and notes, guarded by an elderly gentleman, and to be approached with ease through an uninhabited building, Cutts thought it well worth personal investigation, nor did he consider himself bound by his general engagement to Mrs. Crane to lose the chance of a sum so immeasurably greater than he could expect to obtain from her, by revealing the plot and taking measures to frustrate it. Cutts was a most faithful and intelligent agent when he was properly paid, and had proved himself so to Mrs. Crane on various occasions. But then to be paid properly meant a gain greater in serving than he could get in not serving hitherto. It had been extremely lucrative to obey Mrs. Crane. In saving Jasper from crime and danger in this instance, the lucre seemed all the other way accordingly, the next morning having filled a saddlebag with sundry necessaries such as files, picklocks, masks, which he added a choice selection of political tracts and newspapers, and Jasper set out on 2 hired but strong and fleet hackneys to the neighbourhood of Fawley. They put up at a town on the other side of the manor house from that by which Jasper had approached it, and at about the same distance after baiting their steeds, they proceeded to Fawley by the silent guide of a fingerpost gained the vicinity of the park, and Cuts, dismounting, flitted across the turf and plunged himself into the hollows of the unfinished mansion, while Jasper took charge of the horses in a corner of the wooded lane. Cuts, pleased by the survey of the forlorn interior, ventured in the stillness that reigned around to mount the ladder to apply a picklock to the door above, and opening this with ease crept into the long gallery, its walls covered with pictures. Through the crevices in another door at the extreme end gleamed a faint light. Cuts applied his eye to the chinks and keyhole, and saw that the light came from a room on the other side, the narrow passage which connected the new house with the old. The door of that room was open, candles were on the table, and beside the table Cuts could distinguish the outline of a man's form seated, doubtless the owner, but the form did not seem elderly. If inferior to Jasper's in physical power, it still was that of vigorous and unbroken manhood. Cuts did not like the appearance of that form, and he retreated to outer air with some misgivings. However, on rejoining loosely, he said, "As yet things look promising, place still as death, only one door locked, and that the common country lock which a schoolboy might pick with his knife." "Or a crooked nail," said Jasper. "I know better picklock in good hands, but there are other things besides locks to think of." Cuts then hurried on to suggest that it was just the hour when some of the workmen employed on the premises might be found in the Fawley public house, that he should ride on, dismount there, and take his chance of picking up details of useful information as to localities and household. He should represent himself as a commercial traveller on his road to the town they had quitted. He should take out his cheap newspapers and tracts. He should talk politics. All workmen love politics, especially the politics of cheap newspapers and tracts. He would rejoin loosely in an hour or so. The bravo waited. His horse grazed. The moon came forth, stealing through the trees, bringing into fantastic light the melancholy old dwelling houseth. Yet more melancholy new pile. Jasper was not, as we have seen, without certain superstitious fancies, and they had grown on him more of late, as his brain had become chronically heated and his nerves relaxed by pain. He began to feel the awe of the silence and the moonlight, and some vague remembrances of earlier guiltless days off, of father's genial love off, joyous sensations in the priceless possession of youth and vigor off, the admiring smiles and cordial hands which his beauty, his daring and high spirits had attracted towards him off, the all that he had been mixed with the consciousness of what he was, and an uneasy conjecture of the probable depth of the final fall came dimly over his thoughts, and seemed like the whispers of remorse. But it is rarely that man continues to lay blame on himself, and Jasper hastened to do as many a better person does without a blush for his fall of his shift upon the innocent shoulders of fellow-men, or on the hazy outlines of that clouded form, which ancient schools and modern plagiarists call sometimes circumstance, sometimes chance, sometimes fate, all the guilt due to his own wilful abuse of irrevocable hours. With this consolatory creed came of necessity the devil's grand luxury, revenge. Say to yourself, for what I suffer I condemn another man, or I accuse the arch-invisible, be it a destiny, be it a maker. And the logical sequel is to add evil to evil, folly to Filito. Retort on the man who so wrongs, or on the arch-invisible, who so afflicts you. Of all our passions, is not revenge the one into which enters with the most zest a devil? For what is a devil? A being whose sole work on earth is some revenge on God. Jasper Loosely was not by temperament vindictive, he was irascible as the vain, arrocombative, aggressive, turbulent, by the impulse of animal spirits. But the premeditation of vengeance was foreign to a levity and egotism, which abjured the self-sacrifice that is equally necessary to hatred as to love. But Guy Darrell had forced into his moral system a passion not native to it. Jasper had expected so much from his marriage with the great man's daughter, counted so thoroughly on her power to obtain pardon and confer welthand. His disappointment had been so keen, been accompanied with such mortification, that he regarded the man whom he had most injured as the man who had most injured him. But not till now did his angry feelings assume the shape of a definite vengeance. So long as there was a chance that he could extort from Darrell the money that was the essential necessary to his life, He checked his thoughts whenever they suggested a profitless gratification of rage, but now that Darrell had so scornfully and so inexorably spurned all concessional that nothing was to be wrung from him, except by force and vengeance came together in his projects, and yet, even in the daring outrage he was meditating murder itself, did not stand out as a thought except Tedno. What pleased his wild and turbid imagination was the idea of humiliating by terror the man who had humbled him to penetrate into the home of this haughty scorner, confront him in his own chamber at the dead of night, man to man, force to say to him, "None now can deliver you from me. I come no more as a suppliant. I command you to accept my terms, to gloat over the fears which the strong man felt assured would bow the rich man to beg for mercy at his feet." Thighs was the picture which Jasper loosely conjured up, and even the spoil to be won by violence smiled on him less than the grand position which the violence itself would bestow. Are not 9 murders out of 10 fashioned thus from conception into deed? Oh, that my enemy were but before me face to face, none to part us, says the vindictive dreamer. Well, and what then? There his imagination halts there, he drops the sable curtain, he goes not on to say why then another murder will be added to the long catalogue. From Cain he palters with his deadly wish and mutters, perhaps at most, why then come what may. Loosely continued to gaze on the pale walls, gleaming through the wintry boughs, as the moon rose high and higher, and now out broke the light from Darrell's lofty casement, and loosely smiled fiercely, and muttered, "Huck, the very words, and then come what may." Hoofs are now heard on the hard road, and Jasper is joined by his accomplice. "Well," said Jasper, "Mount," returned Cuts, "I have much to say as we ride." "This will not do," resumed Cuts, as they sped fast down the lane. "Why, you never told me all the drawbacks. There are no less than 4 men in the house, 2 servants besides the master and his secretary. And one of those servants, the butler or valet, has firearms, and knows how to use them." "Pshaw," said Jasper scoffingly, "is that all? Am I not a match for 4? "No, it is not all you told me. The master of the house was a retired elderly man, and you mentioned his name, but you never told me that your Mr. Darrell was the famous lawyer and Parliament man about whom the newspapers have been writing the last 6 months. "What does that signify?" "Signify just this, that there will be 10 times more row about the affair you propose than there would be if it concerned only a stupid old country squire, and therefore 10 times as much danger besides, on principle. I don't like to have anything to do with lawyers, a cantankerous, spiteful set of fellows. And this guy, Darrell, why, General Jas, I have seen the man. He cross-examined me once when I was a witness on a case of fraud, and turned me inside out with as much ease as if I had been an old pincushion stuffed with bran. I think I see his eye now, and I would as lief have a loaded pistol at my head as that eye again fixed on mine." "Pooh, you have brought a mask, and besides you need not see him. I can face him alone." No, there might be murder. I never mix myself with things of that kind on principle. Your plan will not do. There might be a much safer chance of more swag in a very different sort of scheme. I hear that the pictures in that ghostly long room I crept through are worth a mint of money. Now pictures of great value are well known, and there are collectors abroad who would pay almost any price for some pictures, and never ask where they came from, hide them for some years perhaps, and not bring them forth till any tales that would hurt us had died away. This would be safe, I say. If the pictures are small, no one in the old house need be disturbed. I can learn from some of the trade what pictures Darrell really has that would fetch a high price, and then look out for customers abroad. This will take a little time, but be worth waiting for." "I will not wait," said Jasper fiercely, "and you are a coward. I have resolved that tomorrow night I will be in that man's room, and that man shall be on his knees before me." Cuts turned sharply round on his saddle, and by the aid of the moonlight surveyed Loosely's countenance. "Oh, I see," he said, "there is more than robbery in your mind. You have some feeling of hate, of vengeance. The man has injured you." "He has treated me as if I were a dog," said Jasper, "and a dog can bite." Cuts mused a few moments. "I have heard you talk at times about some rich relation or connection on whom you had claims. Darrell is the man, I suppose?" "He is, and hark ye, Cuts, if you try to balk me here I will wring your neck off, and since I have told you so much I will tell you this much more, that I don't think there is the danger you count on, for I don't mean to take Darrell's blood, and I believe he would not take mine. But there may be a struggle, and then I, if so, and then to man," replied Jasper mutteringly. Nothing more was said, but both spurred on their horses to a quicker pace. The sparks flashed from the hoofs, now through the moonlight, now under shade of the boughs, scoured on the rider's Loosely's broad chest and marked countenance, once beautiful, now fearful, formidably defined. even under the shadow she's comrade's unsubstantial figure, and goblin features flitting vague, even under the moonlight. The town they had left came in sight, and by this time Cutts had resolved on the course his prudence suggested to him. The discovery that in the proposed enterprise Loosely had a personal feeling of revenge to satisfy had sufficed to decide the accomplice peremptorily to have nothing to do with the affair. It was his rule to abstain from all transactions in which fierce passions were engaged, and the quarrels between relations or connections were especially those which his experience of human nature told him brought risk upon all intermeddlers. But he saw that Jasper was desperate, that the rage of the bravo might be easily turned on himself, and therefore, since it was no use to argue, it would be discreet to dissimulate. Accordingly, when they reached their inn and were seated over their brandy and waiter, Cutts resumed the conversation, appeared gradually to yield to Jasper's reasonings, concerted with him the whole plan for the next night's operations, and took care meanwhile to pass the brandy. The day had scarcely broken before Cutts was off with his bag of implements and tracts. He would have fain carried off also both the horses, but the ostler, surly at being knocked up at so early an hour, might not have surrendered the one ridden by Jasper without Jasper's own order to do so. Cutts, however, bade the ostler be sure and tell the gentleman before going away that he, Cutts, strongly advised him to have nothing to do with the bullocks. Cutts, on arriving in London, went straight to Mrs. Crane's old lodging opposite to Jasper's, but she had now removed to Pardon Place, and left no address on reaching his own home. Cutts, however, found a note from her stating that she should be at her old lodging that evening if he would call at 9:30, for indeed she had been expecting Jasper's promised visit. Had learned that he had left his lodgings, and was naturally anxious to learn from Cutts what had become of him. When Cutts called at the appointed hour and told his story, Arabella Crane immediately recognized all the danger which her informant had so prudently shunned, nor was she comforted by Cutts' assurance that Jasper, on finding himself deserted, would have no option but to abandon or at least postpone an enterprise that, undertaken singly, would be too rash even for his reckless temerity, as it had become the object of her life to save Loosely from justice. So she now shrunk from denouncing to justice his meditated crime, and the idea of recurring to Colonel Morley happily flashed upon her. Having thus explained to the reader these antecedents in the narrative, we return to Jasper. He did not rise till late at noon, and as he was generally somewhat stupefied on rising by the drink he had taken the night before, and by the congested brain which the heaviness of such sleep produced, he could not at first believe that Cutts had altogether abandoned the enterprise, or rather thought that with his habitual wariness that Ulysses of the profession had gone forth to collect further information in the neighbourhood of the proposed scene of action. He was not fully undeceived in this belief till somewhat late in the day, when strolling into the stable-yard, the ostler, concluding from the gentleman's goodly thews and sighs that he was a north country grazier, delivered Cutts' allegorical caution against the bullocks. Thus abandoned, Jasper's desperate project only acquired a still more concentrated purpose and a ruder simplicity of action. His original idea on first conceiving the plan of robbery had been to enter into Darrell's presence disguised and masked. Even, however, before Cutts deserted him, the mere hope of plunder had become subordinate to the desire of a personal triumph, and now that Cutts had left him to himself and carried away the means of disguise, Jasper felt rather pleased than otherwise at the thought that his design should have none of the characteristics of a vulgar burglary. No mask now, his front should be as open as his demand. Cutts' report of the facility of penetrating into Darrell's very room also lessened the uses of an accomplice, and in the remodification of his first hasty plan of commonplace, midnight stealthy robbery, he would no longer even require an assistant to dispose of the plunder he might gain. Darrell should now yield to his exactions as a garrison, surprised, accepts the terms of its conqueror. There would be no flight, no hiding, no fear of notes stopped at banks. He would march out hand on haunch with those immunities of booty that belong to the honours of war. Pleasing his self-conceit with so gallant a view of his meditated exploit, Jasper sauntered at dark into the town, bought a few long narrow nails and a small hammer, and returning to his room by the aid of the fire, the tongs, and the hammer, he fashioned these nails with an ease and quickness which showed an expert practitioner into instruments that would readily move the wards of any common country-made lock. He did not care for weapons, he trusted at need to his own powerful hands. It was no longer too the affair of a robber unknown unguessed, who might have to fight his way out of an alarmed household. It was but the visit which he, Jasper Loosely Esquire, thought fit to pay, however unceremoniously and unseasonably, to the house of a father-in-law. At the worst, should he fail in finding Darrell or securing an unwitnessed interview. Should he instead alarm the household, it would be a proof of the integrity of his intentions that he had no weapons save those which nature bestows on the wild man, as the mightiest of her wild beasts at night. He mounted his horse, but went out of his way, keeping the high road for an hour or two in order to allow ample time for the farmers to have quitted the rent feast and the old manor house to be hushed in sleep. At last, when he judged the coast clear, and the hour ripe, he wound back into the lane towards Fawley, and when the spire of its hamlet church came in sight through the frosty starlit air, he dismounted the horse into one of the thick beechwoods that make the prevailing characteristic of the wild country round, that sequestered dwelling place, fastened the animal to a tree, and stalked towards the park pales on foot lightly as a wolf enters a sheepfold. He swung himself over the moss-grown fence, he gained the buttresses of the great raw pile high, and clear above from Darrell's chamber streamed the light. All the rest of the old house was closed, and dark, buried no doubt in slumber. He is now in the hollows of the skeleton pile. He mounts the ladder, the lock of the door before him yields to his rude implements, but artful hand he is in the long gallery. The moonlight comes broad and clear through the large casements. What wealth of art is on the walls, but how profitless to the robber's greed. There through the very halls which the master had built in the day of his ambition, saying to himself, "These are for far posterity," the step of violence, it may be of murder, takes its stealthy way to the room of the childless man. Through the uncompleted pile, towards the uncompleted life, strides the terrible step. The last door yields noiselessly. The small wooden corridor, narrow as the drawbridge which in ancient fortresses was swung between the commandant's room in the topmost story, and some opposing wall, is before him, and Darrell's own door is half-open, lights on the table logs burning bright on the hearth. Cautiously, loosely looked through the aperture. Darrell was not there. The place was solitary, but the opposite door was open. Also Loosely's fine ear caught the sound of a slight movement of a footstep in the room just below, to which that opposite door admitted. In an instant the robber glided within the chamber, closed and locked the door by which he had entered, retaining the key about his person. The next stride brought him to the hearth. Beside it hung the bell-rope common in old-fashioned houses. Loosely looked round. On the table by the writing implements lay a penknife. In another moment the rope was cut high out of Darrell's reach and flung aside, the hearth being adapted but for logwood fires, furnished not those implements in which, at a moment of need, the owner may find an available weapon, only a slight pair of brass wood-pincers and a shovel equally frail. Such as they were, however, Jasper quietly removed and hid them behind a heavy old bureau. Steps were now heard mounting the stair that led into the chamber. Loosely shrunk back into the recess beside the mantelpiece. Darrell entered with a book in his hand, for which he had indeed quitted his chamber, a volume containing the last Act of Parliament, relating to public trusts, which had been sent to him by his solicitor, for he is creating a deed of trust to insure to the nation the Darrell antiquities in the name of his father, the antiquarian. Darrell advanced to the writing table, which stood in the centre of the room, laid down the book, and sighed the short, quick, impatient sigh which had become one of his peculiar habits. The robber stole from the recess, and gliding round to the door by which Darrell had entered while the back of the master was still towards him, set fast the lock, and appropriated the key as he had done at the door which had admitted himself. Though the noise in that operation was but slight, it roused Darrell from his abstracted thoughts. He turned quickly, and at the same moment Loosely advanced towards him. At once Darrell comprehended his danger. His rapid glance took in all the precautions by which the intruder proclaimed his lawless purpose. Closed door, the bell rope cut off there between those four secret walls, must pass the interview between himself and the desperado. He was unarmed, but he was not daunted. It was but man to man. Loosely had for him his vast physical strength, his penury, despair, and vindictive purpose. Darrell had in his favour the intellect which gives presence of mind, the energy of nerve which is no more to be seen in the sinew and bone than the fluid which fells can be seen in the jars and the wires, and that superb kind of pride which, if terror be felt, makes its action impossible, because a disgrace and bravery a matter of course, simply because it is honour. As the bravo approached, by a calm and slight movement Darrell drew to the other side of the table, placing that obstacle between himself and Loosely, and extending his arm, said, "Hold, sir, I forbid you to advance another step. You are here no matter how to ruage your claims on me. Be seated, I will listen to you." Darrell's composure took Loosely so by surprise that mechanically he obeyed the command thus tranquilly laid upon him, and sunk into a chair facing Darrell with a sinister underlook from his sullen brow. "Ah," he said, "you will listen to me now, but my terms have risen." Darrell, who had also seated himself, made no answer, but his face was resolute, and his eye watchful. The ruffian resumed in a gruffer tone, My terms have risen, Mr. Darrell. Have they, sir, and why? Why, because no one can come to your aid, here because here you cannot escape, because here you are in my power. Rather, sir, I listen to you because here you are under my roof tree, and it is you who are in my power. Yours, look round, the doors are locked on you, perhaps you think your shouts, your cries might bring aid to you, attempt, it raise your voice and, I strangle you with these hands. If I do not raise my voice, it is first because I should be ashamed of myself, if I required aid against one man, and secondly, because I would not expose to my dependents a would-be assassin in him, whom my lost child called husband. Hush, sir, hush, or your own voice will alarm those who sleep below. And now what is it you ask? Be plain, sir, and be brief. Well, if you like to take matters coolly, I have no objection. These are my terms. You have received large sums this day. Those sums are in your house, probably in that bureau, and your life is at my will. You ask the moneys paid for rent today. True, they are in the house, but they are not in my apartments. They were received by another, they are kept by another in vain. Through the windings and passages of this old house, would you seek to find the room in which he stores them? Doing so, you will pass by the door of a servant who sleeps so lightly that the chances are that he will hear you. He is armed with a blunderbuss, and with pistols. You say to me, your money or your life. I say to you in reply, neither. Attempt to seize the money, and your own life is lost. Miser, I don't believe that sums so large are not in your own keeping, and even if they are not, you shall show me where they are. You shall lead me through those windings and passages, of which you so tenderly warn me, my hand on your throat. And if servants wake or danger threaten me, it is you who shall save me or die. Ha, you do not fear me, Mr. Darrell, and loosely rose. I do not fear you, replied Darrell, still seated. I cannot conceive that you are here with no other design than a profitless murder. You are here, you say, to make terms. It will be time enough to see whose life is endangered, when all your propositions have been stated. As yet, you have only suggested a robbery to which you ask me to assist you. Impossible. Grant even that you were able to murder me, you would be just as far off from your booty. And yet you say your terms have risen to me, they seem fallen to nothing. Have you anything else to say? The calmness of Darrell, so supremely displayed in this irony, began to tell upon the refined magnetism of the great man's eye and voice, and steadfast courage, gradually gaining power over the wild inferior animal trying to recover his constitutional audacity. Jasper said with a tone of the old rollicking voice, well, Mr. Darrell, it is all one to me how I wring from you in your own house what you refused me when I was a suppliant on the road. Fair means are pleasanter than foul. I am a gentleman, the grandson of Sir Julian Loseley of Loseley Hall. I am your son-in-law, and I am starving. This must not be. Write me a check. Darrell dipped his pen in the ink and drew the paper towards him. Oh ho, you don't fear me, eh? This is not done from fear, Mindall, out of pure love and compassion. My kind father-in-law, you will write me a check for £5,000. Scum, I am moderate. Your life is worth a precious deal more than that. Hand me the check. I will trust to your honour to give me no trouble in cashing it, and bid you good night, me father-in-law. As Loseley ceased with a mocking laugh, Darrell sprang up quickly, threw open the small casement, which was within his reach, and flung from it the paper on which he had been writing, and which he wrapped round the heavy armorial seal that lay on the table. Loseley bounded towards him. What means that? What have you done? Saved your life and mine, Jasper Loseley, said Darrell solemnly, and catching the arm that was raised against him. We are now upon equal terms. I understand, growled the tiger, as the slaver gathered to his lips. You think by that paper to summon some one to your aid. Not so. That paper is useless. While I live, look forth. The moonlight is on the roofs below. Can you see where that paper has fallen? On the ledge of a parapet that your foot could not reach. It faces the window of a room in which one of my household sleeps. It will meet his eye in the morning, when the shutters are unbarred. And on that paper are writ these words: if I am this night murdered, the murderer is Jasper Loseley, and the paper is signed by my name. Back, sir, would you doom yourself to the gibbet? Darrell released the dread arm he had arrested, and Loseley stared at him, amazed, bewildered. Darrell resumed, and now I tell you plainly that I can accede to no terms put to me. Thus I can sign my hand to no order that you may dictate, because that would be to sign myself a coward, and my name is Darrell. Down on your knees, proud Manson, you shall, and on your knees. I care not now for gold, I care not now a rush for my life. I came here to humble the man who from first to last has so scornfully humbled me, and I will on your knees. The robber flung himself forward, but Darrell, whose eye had never quitted the foe, was prepared for, and eluded the rush. Loseley, missing his object, lost his balance, struck against the edge of the table, which partially interposed between himself and his prey. and was only saved from falling by the close neighbourhood of the wall on which he came with a shock that for the moment well-nigh stunned him. Meanwhile Darrell had gained the hearth, and snatched from it a large log half-burning. Jasper, recovering himself, dashed the long matted hair from his eyes, and seeing undismayed the formidable weapon with which he was menaced, cowered for a second, and deadlier spring. Stay, 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 parricide, and madman, cried Darrell, his eye flashing brighter than the brand. It is not my life I plead for, it is yours. Remember, if I fall by your hand, no hope, and no refuge, are left to you in the name of my dead child. And under the eye of avenging heaven, I strike down the fury that blinds you, and I scare back your soul from the abyss. So ineffably grand were the man's look, and gesture so full of sonorous terror, the swell of his matchless all-conquering voice, that loosely in his midmost rage stood awed. And spellbound his breast heaved, his eye fell, his frame collapsed, even his very tongue seemed to cleave to the parched roof of his mouth, whether the effect so suddenly produced might have continued, or whether the startled miscreant might not have lashed himself into renewed wrath, and inexpiable crime passes out of conjecture. At that instant simultaneously were heard hurried footsteps in the corridor, without violent blows on the door, and voices exclaiming, "Open, open, Darrell, Darrell," while the bell at the portals of the old house rang fast and shrill. "Hoys it so," growled loosely, recovering himself at those unwelcome sounds, "but do not think that I will be caught thus like a rat in a trap. No, I will." "Hist," interrupted Darrell, dropping the brand, and advancing quickly on the ruffian. "Hislet, no one know that my daughter's husband came here with a felon's purpose. Sit down, down. I say it is for my house's honour that you should be safe," and suddenly placing both hands on Loosely's broad shoulder, he forced him into a seat. During these few hurried words the strokes at the door and the shouts without had been continued, and the door shook on its yielding hinges. The key," whispered Darrell. But the bravo was stupefied by the suddenness with which his rage had been cowed. His design baffled, his position changed from the man dictating laws and threatening life to the man protected by his intended victim, and he was so slow in even comprehending the meaning of Darrell's order that Darrell had scarcely snatched the keys less from his hand than from the pouch to which he at last mechanically pointed when the door was burst open, and Lionel Houghton, Alban Morley, and the Colonel's servant were in the room. Not one of them, at the first glance, perceived the inmates of the chamber, who were at the right of their entrance by the angle of the wall and in shadow, but out came Darrell's calm voice. "Alban, Lionel, welcome always, but what brings you hither at such an hour, with such clamour, armed too?" The three men stood petrified. There sate peaceably enough a large dark form, its hands on its knees, its head bent down so that the features were not distinguishable, and over the chair in which this bending figure was thus confusedly gathered up leant Guy Darrell, with quiet ease, no trace of fear, nor of past danger in his face, which though very pale was serene, with a slight smile on the firm lips. "Well," muttered Alban Morley, slowly lowering his pistol, "well, I am surprised, for the first time in 20 years, and surprised. Surprised perhaps to find me at this hour still up, and with a person upon business, door locked. However, mutual explanations later. Of course you stay here tonight. My business with this thy's visitor is now over. Lionel, open that door. Her is the key, sir," touched loosely by the shoulder, and whispered in his ear, "Rise and speak. Note aloud, sir. I need not detain you longer. Allow me to show you the way out of this rambling old house." Jasper rose like one half asleep, and still bending his form and hiding his face, followed Darrell down the private stair, through the study, the library, into the hall, the Colonel's servant lighting the way, and Lionel and Morley, still too amazed for words, bringing up the rear. The servant drew the heavy bolts from the front door, and now the household had caught alarm. Mills first appeared with the blunderbuss, then the footman, then Fairthorne. "Stand back there," cried Darrell, and he opened the door himself to Loosely. "Sir," said he then, as they stood in the moonlight, "mark that I told you truly you were in my power, and if the events of this night can lead you to acknowledge a watchful providence, and recall with a shudder the crime from which you have been saved, why then I too, out of gratitude to heaven, may think of means by which to free others from the peril of your despair." Loosely made no answer, but slunk off with a fast furtive stride, hastening out of the moonlit sward into the gloom of the leafless trees. Chapter Roman 2. If the lion ever wear the fox's hide still, he wears it as the lion. When Darrell was alone with Lionel and Alban Morley, the calm with which he had before startled them vanished. He poured out his thanks with deep emotion. "Forgive me, not in the presence of a servant could I say you have saved me from an unnatural strife, and my daughter's husband from a murderer's end, but by what wondrous mercy did you learn my danger were you sent to my aid?" Alban briefly explained. "You may judge," he said in conclusion, "how great was our anxiety when, following the instructions of our guide, While our driver rang his alarm at the front portals, we made our entrance into yarn ribs of stone, found the doors already opened, and feared we might be too late, but meanwhile the poor woman waits without in the carriage that brought us from the station. I must go and relieve her mind. And bring her hither, cried Darrell, to receive my gratitude. Stay, Alban, while you leave me with her. You will speak aside to Mills, tell him that you heard there was an attempt to be made on the house, and came to frustrate it, but that your fears were exaggerated. The man was more a half-insane mendicant than a robber. Be sure at least that his identity with Loosely be not surmised, and bid Mills treat the affair lightly. Public men are exposed, you know, to assaults from crack-brained enthusiasts. Or stay, I once was a lawyer, and continued Darrell, whose irony had become so integral an attribute of his mind as to be proof against all trial. There are men so out of their wits as to fancy a lawyer has ruined them. Lionel, tell poor Dick Fairthorne to come to me. When the musician entered, Darrell whispered to him, go back to your room, open your casement, step out on to the parapet. You will see something white. It is a scrap of paper wrapped round my old armorial seal. Bring it to me just as it is. Dick, that poor young Lionel, we must keep him here a day or two. Mind no prickles for him, Dick. Chapter Roman 3. Arabella Crane versus Guy Darrell, or woman versus lawyer. In the courts, lawyer would win, but in a private parlour, foot to foot and tongue to tongue, lawyer has not a chance. Arabella Crane entered the room. Darrell hesitated. The remembrances attached to her were so painful and repugnant, but did he not now owe to her perhaps his very life? He passed his hand rapidly over his brow, as if to sweep away all earlier recollections, and advancing, quickly extended that hand to her. The stern woman shook her head, and rejected the proffered greeting. You owe me no thanks, she said in her harsh, ungracious accents. I sought to save not you but him. How, said Darrell, startled, you feel no resentment against the man who injured and betrayed you? What my feelings may be towards him are not for you to conjecture. Man could not conjecture them. I am woman. What they once were I might blush for, what they are now I could own without shame. But you, Mr. Darrell, in the hour of my uttermost anguish, when all my future was laid desolate, and the world lay crushed at my feet, and chivalrous man, you had for me no human compassion. You thrust me in scorn from your door. You saw in my woe nothing but my error. You sent me forth stripped of reputation, branded by your contempt to famine or to suicide, and you wonder that I feel less resentment against him who wronged me than against you, who knowing me wronged only disdained my grief. The answer is plain. The scorn of the man she only reverenced leaves to a woman no memory to mitigate its bitterness, and gall the wrongs inflicted by the man she loved may leave what they have left to me an undying sense of a past existence, a radiant, joyous, hopeful time when the earth seemed covered with blossoms just ready to burst into bloom, when the skies through their haze took the rose hues, as the sun seemed about to rise. The memory that I once was happy, at least then, I owe to him who injured and betrayed me to you, when happiness was lost to me forever. What do I owe? Tell me. Struck by her words, more by her impressive manner, though not recognizing the plea by which the defendant thus raised herself into the accuser, Darrell answered gently, pardon me, this is no moment to revive recollections of anger on my part, but reflect, I entreat you, and you will feel that I was not too harsh. In the same position, any other man would not have been less severe. Any other man, she exclaimed, I possibly, but would the scorn of any other man so have crushed self-esteem? The injuries of the wicked do not sour us against the good, but the scoff of the good leaves us malignant against virtue itself. Any other man taught genius is bound to be indulgent. It should know human errors so well. Hers, with its large luminous forces, such errors itself when it deigns to be human, that where others may scorn genius, should only pity. She paused a moment, and then slowly resumed, and pity was my due had you or had any one lofty as yourself in reputed honour, but said to me, thou hast sinned, thou must suffer, but sin itself needs compassion, and compassion forbids thee to despair. Why, then I might have been gentler to the things of earth, and less steeled against the influences of heaven, than I have been. That is all. No matter now, Mr. Darrell. I would not part from you with angry and bitter sentiments. Colonel Morley tells me that you have not only let the man whom we need not name go free, but that you have guarded the secret of his designs. For this, I thank you, because what is left of that blasted and deformed existence I have taken into mine, and I would save that man from his own devices, as I would save my soul from its own temptations. Are you larger-hearted enough to comprehend me? Look in my face. You have seen his all earthly love is erased and blotted out of both. Guy Darrell bowed his head in respect that partook of awe. You too, said the grim woman after a pause, and approaching him nearer, you too have loved, I am told, and you too were forsaken. He recoiled and shuddered. What is left to your heart of its ancient folly? I should like to know, I am curious to learn, if there be a man who can feel as woman, have you only resentment, have you only disdain, have you only vengeance, have you pity? Or have you the jealous absorbing desire, surviving the affection, from which it sprang, that still the life wrenched from you, shall owe despite itself a melancholy allegiance to your? Darrell impatiently waved his hand to forbid further questions, and it needed all his sense of the service this woman had just rendered him to repress his haughty displeasure at so close an approach to his torturing secrets. Arabella's dark bright eyes rested on his knitted brow for a moment, wistfully, musingly. Then she said, I see man's inflexible pride, no pardon there, but own at least that you have suffered. Suffered, groaned Darrell involuntarily, and pressing his hand to his heart. You have, and you own it, fellow sufferer. I have no more anger against you, neither should pity, but let each respect the other. A few words, Morthai's child. His child, you will be truthful, you will not seek to deceive. May you know that Shesha, claimed by that assassin, reared by his convict father, is no daughter of my line. What would it then be no joy to know that your line did not close with yourself, that your child might? Cease, madam, cease, it matters not to a man nor to a race when it perish, so that it perish at last with honour, who would have either himself or his lineage live on into a day when the escutcheon is blotted, and the name disgraced. Know if that be Matilda's child, tell me, and I will bear as man may do the last calamity, which the will of heaven may inflict, if, as I have all reason to think the tale be an imposture, speak, and give me the sole comfort to which I would cling amidst the ruin of all other hopes. Verily, said Arabella, with a kind of musing wonder in the tone of her softened voice, verily has a man's heart the same throb and fibre as a woman's. Had I a child like that blue-eyed wanderer, with the frail form needing protection, and the brave spirit that ennobles softness, what would be my pride, my bliss? Talk of shame, disgrace, fifieth, more the evil of others, darkened one so innocent, the more cause to love and shelter her. But am childless. Shall I tell you that the offence which lies heaviest on my conscience has been my cruelty to that girl? She was given an infant to my care. I saw in her the daughter of that false, mean, deceiving friend who had taken my confidence and bought with her supposed heritage the man sworn by all oaths to me. I saw in her too your descendant, your rightful heiress. I rejoiced in a revenge on your daughter and yourself. Think not I would have foisted her on your notice, no. I would have kept her without culture, without consciousness of a higher lot. And when I gave her up to her grandsire, the convict, it was a triumph to think that Matilda's child would be an outcast. Terrible thought, but I was mad then. But that poor convict, whom you in your worldly arrogance so loftily despise, took to his breast what was flung away as a worthless weed. And if the flower keep the promise of the bud, never flower so fair bloomed from your vaunted stem. And yet you would bless me if I said, pass on, childless man, she is nothing to you. Madam, let us not argue, as you yourself justly imply. Man's heart and woman's must each know throbs that never are and never should be familiar to the other. I repeat my question, and again I implore your answer. I cannot answer for certain, and I am fearful of answering at all, lest on a point so important I should mislead you. Matilda's child, Jasper, affirmed it to me. His father believed him, I believed him. I never had the shadow of a doubt till what, for heaven's sake, speak. Till about 5 years ago, or somewhat more, I saw a letter from Gabrielle Desmaret's end. Which made you suspect, as I do, that the child is Gabrielle Desmaret's daughter? Arabella reared her crest as a serpent before it strikes Gabrielle's daughter. You think so her child, that I sheltered her child, for whom I have just pleaded to you hers. She suddenly became silent. Evidently, that idea had never before struck her. Evidently, it now shocked her. Evidently, something was passing through her mind, which did not allow that idea to be dismissed. As Darrell was about to address her, she exclaimed abruptly, no, say no more now. You may hear from me again. Should I learn what may decide at least this doubt one way or the other, farewell, sir. Not yet. Permit me to remind you that you have saved the life of a man whose wealth is immense. Mr. Darrell, my wealth in relation to my wants is perhaps immense as yours, for I do not spend what I possess. But this unhappy outlaw, whom you would save from himself, can henceforth be to you but a burthen and a charge. After what has passed tonight, I do tremble to think that penury may whisper other houses, to rob other lives, to menace. Let me then place at your disposal to be employed in such mode as you deem the best, a sum that may suffice to secure an object which we have in common. No, Mr. Darrell, said Arabella fiercely, whatever he be, never with my consent shall Jasper loosely be beholden to you for alms, if money can save him from shame and a dreadful death. That money shall be mine, I have said it. And hark you, Mr. Darrell, what is repentance without atonement? I say not that I repent, but I do know that I seek to atone. The iron-grey robe fluttered an instant, and then vanished from the room. When Alban Morley returned to the library, he saw Darrell at the farther corner of the room on his knees. Well might Guy Darrell thank heaven for the mercies vouchsafed to him, that night life preserved is, that all might life yet be bettered, and gladdened. Was there aught in the grim woman's words that might bequeath thoughts which reflection would ripen into influences over action, aught that might suggest the cases in which not ignobly pity might subjugate scorn? The royal abode of that soul does pride only fortify honoris it, but the mild king, not the imperial despot, would it blind as its rival the reason, would it chain as a rebel the heart, would it man the dominions that might be serene by the treasures it wastes be the wars it provokes? Self-knowledge from heaven indeed descends the precept, know thyself, that truth was told to us by the old heathen oracle, but what old heathen oracle has told us how to know? Chapter Roman 4. The Mainator humiliated, he encounters an old acquaintance in Traveller, who like Shakespeare's Jacks is a melancholy fellow, who also like Jacks hath great reason to be bad, and who still like Jacks is full of matter. Jasper Loosely rode slowly on through the clear frosty night, not back to the country town which he had left on his hateful errand, nor into the broad road to London. With a strange desire to avoid the haunts of men, he selected at each choice of way in the many paths branching right and left between waste and woodland the lane that seemed the narrowest and the dimmest. It was not remorse that gnawed him, neither was it mere mercenary disappointment, nor even the pang of baffled vengeance. It was the profound humiliation of diseased self-loathing conviction that with all his brute power he had been powerless in the very time and scene in which he had pictured to himself so complete a triumph. Even the quiet with which he had escaped was a mortifying recollection. Capture itself would have been preferable if capture had been preceded by brawl and strifeth exhibition of his hardihood and prowess gloomily bending over his horse's neck. He cursed himself as fool and coward. What would he have had a new crime on his soul? Perhaps he would have answered anything rather than this humiliating failure. He did not rack his brains with conjecturing if Cuts had betrayed him, or by what other mode assistance had been sent in such time of need to Darrell, nor did he feel that hunger for vengeance, whether on Darrell or on his accomplice, should that accomplice have played the traitor, which might have been expected from his characteristic ferocity. On the contrary, the thought of violence and its excitements had in it a sickness as of shame. Darrell at that hour might have ridden by him, scathless. Cuts might have jeered and said, "I blabbed your secret," and sent the aid that foiled it, and Loosely would have continued to hang his head, nor lifted the Herculean hand that lay nerveless on the horse's mane. Is it not commonly so in all reaction from excitements in which self-love has been keenly galled? Does not vanity enter into the lust of crime, as into the desire of fame? At sunrise Loosely found himself on the highroad into which a labyrinth of lanes had led him, and opposite to a milestone, by which he learned that he had been long turning his back on the metropolis, and that he was about 10 miles distant from the provincial city of Oozleford. By this time his horse was knocked up, and his own chronic pains began to make themselves acutely felt, so that when a little farther on he came to a wayside and he was glad to halt, and after a strong drain, which had the effect of an opiate, he betook himself to bed and slept, till the noon was far advanced. When Loosely came downstairs, the common room of the inn was occupied by a meeting of the trustees of the highroads, and on demanding breakfast, he was shown into a small sanded parlour, adjoining the kitchen. 2 other occupants, a man and a woman, were there already seated at a table by the fireside over a pint of half and half. Loosely, warming himself at the hearth, scarcely noticed these humble revellers by a glance, and they after a displeased stare at the stalwart frame which obscured the cheering glow they had hitherto monopolized, resumed a muttered conversation, of which as well as of the vile modicum that refreshed their lips, the man took the lion's share. Shabbily forlorn were that man's habiliments turned, and returned patched, darned, weather-stained, grease-stained, but still retaining that kind of mouldy, grandiose bastard gentility, which implies that the wearer has known better days, and in the downward progress of fortunes, when they once fall, may probably know still worse. The woman was some years older than her companion, and still more forlornly shabby. Her garments seemed literally composed of particles of dust glued together, while her face might have ensured her condemnation as a witch before any honest jury in the reign of King James I. His breakfast and the brandy bottle that flanked the loaf were now placed before Loosely, and as distastefully he forced himself to eat, his eye once more glanced towards, and this time rested on the shabby man in the sort of interest with which one knave out of elbows regards another. As Jasper thus looked, gradually there stole on him a reminiscence of those coarse, large featurettes, that rusty, disreputable wig. The recognition, however, was not mutual, and presently, after a whisper interchanged between the man and the woman, The latter rose and approaching loosely dropped a curtsy and said in a weird undervoice, "Stranger luck's in store for you, tell your fortune." As she spoke from some dust hole in her garments, she produced a pack of cards on whose half-obliterated faces seemed encrusted the dirt of ages. Thrusting these antiquities under Jasper's nose, she added, "Wish and cut." "Ushaw," said Jasper, who, though sufficiently superstitious in some matters, and in regard to some persons, was not so completely under the influence of that imaginative infirmity as to take the creature before him for a Sybil. "Get away, you turn my stomach, your cards smell, so do you." "Forgive her, worthy sir," said the man, leaning forward. "The hag may be unsavoury, but she is wise. The three sisters who accosted the Scottish Thane, Sir Macbeth, you have seen it on the stage, were not savoury, withered and wild in their attire, sir, but they knew a thing or two. She sees luck in your face, cross her hand, and give it vent." "Fiddledee," said the irreverent loosely, "take her off, or I shall scold her," and he seized the kettle. The hag retreated grumbling, and loosely, soon dispatching his meal, placed his feet on the hobs, and began to meditate what course to adopt for a temporary subsistence. He had broken into the last pound left of the money, which he had extracted from Mrs. Crane's purse some days before he recoiled with terror from the thought of returning to town, and placing himself at her mercy. Yet what option had he while thus musing? He turned impatiently round, and saw that the shabby man and the dusty hag were engaged in an amicable game of écarté with those very cards which had so offended his olfactory organs. At that sight, the old instinct of the gambler struggled back, and raising himself up, he looked over the cards of the players. The miserable wretches were of course playing for nothing, and loosely saw at a glance that the man was nevertheless trying to cheat the woman. Positively, he took that man into more respect, and that man, noticing the interest with which loosely surveyed the game, looked up and said, "While the time, sir, what say you, a game or two? I can stake my pistols that is, sir, so far as a fourpenny bit goes, if ignorant of this French game, sir, cribbage or all fours." "No," said loosely mournfully, "there is nothing to be got out of you." Otherwise stopped and sighed. "But I have seen you under other circumstances. What has become of your theatrical exhibition? Gambled it away. Yet from what I see of your play, I think you ought not to have lost, Mr. The ex-manager started. "What, you knew me before the storm? Before the lightning struck me, as I may say, sir, and falling into difficulties, I became a wreck. You knew me not, of the Campagna Spectator. As you say, a spectator you had once in your employ, an actor, clever old fellow, waif, I think he was called. Ah, hold at that name, sir, my wounds bleed afresh from that execrable name, sir, there hangs a tale." "Indeed, then, it will be a relief to you to tell it," said loosely, resettling his feet on the hob, and snatching at any diversion from his own reflections. "Sir, when a gentleman who is a gentleman asks as a favour a specimen of my powers of recital, not professionally, and has before him the sparkling goblet, which he does not invite me to share, he insults my fallen fortunes. Sir, I am poor, I own it. I have fallen into the sere and yellow leaf, sir, but I have still in this withered bosom the heart of a Briton. Warm it, Mr. Rugg, help yourself to the brandy, and the lady too. Sir, you are a gentleman, so your health, hag, drink. Better days to us both. That woman, sir, is a hag, but she is an honour to her sex, faithful. It is astonishing how faithful ladies are when not what is called beautiful. I speak from painful experience," said loosely, growing debonair, as the liquor relaxed his gloom, and regaining that levity of tongue which sometimes strayed into wit, and which, springing originally from animal spirits and redundant health still, came to him mechanically, whenever roused by companionship from alternate intervals of lethargy and pain. "But now, Mr. Rugg, I am all ears. Perhaps you will be kind enough to be all tale." With tragic aspect unrelaxed by that jeu de mots, and still wholly unrecognizing in the massive form and discoloured swollen countenance of the rough-clad stranger the elegant proportions, the healthful blooming showy face, and elaborate fopperies of the Jasper, loosely, who had sold to him a phenomenon which proved so evanishing, Rugg entered into a prolix history of his wrongs at the hands of waif, of loosely, of Sophie, only of Mrs. Crane did he speak with respect, and Jasper, then for the first time learned, and rather with anger for the interference than gratitude for the generosity that she had repaid the L, and thereby cancelled Rugg's claim upon the child. The ex-manager then proceeded to the narrative of his subsequent misfortune, as all of which he laid to the charge of waif, and the phenomenon, sir, said he, I was ambitious from my childhood's hour. I dreamed of the great York Theatre, dreamed of it, literally thrice fatal vision, but like other dreams that dream would have been forgotten in the workday world, and I should not have fallen into the sere and yellow, but have had as formerly troops of friends, and not been reduced to the horrors of poverty and a faithful hag. But, sir, when I first took to my bosom that fiend William Waif, he exhibited a genius, sir, that doubten you have seen doubting grand was a stick as, compared with then my ambition, sir, blazed and flared up obstreperous, and my childhood's dream haunted me, and I went about musing hag you recollect and muttering the Royal Theatre at York. But incredible though it seemed, the ungrateful scorpion left me with a treacherous design to exhibit the parts I had fostered on the London boards, and even-handed justice, so returned the poisoned chalice to his lips, causing him to lose an eye, and to hobble besides, splitting up his voice, which served him right. And again, I took the scorpion for the sake of the phenomenon. I had a babe myself once, sir, though you may not think it gormeric, that is, this faithful hag gave the babe Daffy's elixir in teething, but it did convulsions. I comforted myself when that phenomenon came out on my stage in pink satin and pearls. Ha, I said, the great York Theatre shall yet be mine. The haunting idea became a mania, sir. The learned say that there is a mania called money mania, monomaniahan. One can think but of the one thing. Needfullers, the guilty thane, saw the dagger, sir, you understand, and when the phenomenon had vanished and gone, as I was told, to America, where I now wish I was myself acting roller at New York or elsewhere, to a free and enlightened people then, so the mania grew on me still stronger and stronger. There was a pride in it, sir, a British pride. I said to this faithful hag, what shall I not have the York because that false child has deserted me? Am I not able to realize a Briton's ambition without being beholden to a phenomenon in spangles? Sir, I took the York alone, I did it. And said loosely, feeling a sort of dreary satisfaction in listening to the grotesque sorrows of one whose condition seemed to him yet more abject than his own. And the York Theatre alone, perhaps, did you? Right, sir, said Ruggehalf dolorously, half exultingly. It was a grand concern, and might have done for the Bank of England. It swallowed up my capital with as much ease, sir, as I could swallow an oyster if there were one upon that plate. I saw how it would be the very first week when I came out myself, strong Keen's own part in the iron chest, Mortimer, so there warn't £3.10 in the house-backed audience, sir. And they had the face to hiss me. Hag, said I to Mrs. Gormerick, this theatre is a howling wilderness, but there is a fascination in a grand concern, of which one is the head-on goes on, and on all the savings of a life devoted to the British drama, and the production of native genius went in what I may call a jiffy. But it was no common object, sir, to your sight displayed, but what with pleasure, sir, I appeal to the hag. Heaven itself surveyed a great man struggling, sir, with the storms of fate, and greatly falling, sir, with our sensation. York remembers it to this day. I took the benefit of the act. It was the only benefit I did take, and nobody was the better for it. But I don't repine. I realized my dream, that is more than all can say. Since then I have had many downs, and no ups. I have been a messenger, seer, prompter, sir, in my own exhibition, to which my own clown, having married into the tragic line, succeeded, sir, as proprietor buying of me, when I took the York, the theatre, scenery, and property, sir, with the right still to call himself Rugge's grand theatrical exhibition, for an old sir melancholy tyrannized over, sir, snubbed and bullied by a creature, dressed in a little brief authority, and my own tight scarletters worn by me, and my own applauded part of the remorseless baron, at last with this one faithful creature. I resolved to burst the chainstow, be free as Erin, short a chartered libertine, so we have not much, but thank the immortal gods we are independent, sir, hag and ichartered libertines, and we are alive still, at which in strict confidence I may own to you that I am astonished. Yes, you do live, said Jasper, much interested, for how to live at all was at that moment a matter of considerable doubt to himself. You do live, it is amazing how the faithful tells fortunes, and sometimes we pick up windfalse widows and elderly single ladies, but it is dangerous. Labour is sweet, sir, but not hard labour in the dungeons of a bridewell. She has known that labour, sir, and in those intervals I missed her much. Don't cry, hag, I repeat, I live. I understand now, you live upon her. They are the best of creatures, these hags, as you call them, certainly. Well, no saying what a man may come to, I suppose. You have never seen Waif, nor that fellow you say was so well-dressed and good-looking, and who sold you the phenomenon, nor the phenomenon herself, added loosely, stretching himself and yawning, as he saw the brandy bottle was finished. I have seen Waifeth, one-eyed monster, I have seen him, and yesterday too, and a great comfort it was to me too. You saw Waif yesterday where? At Oozleford, which I and the faithful left this morning. And what was he doing, said loosely, with well-simulated indifference, begging, breaking stones, or what? No, said Rugg dejectedly, I can't say it was what in farcical composition I should call such nuts to me as that, sir. Still he was in a low way seemed a peddler, or a hawker selling out of a pannier on the Rialto, I mean. The corn market, sir, not even a hag by his side. Only a great dog French, a British dog would have scorned such fellowship, and he did not look merry as he used to do when in my troop, did he, hag? His conscience smites him, said the hag solemnly. Did you speak to him? Why no, I should have liked it, but we could not at that moment, seeing that we were not in our usual state of independence. This faithful creature was being led before the magistrates, and I took charge of cheating a cookmaid to whom the hag had only said that if the cards spoke true, she would ride in her carriage. The charge broke down, but we were placed for the night in the cells of the Inquisition, remanded, and this morning banished from the city, and are now on our way Tony other city a hag. And the old man was not with the phenomenon. What has become of her then? Perhaps she may be with him at his house, if he has one, only she was not with him on the Rialto or Cornmarket. She was with him 2 years ago, I know, and he and she were better off then than he is now, I suspect. And that is why it did me good, sir, to see him a pedlar, a common pedlar, fallen into the seer like the man he abandoned. Humph, where were they 2 years ago? At a village not far from Humberston. He had a pretty house, sir, and sold baskets, and the girl was there too, favoured by a great lady, a marchioness, Sir God's marchioness near Humberston, the Marchioness of Montfort, I suppose. Likely enough. I don't remember. All I know is that 2 years ago my old clown was my tyrannical manager, and being in that capacity, and this world being made for Caesar, which is a shame, sir, he said to me with a sneer, old gentleman waif, whom you used to bully, and his Juliet Araminta are in clover. And the mocking varlet went on to unfold a tale to the effect that when he had last visited Humberston in the race week, a young tradesman who was courting the Columbine, whose young idea I myself taught to shoot on the light fantastic toe, treated that Columbine and one of her sister, Train being indeed her aunt, who has since come out at the Surrey and Desdemona, to a picnic in a fine park that's discipline her ha, and there Sir Columbine and her aunt saw waif on the other side of a stream by which they sate carousing. The clown perhaps said it to spite you. Columbine herself confirmed his tale, and said that on returning to the village inn for the triumphal car or bus which brought them, she asked if a Mr. Waif dwelt thereabouts, and was told yes, with his granddaughter. And she went on asking till all came out as the clown reported, and Columbine had not even the gratitude, the justice to expose that villain, not even to say he had been my perfidious servant. She had the face to tell me she thought it might harm him, and he was a kind old soul, Sir, a Columbine, whose toes I had rapped scores of times before they could be turned out, was below contempt. But when my own clown thus triumphed over me in parading before my vision the bloated prosperity of mine enemy, it went to my heart like a knife, and we had words on it, sir, and I left him to his fate. But a pedlar gentleman waif has come to that the heavens are just, sir, and of our pleasant vices, sir, make instruments that scourge us, prompted the hag severely. Loosely rang the bell, the maidservant appeared, my horse and bill. Well, Mr. Rugg, I must quit your agreeable society. I am not overflowing with wealth at this moment, or I would request your acceptance of the smallest trifle, interrupted the hag, with her habitual solemnity of aspect. Loosely, who in his small way had all the liberality of a Catiline alienea petens suae profusus, drew forth the few silver coins yet remaining to him, and though he must have calculated that after paying his bill there could scarcely be 3 shillings left, he chucked 2 of them towards the hag, who, clutching them with a profound curtsy, then handed them to the fallen monarch by her side with a loyal tear and a quick sob that might have touched the most cynical republican. In a few minutes more Loosely was again on horseback, and as he rode towards Ousselford, Rugg and his dusty faithful shambled on in the opposite direction, shambled on footsore, and limping along the wide waste wintry thoroughfare, vanishing from the eye as their fates henceforth from this story there. They go by the white hard milestone farther on, by trunk of the hedgerow tree which lies lopped and leafless cumbering the wayside, till the time come to cast it off to the thronged dull stackyard, farther yet where the ditch widens into yon stagnant pool with the great dung-heap by its side there. The road turns aslant, the dung-heap hides them gone, and not a speck on the immemorial universal thoroughfare. Chapter Roman 5, no wind so cutting as that which sets in the quarter from which the sun rises. The town to which I lend the disguising name of Ousselford, which in years bygone was represented by Guy Darrell, and which in years to come may preserve in its municipal hall his effigies in canvas or stone, is one of the handsomest in England. As you approach its suburbs from the London road, it rises clear and wide upon your eye, crowning the elevated tableland, upon which it is built, a noble range of prospect on either side, rich with hedgerows not yet sacrificed to the stern demands of modern agriculture, venerable woodlands, and the green pastures round many a rural thane's frank hospitable hall. No one great house banishing from leagues of landscape the abodes of knight and squire, nor menacing with the legitimate influence of property, the votes of rebellious burghers everywhere like fingerposts to heaven, you may perceive the church towers of rural hamlets embosomed in pleasant valleys, or climbing up gentle slopes at the horizon the blue fantastic outline of girdling hills mingles with the clouds, a famous old cathedral, neighboured by the romantic ivy-grown walls of a ruined castle, soars up from the centre of the town, and dominates the whole cervicum, as with conscious power nearing the town, the villas of merchants and traders released perhaps from business skirt the road with trim gardens and shaven lawns. Now the small river, or rather rivulet of Ouzel from which the town takes its name, steals out from deep banks covered with brushwood or aged trees, and widening into brief importance glides under the arches of an ancient bridge, runs on clear and shallow, to refresh low fertile dairy meadows dotted with kine, and finally quits the view as brake and copse close round its narrowing winding way, and that which under the city bridge was an imposing noiseless stream becomes amidst rustic solitudes an insignificant babbling brook. From one of the largest villas in these charming suburbs came forth a gentleman middle-aged, and of a very mild and prepossessing countenance, a young lady without a bonnet, but a kerchief thrown over her sleek dark hair, accompanied him to the garden gate, twining both hands affectionately round his arm, and entreating him not to stand in thorough draughts and catch cold, nor to step into puddles, and wet his feet, and to be sure to be back before dark, as there were such shocking accounts in the newspapers of persons robbed and garrotted even in the most populous highways, and above all not to listen to the beggars in the street, and allow himself to be taken in, and before finally releasing him at the gate, she buttoned his greatcoat up to his chin, thrust 2 pellets of cotton into his ears, and gave him a parting kiss. Then she watched him tenderly for a minute or so, as he strode on with the step of a man who needed not all those fostering admonitions and coddling cares. As soon as he was out of sight of the lady, and the windows of the villa, the gentleman cautiously unbuttoned his greatcoat, and removed the cotton from his ears. She takes much after her mother does Anna Maria, muttered the gentleman, and I am very glad she is so well married. He had not advanced many paces when from a brank road to the right that led to the railway station another gentleman much younger, and whose dress unequivocally bespoke him, a minister of our church, came suddenly upon him, each with surprise, recognized the other. What, Mr. George Morley? Mr. Hartup, how are you, my dear? Sir, what brings you so far from home? I am on a visit to my daughter Anna Maria. She has not been long married to young Jessup. Old Jessup is one of the principal merchants at Ouzelford, very respectable worthy family. The young couple are happily settled in a remarkably snug villa that is it, with the portico not 100 yards behind us. To the right, very handsome town Ouzelford. You are bound to it, of course you can walk together. I am going to look at the papers in the city rooms, very fine rooms. They are, but you are straight from London perhaps, and have seen the day's journals, any report of the meeting in aid of the ragged schools. Not that I know of. I have not come from London this morning, nor seen the papers. Oh, there's a stranger-looking fellow following us, but perhaps he is your servant. Not so, but my travelling companion, indeed my guide. In fact, I come to Ouzelford in the faint hope of discovering there a poor old friend of mine, of whom I have long been in search. Perhaps the Jessops can help you, they know everybody at Ouzelford. But now I meet you thus by surprise, Mr. George, I should very much like to ask your advice on a matter which has been much on my mind the last 24 hours, and which concerns a person I contrived to discover at Ouzelford, though I certainly was not in search of him, a person about whom you and I had a conversation a few years ago, when you were staying with your worthy father. Said George quickly. Whom do you speak of? That singular vagabond who took me in. You remember, called himself Chapman, real name William Loseley, a returned convict. You would have it that he was innocent, though the man himself had pleaded guilty on his trial. His whole character belied his lips. Then, oh, Mr. Hartup, that man commit the crime imputed to him, planned deliberate robbery and ungrateful infamous breach of trust, that meant that he who rejects the money he does not earn even when pressed on him, by anxious imploring French, who has now gone voluntarily forth aged and lonely, to wring his bread from the humblest calling rather than incur the risk of injuring the child, with whose existence he had charged himself, the dark midnight thief. Believe him not, though his voice may say it to screen perhaps some other man, he is telling you a noble lie. But what of him? Have you really seen him, and at Ouzelford? Yes. When? Yesterday I was in the city reading room looking out of the window. I saw a great white dog in the street below. I knew the dog at once, sir, though he is disguised by restoration to his natural coat, and his hair is as long as a Peruvian llama's tease. Sir Isaac, said I to myself, and behind Sir Isaac I saw Chapman, so to call him, carrying a basket with peddler's wares, and to my surprise old Jessop, who is a formal man with a great deal of reserve and dignity, pompous indeed, but don't let that go, further talking to Chapman quite affably, and actually buying something out of the basket. Presently, Chapman went away, and was soon lost to sight. Jessop comes into the reading room. I saw you, said I, talking to an old fellow with a French dog. Such a good old fellow, said Jessop, has a way about him that gets into your very heart. While he is talking, I should like to make you acquainted with him. Thank you for nothing, said I should be taken in, never fear, says Jessop, he would not take in a Flythe, simplest creature. I own I chuckled at that Mr. George. And does he live here, said I, or is he merely a wandering peddler? Then Jessop told me that he had seen him for the first time 2 or 3 weeks ago, and accosted him rudely, looking on him as a mere tramp, but Chapman answered so well and showed so many pretty things in his basket that Jessop soon found himself buying a pair of habit cuffs for Anna Maria, and in the course of talk it came out, I suppose, by a sign that Chapman was a Freemason, and Jessop is an enthusiast in that sort of nonsense, master of a lodge or something, and that was a new attraction. In short, Jessop took a great fancy to him, patronized him, promised him protection, and actually recommended him to a lodging in the cottage of all old widow who lives in the outskirts of the town, and had once been a nurse in the Jessop family. And what do you think? Jessop had just bought of this simple creature a pair of worsted mittens as a present for me, and what is more, I have got them on this moment, look neat, I think, and monstrous warm. Now, I have hitherto kept my own counsel. I have not said to Jessop, beware, that is the man who took me in, but this concealment is a little on my conscience. On the one hand, it seems very cruel, even if the man did once commit a crime, in spite of your charitable convictions to the contrary, that I should be blabbing out his disgrace, and destroying perhaps his livelihood. On the other hand, if he should still be really a rogue, a robber, perhaps dangerous, ought in short you are a clergyman and a fine scholar, so what ought I to do? My dear Mr. Hartop, do not vex yourself with this very honourable dilemma of conscience. Let me only find my poor old friend, my benefactor, I may call him, and I hope to persuade him, if not to return to the home that waits him, at least to be my guest, or put himself under my care. Do you know the name of the widow with whom he lodges? Yes, house, and I know the town well enough to conduct you, if not to the house itself, still to its immediate neighbourhood. Pray allow me to accompany you. I should like it very much, for, though you may not think it from the light way I have been talking of Chapman, I never was so interested in any man, never so charmed by any man, and it has often haunted me at night, thinking that I behaved too harshly to him, and that he was about on the wide world an outcast, deprived of his little girl, whom he had trusted to me, and I should have run after him yesterday, or called on him this morning, and said, let me serve you, if it had not been for the severity with which he and his son were spoken of, and I myself rebuked for mentioning their very names, by a man whose opinion I, and indeed all the country, must hold in the highest respect, a man of the finest honour, the weightiest character, I mean Guy Darrell, the great Darrell. George Morley sighed. I believe Darrell knows nothing of the elder Loseley, and is prejudiced against him by the misdeeds of the younger, to whose care you, and I cannot blame you, for I also was instrumental to the same transfer, which might have proved calamitously fatal, surrendered the poor motherless girl. She is not with her grandfather now. She lives still, I hope. She was very delicate. She lives is safe, take care. These last words were spoken as a horseman riding fast along the road towards the bridge that was now close at hand, came without warning or heed so close upon our 2 pedestrians that George Morley had but just time to pluck Hartop aside from the horse's hoofs. An impudent, careless, ruffianly fellow, indeed, said the mild Hartop indignantly, as he brushed from his sleeve the splash of dirt which the horseman bequeathed to it. He must be drunk. The rider, gaining the bridge, was there detained at the toll-bar by some carts and wagons, and the 2 gentlemen passed him on the bridge, looking with some attention at his gloomy, unobservant countenance, and the powerful frown in which, despite coarse garments, and the change wrought by years of intemperate excess, was still visible the trace of that felicitous symmetry once so admirably combining Herculean strength with elastic elegance. Entering the town, the rider turned into the yard of the near-est in George Morley, and Hartop, followed at a little distance by Morley's travelling companion Merle, passed on towards the other extremity of the town, and after 1 or 2 inquiries for Widow House Prospect Row, they came to a few detached cottages very prettily situated on a gentle hill, commanding in front the roofs of the city, and the gleaming windows of the great cathedral, with somewhat large gardens in the rear. Mrs. House's dwelling was at the extreme end of this row. The house, however, was shut up, and a woman who was standing at the door of the neighbouring cottage plaiting straw informed the visitors that Mrs. House was gone out charing for the day, and that her lodger, who had his own key seldom, returned before dark, but that at that hour he was pretty sure to be found in the corn market or the streets in its vicinity, and offered to send her little boy to discover and fetch him. George consulted apart with Merrill, and decided on dispatching the cobbler with the boy for his guide, in quest of the pedlar. Merrill, being of course instructed not to let out by whom he was accompanied, lest Waif in his obstinacy should rather abscond than encounter the friends from whom he had fled. Merrill, and a curly-headed urchin, who seemed delighted at the idea of hunting up Sir Isaac and Sir Isaac's master, set forth, and was soon out of sight. Hartop and George opened the little garden gate, and strolled into the garden at the back of the cottage to seat themselves patiently on a bench beneath an old apple tree. Here they waited, and conversed some minutes, till George observed that one of the casements on that side of the cottage was left open, and involuntarily rising, he looked in, surveying with interest the room which he felt sure at the first glance must be that occupied by his self-exiled friend, a neat pleasant little room, a bullfinch, in a wicker cage on a ledge within the casement, a flower-pot beside it. Doubtless the window which faced the southern sun had been left open by the kind old man in order to cheer the bird, and to gladden the plant. Waif's well-known pipe, and a tobacco pouch worked for him by Sophie's fairy fingers, lay on a table near the fireplace between casement and door, and George saw with emotion the Bible which he himself had given to the wanderer, lying also on the table, with the magnifying glass, which Waif had of late been obliged to employ in reading. Waif's habitual neatness was visible in the aspect of the room to George. It was evident that the very chairs had been arranged by his hand, that his hand had courteously given that fresh coat of varnish to the wretched portrait of a man in blue coat and buff waistcoat, representing no doubt the lamented spouse of the hospitable widow. George beckoned to Hartop to come also and look within, and as the worthy trader peeped over his shoulder, the clergyman said whisperingly, "Is there not something about a man's home which attests his character? No pleading guilty here." Hartop was about to answer when they heard the key turn sharply in the outer door, and had scarcely time to draw somewhat back from the casement, when Waif came hurriedly into the room, followed not by Merrill, but by the tall rough-looking horseman whom they had encountered on the road. "Thank heaven," cried Waif, sinking on a chair, "out of sight, out of hearing. Now you may speak now. I can listen, O wretched son of my lost angel, whom I so vainly sought to save by the sacrifice of all my claims to the respect of men. For what purpose do you seek me? I have nothing left that you can take away. Is it the child again? Cece, look round, search the house if you will, she's not here." "Bear with me if you can, sir," said Jasper in tones that were almost meek. "You at least can say nothing that I will not bear. But I am in my right when I ask you to tell me without equivocation or reserve, if Sophie, though not actually within these walls, be near you in this town, or its neighbourhood, in short, still under your protection." "Not in this town, not near it, not under my protection, I swear." "Do not swear, father, I have no belief in other men's oaths. I believe your simple word. Now comes my second question. Remember, I am still strictly in my right. Where is she, and under whose care? I will not say one reason why I have abandoned the very air she breathes was that you might not trace her in tracing me, but she is out of your power again to kidnap, and to sell. You might molest, harass, shame her by proclaiming yourself her father, but regain her into your keeping, cast her to infamy and vice. Never she is now with no powerless miserable convict, for whom law has no respect. She is now no helpless infant, without a choice, without a will. She is safe from all save the wanton unprofitable effort to disgrace her. Oh, Jasper, be human, is so delicate a frame, is so sensitive to reproach, so tremulously alive to honour. I am not fit to be near her now. I have been a tricksome, shifty vagrant, and innocent though I be, the felon's brand is on me. But you too, who never loved her, who cannot miss her, whose heart is not breaking at her loss as mine is, know you to rise up from the reeking pest house in which you have dwelt by choice, and say, descend from God's day with me. Jasper, you will not, you cannot, it would be the malignity of a devil." "Father, hold," cried Jasper, writhing, "and livid, I owe to you more than I do to that thing of pink and white. I know better than you the trumpery of all those waxen dolls of whom dupes make idols at each turn of the street. You may find them in basketfuls, blueyed or black-eyed, just the same worthless frippery or senseless toys, but every man dandling his own doll, whether he call it sweetheart or daughter, makes the same puling boast that he has an angel of purity in his puppet of wax. Nay, hear me to that girl. I owe nothing. You know what I owe to you. You bid me not seek her, and say I am your father. Do you think it does not misbecome me more, and can it wound you less when I come to you, and remind you that I am your son? Jasper, faltered the old man, turning his face aside for the touch of feeling towards himself contrasting the cynicism with which Jasper spoke of other ties not less sacred, took the father by surprise. And continued Jasper, remembering how you once loved Muith, what self-sacrifice you proved that love it is with a bitter grudge against that girl, that I see her thus take that place in your affection, which was minimed, you so indignant against me, if I even presume to approach her, what I have the malignity of a devil, because I would not quietly lie down in yonder kennels to starve or sink into the grade of those whom your daintier thief disclaims spies into unguarded areas, or cowardly skulkers, by blind walls, while in the paltry girl who you say is so well provided, for I see the last and sole resource which may prevent you from being still more degraded, still more afflicted by your son. What is it you want? Even if Sophie were in your power, Darrell would not be more disposed to enrich or relieve you. He will never believe your tale, nor deign even to look into its proofs. He might at last, said Jasper evasively, surely, with all that wealth no nearer heir than a remote kinsman, in the son of a beggared spendthrift, by a linendraper's daughter, should need a grandchild more than you do, yet the proofs you speak of convinced yourself you believe my tale. Believe as for that belief was everything in the world to me. Remember how joyously, when my term of sentence expired, I hastened to seek you at Paris, deceived by the rare letters with which you had deigned to cheer me, fondly dreaming that in expiating your crime, I should have my reward in your redemption, should live, to see you honored, honest, good, live to think your mother watched us from heaven with a smile on both, and that we should both join her at last, you purified by my atonement. Oh, and when I saw you so sunken, so hardened, exulting in vice, as in a glory, bravo, and partner in a gambler's hell or worse, still living on the plunder of miserable women, even the almsman of that vile Desmaret's son, my lost Liz's son, blotted out of my world for ever. Then I should have died if you had not said, boasting of the lie which had wrung the gold from Darrell. But the child lives, still believe. Yes, for in that belief something was still left to me to cherish, to love, to live for. Here the old man's hurried voice died away in a passionate sob, and the direful son, all reprobate though he was, slid from his chair, and bowed himself at his father's knee, covering his face with fell hands that trembled. Sir, he said in broken reverential accents, do not let me see you weep. You cannot believe me, but I say solemnly that if there be in me a single remnant of affection for any human being, it is for you. When I consented to leave you to bear the sentence which should have fallen on myself, sure I am that I was less basely selfish than absurdly vain. I fancied myself so born to good fortune, so formed to captivate some rich girland, that you would return to share wealth with me, that the evening of your days would be happy, that you would be repaid by my splendor for your own disgrace. And when I did marry, and did ultimately get from the father-in-law who spurned me the capital of his daughter's fortune, pitifully small, though it was compared to my expectations, my first idea was to send half of that sum to you, but I was living with those who thought nothing so silly as a good intention, nothing so bad as a good action, that mocking Chedevil Gabrielle too, then the witch's spell of that D.D. Greentable luck against one weight double, the capital ere you send the half luck with one how bulk, the tide how fritter the capital just at the turn of doubling soon. It grew irksome even to think of you, yet still, when I did, I said, life is long, I shall win riches, he shall share them some day, or other basta hat, idle twaddle, or hollow brag. All this must seem to you. No, said wife feebly, and his hand drooped till it touched Jasper's bended shoulder, but at the touch recoiled as with an electric spasm. So as you say, you found me at Paris. I told you where I had placed the child, not conceiving that Arabella would part with her, or you desire to hamper yourself with an encumbrance. I took for granted that you would find a home as before with some old friend or country cousin, but fancying that your occasional visits to her might comfort you, since it seemed to please you so much when I said she lived, thus we parted you. It seems only anxious to save that child from ever falling into my hands, or those of Gabrielle Desmaret's, I hastening to forget all but the riotous life around me till you came back to England to rob from me the smile of the only face that I knew would never wear contempt, and to tell the good man with whom I thought she had so safe a shelter that I was a convicted robber, by whose very love her infancy was sullied. Oh, Jasper, Jasper! I never said that, never thought of saying it. Arabella Crane did so with the reckless woman will to gain her object, but I did take the child from you. Why? Partly because I needed money so much that I would have sold a hecatomb of children for half what I was offered to bind the girl to a service that could not be very dreadful, since yourself had first placed here there, and partly because you had shrunk, it seems, from appealing to old friends. You were living like myself from hand to mouth. What could that child be to you but a drag and a bother? And you will tell me, I suppose, said Waif with an incredulous bitter irony, that seemed to wither himself inventing it, so did his whole frame recoil and shrink, will tell me that it was from the same considerate tenderness that you would have again filched her from me some months later, to place her with that she-devil, who was once more by your side to be reared and sold to horror unimaginable horror, that pure helpless infant you, armed with the name of father you, strong in that mighty form of man. What do you mean? Oh, I remember now, when Gabrielle was in London, and I had seen you on the bridge, who could have told you that I meant to get the child from you at that time? Waif was silent. He could not betray Arabella. Crane and Jasper looked perplexed and thoughtful. Then gradually, the dreadful nature of his father's accusing words seemed to become more clear to him, and he cried with a fierce start and a swarthy flush, "But whoever told you that I harboured the design that it whitens your lip to hint at lied, and foully hark I so many years ago Gabrielle had made acquaintance with Darrell under another name as Matilda's friend? Long story. No, not worth telling. He had never, I believe, discovered the imposture. Just at the time you refer to, I heard that Darrell had been to France inquiring himself into facts connected with my former story, that Matilda's child was dead. That very inquiry seemed to show that he had not been so incredulous of my assertions of Sophie's claims on him as he had affected to be when I urged them. He then went on into Italy, talking this over with Gabrielle. She suggested that if the child could be got into her possession, she would go with her in search of Darrell, resuming the name in which she had before known him, resuming the title and privilege of Matilda's friend in that character. He might listen to her when he would not to me. She might confirm my statement, melt his heart, coax him into terms. She was the cleverest creature. I should have sold Sophie, it is true, for what a provision to place me above want and crime, sold her to whom? To the man who would see in her his daughter's child, rear her to inherit his wealth, guard her as his own honour. What was this the design that so shocks you? Basta again. I say enough. I never thought I should be so soft as to mutter excuses for what I have done. And if I do so now, the words seem forced from me against my will, forced from me as if in seeing you I was again but a wild, lawless, wilful boy, who grieved to see you saddened by his faults, though he forgot his grief the moment you were out of sight. Oh, Jasper, cried Waif, now fairly placing his hand on Jasper's guilty head, and fixing his bright soft eyes swimming in tears on that downcast gloomy face, you repent, yes, call back your boyhood, call it back. Let it stand before you now, visible, palpable, lo. I see it, do not you, fearless, joyous image, wild, lawless, wilful, as you say, wild from exuberant life, lawless as a bird is free, because air is boundless to untried exulting wings, wilful from the ease with which the bravery and beauty of nature's radiant darling forced way for each jocund whim through our yielding heart's silence. It is there I see it, as I saw it rise in the empty air, when guilt and ignominy first darkened round you, and my heart cried aloud, not on him, not on him, not on that glorious shape of hope and promise in me, whose life useless hitherto has lost all promise. No, on me let fall the shame, and my lips obeyed my heart, and I said, let the laws will be done, I am the guilty man, cruel, cruel one. Was that sunny boyhood then so long departed from you, on the verge of youth, and such maturity in craft and fraud that, when you stole into my room that dark winter eve, threw yourself at my feet, spoke but of thoughtless debts, and the fear that you should be thrust from an industrious honest calling, and I said, no, fear not, the head of your firm likes you, he has written to me, I am trying already to raise the money you need, it shall be raised no matter what it cost me, you shall be saved, my Liz's son shall never know the soil of a prison, shun temptation, henceforth be but honest, and I shall be repaid what even then you were coldly meditating the crime that will make my very grave dishonoured. Meditating not, so how could I be not, till after what had thus passed between us, when you spoke with such indulgent kindness, did I even know that I might more than save myself be monist not raised at risk and lost to you. Remember, you had left me in the inner room, while you went forth to speak with Gunston. There I overheard him talk of notes he had never counted, and might never misdescribe the very place where they were kept. And then the idea came to me irresistibly, better rob him than despoil my own generous father, sir. I am not pretending to be better than I was not quite the novice you supposed, coveting pleasures or shows not within my reach. I had shrunk from draining you to supply the means, I had not had the same forbearance for the superfluous wealth of others. I had learned with what simple tools old locks may fly open, and none had ever suspected me so. I had no fear of danger, small need of premeditation, a nail on your mantelpiece, the cloven end of the hammer, lying beside to crook it, when hot from the fire that blazed before me. I say this to show you that I did not come provided nothing was planned beforehand, all was the project and work of the moment. Such was my haste, I burnt myself to the bone, with the red iron, feeling no pain, or rather at that age bearing all pain, without wincing. Before Gunston left you my whole plan was then Eridan's sole instrument, fashioned you grown. But how could I fancy that there would be detection? How imagine that even if monies never counted, were missed, suspicion could fall on you better gentleman than he whom you served, and had it not been for that accursed cloak, which you so fondly wrapped round me, when I set off to catch the night train back to, if it had not been, I say, for that cloak, there could have been no evidence to criminate either you or me except that unlucky L5 note, which I pressed on you when we met at where I was to hide, till you had settled with my duns. And why did I press it on you? Because you had asked me if I had wherewithal about me on which to live meanwhile, and I, to save you from emptying your own purse, said yes, showed you some gold, and pressed on you the banknote, which I said I could not want to go in small part towards my debts. It was a childish, inconsistent wish to please you, and you seemed so pleased to take it as a proof that I cared for you. For men, oh no, for honor, for honor, for honor, I thought you cared for honor, and the proof of that care was thrusting into these credulous hands the share of your midnight plunder. Sir, resumed Jasper, persisting in the same startling combination of feeling gentler and more reverential than could have been supposed to linger in his breast, and of the moral obtuseness that could not save by vanishing glimpses distinguish between crime and its consequences, between dishonor and detection. Sir, I declare that I never conceived that I was exposing you to danger. Nay, I meant out of the money I had taken to replace to you what you were about to raise as soon as I could invent some plausible story of having earned it, honestly stupid notions and clumsy schemes, as I now look back on them. But as you say, I had not long left boyhood, and fancying myself deep and knowing, was raw in the craft. I had practised basta. Jasper, who had risen from his knees while speaking here, stamped heavily on the floor as if with anger at the heart-stricken aspect of his silenced father, and continued with a voice that seemed struggling to regain its old imperious rollicking, burly swell. What is done cannot be undone. Fling it aside, sir. Look to the future, you with your peddler's pack, I with my empty pockets. What can save you from the workhouse, from the hulks, or gibbet, I know not, unless the persons sheltering that girl will buy me off by some provision, which may be shared between us. Tell me then, where she is, leave me to deal in the business as I best may. Pooh, why so scared? I will neither terrify nor kidnap her. I will shuffle off the crust of blackguard that has hardened round me. I will be sleek and smooth, as if I were still the exquisite Lothar, occupied by wood rufflers, and spoiled by willing beauties. Oh, I can still play the gentleman, at least for an hour or two, if it be worth my while. Come, sir, come, trust me out with the secret of this hidden maiden, whose interests should surely weigh not more with you than those of a starving son, which you will not be it. So I suspect that I know where to look for heron, what noble thresholds to set my daring foot, what fair lady mindful of former days off girlish friendship, off virgin love raps in compassionate luxury, Guy Darrell's rejected heiress. Ah, your looks tell me that I am hot on the scent. That fair lady I knew of old. She is rich, I helped to make her, so she owes me something. I will call and remind her of it. And tut, sir, you shall not go to the workhouse, nor I to the hulks. Here the old man, hitherto seated, rose slowly with feebleness and effort, till he gained his full height. Then age, infirmity, and weakness seemed to vanish in the erect head, the broad massive chest. In the whole presence there was dignity, there was power. Hark to me, unhappy reprobate, and heed me well, to save that child from the breath of discrescito. Place her in what you yourself assured me were her rights, amidst those in whose dwellings I lost the privilege to dwell, when I took to myself your awful burthen. I thought to resign her charge for ever in this world. Think not that I will fly her now, when you invade now, since my prayers will not move you, since my sacrifice to you has been so fruitless, since my absence from herself does not attain its end. There where you find her shall you again meet me, and if there we meet, and you come with the intent to destroy her peace and blast her fortune, then I, William Loseley, am no more the felon in the face of day. I will proclaim the truth, and say, robber, change place in earth's scorn with me, stand in the dark, where thy father stood in vain to save thee. Bar, sir, too late now, who would listen to you? All who have once known me will listen. Friends of power and station will take up my cause. There will be fresh inquiry into facts that I held back, evidence that in pleading guilty I suppressed. Ungrateful wanto, ward away suspicion from you. Say what you will, said Jasper, swaying his massive form to and fro with a rolling gesture, which spoke of cold defiance. I am no hypocrite in fair repute, whom such threats would frighten. If you choose to thwart me in what I always held my last resource for meat and drink, I must stand in the dark, even perhaps on a heavier charge than one so stale. Each for himself, do your worst. What does it matter? What does it matter that a father should accuse his son? No, Narson's son Sonthais must not belet it, not belet me complete my martyrdom. I ask no reversal of man's decree. except before the divine tribunal. Jasper, Jasper, child of my love, spare the sole thing left to fill up the chasms in the heart that you laid waste. Speak not of starving, or of fresh crime. Statia, this refuge I will work for both. Once more, and this time thoroughly, Jasper's hideous levity and coarse bravado gave way before the lingering human sentiment, knitting him back to childhood, which the sight and voice of his injured father had called forth with spasms and throes, as a seer calls the long-buried from a grave. And as the old man extended his arms pleadingly towards him, Jasper, with gasping sound, half-groan, half-sob, sprang forward, caught both the hands in his own strong grasp, lifted them to his lips, kissed them, and then, gaining the door with a rapid stride, said in hoarse, broken tones, share your refuge, Nono. I should break your heart downright. Did you see me daily, hourly, as I am, you work for both the you. His voice stopped, choked for a brief moment, and then hurried on, as for that girly you Aribut, no matter, I will try to obey, Yao will try to wrestle against hunger, despair, and thoughts that whisper, sinking men with devil's tongues. I will try, if I succeed not, keep your threat, accuse me, give me up to justice, clear yourself. But if you would crush me more than by the heaviest curse, never again speak to me with such dreadful tenderness, cling not to me, old man, release me, I say, threther off. Ah, I did not hurt you, brute, that I am you, bless me you, and I dare not bless again. Let me go, let me go, let me go. He wrenched himself away from his father's clasp, running, with loud tone, his father's pathetic soothings out of the house on the hillost, to sight in the shades of the falling eve. Chapter Romans 6. Gentleman Waif does not forget an old friend. The old friend reconciles astrology to prudence, and is under the influence of benefice. Mr. Hartop, hat in hand, to Gentleman Waif. Waif fell on the floor of his threshold, exclaiming, sobbing, moaning, as voice itself gradually died away. The dog, who had been shut out from the house and remained ears, erect, head drooping close at the door, rushed in. As Jasper burst forth, the two listeners at the open casement now stole round. There was the dog, its paw on the old man's shoulder, trying to attract his notice, and whining tenderly, reverentially, they lift the poor martyr, evermore cleared in their eyes from stain, from question, the dishonouring brand transmuted into the hallowing cross. And when the old man at length recovered consciousness, his head was pillowed on the breast of the spotless noble preacher, and the decorous English trader, with instinctive deference for repute and respect for law, was kneeling by his side, clasping his hand. And as wife glanced down, confusedly wondering, Hartop exclaimed, half sobbing, forgive me, you said I should repent. If I knew all, I do repent, I do. Forgive me, I shall never forgive myself. Have I been dreaming? What is all this you hear too, Mr. George? But, there was another gone, Argonegon, lost. How did you overhear us? We overheard you at that window. See, spite of yourself, heaven lets your innocence be known, and in that innocence your sublime self-sacrifice. Hush, you will never betray me, either of you, never. A father turn against his son, horrible. Again he seemed on the point of swooning. In a few moments more, his mind began evidently to wander somewhat, and just as Merrill, who with his urchin guide had wandered vainly over the old town in search of the peddler, until told that he had been seen in a by-street, stopped, and accosted by a tall man in a rough greatcoat, and then hurrying off followed by the stranger, came back to report his ill success, Hartop and George had led Waif upstairs into his sleeping room, laid him down on his bed, and were standing beside him, watching his troubled face and whispering to each other in alarm. Waif overheard Hartop proposing to go in search of medical assistance, and exclaimed piteously, no, that would scare me to death, no doctors, no eavesdroppers, leave me to myself quiet and darkness, I shall be well tomorrow. George drew the curtains round the bed, and Waif caught him by the arm. You will not let out what you heard. I know you understand how little I can now care for men's judgments, but how dreadful it would be to undo all I have done, I to be witness against my Liz's child. I trust you, dear Mr. Morley, make Mr. Hartop sensible, that if he would not drive me mad, not a syllable of what he heard must go forth, 'twould be base in him. Nay, said Hartop, whispering also through the darkness, don't fear me, I will hold my peace, though 'tis very hard not to tell Williams at least that you did not take me in, but you shall be obeyed. They drew away Merle, who was wondering what the whispered talk was about, catching a word or two here and there, and left the old man not quite to solitude. Waif's hand, in quitting George's grasp, dropped on the dog's head. Hartop went back to his daughter's home in a state of great excitement, drinking more wine than usual at dinner, talking more magisterially than he had ever been known to talk, railing quite misanthropically against the world, observing that Williams had become unsufferably overbearing, and should be pensioned off, in short, casting the whole family into the greatest perplexity. To guess what had come to the mild man, Merle found himself a lodging, and cast a horary scheme as to what would happen to Waif and himself for the next 3 months, and found all the aspects so perversely contradictory that he owned he was no wiser as to the future than he was before the scheme was cast. George Morley remained in the cottage, stealing up from time to Waif's room, but not fatiguing him with talk before midnight. The old man slept, but his slumber was much perturbed as if by fearful dreams. However, he rose early, very weak, but free from fever, and in full possession of his reason. To George's delight, Waif's first words to him then were expressive of a wish to return to Sophie. He had dreamed, he said, that he had heard her voice calling out to him to come to her help. He would not revert to the scene with Jasper. George once ventured to touch on that reminiscence, but the old man's look became so imploring that he desisted nevertheless. It was evident to the pastor that Waif's desire to return was induced by his belief that he had become necessary to Sophie's protection. Jasper, whose remorse would probably be very short-lived, had clearly discovered Sophie's residence, and as clearly Waif and Waif alone still retained some hold over his rugged breast. Perhaps, too, the old man had no longer the same dread of encountering Jasper, rather perhaps a faint hope that in another meeting he might more availingly soften his son's heart. He was not only willing then, was eager to depart, and either regained or assumed much of his old cheerfulness in settling with his hostess and parting with Merle, on whom he forced his latest savings, and the tasteful contents of his pannier. Then he took aside George and whispered in his ear, "A very honest, kind-hearted man, sir. Can you deliver him from the planets the bring him into sad trouble? Is there no opening for a cobbler at Humberston?" George nodded and went back to Merle, who was wiping his eyes with his coat sleeve. "My good friend," said the scholar, "do me 2 favors besides the greater one you have already bestowed in conducting me back to a revered friend. First, let me buy of you the contents of that basket. I have children amongst whom I would divide them as heirlooms. Next, as we were travelling hither, you told me that in your younger days, ere you took to craft, which does not seem to have prospered, you were brought up to country pursuits and knew all about cows and sheep, their care, and their maladies. Well, I have a few acres of Glebeland on my own hands, not enough for a bailiff, too much for my gardener, and a pretty cottage which once belonged to a schoolmaster, but we have built him a larger one. It is now vacant, and at your service. Come and take all trouble of land and stock off my hands. We shall not quarrel about the salary, but hark I, my friend, in one privacy give up the crystal, and leave the stars to mind their own business." "Please your reverence," said Merle, who at the earlier part of the address had evinced the most grateful emotion, but who at the proviso which closed it jerked himself lip dignified and displeased. "Please your reverence, no, Kit Merle is not so unnatural as to swap away his significator at birth for a mess of porridge. There was that foreign chap Galilea, stuck to the stars or the sun, which is the same thing 'gain. The stars stuck by him, and brought him honour and glory, though the parsons war dead agin him. He had malefics in his 9th house, which belongs to parsons." "Can't the matter be compromised, dear Mr. George?" said Waif persuasively. "Suppose Merle promises to keep his crystal and astrological schemes to himself, or at least only talk of them to youth. He can't hurt you, I should think, sir, and science is a sacred thing, Merle. And the Chaldees, who were the great stargazers, never degraded themselves by showing off to the vulgar. Mr. George, who is a scholar, will convince you of that fact." "Content," said George, "so long as Mr. Merle will leave my children and servants and the parish generally in happy ignorance of the future, I give him the fullest leave to discuss his science with myself whenever we chat together on summer moons or in winter evenings, and perhaps I may be converted," said Waif, with a twinkling gleam of the playful humour which had ever sported along his thorny way by the side of sorrow. "I did not mean that," said the parson, smiling, "rather the contrary. What say you, Merle, is it not a bargain?" "Sir, God bless you," cried Merle simply, "I see you won't let me stand in my own light, and what gentleman Waif says as to the vulgar is uncommon true." This matter settled, and Merle's future secured in a way that his stars or his version of their language had not foretold to him, George and Waif walked on to the station, Merle following with the parson's small carpet-bag, and Sir Isaac charged with Waif's bundle. They had not gone many yards before they met Hartup, who was indeed on his way to Prospect Row. He was vexed at learning Waif was about to leave so abruptly. He had set his heart on coaxing him to return to Gatesborough with himself astounding Williams and Mrs. H., and proclaiming to Market Place and High Street that in deeming Mr. Chapman a good and a great man disguised he Josiah Hartup had not been taken in. He consoled himself a little for Waif's refusal of this kind invitation and unexpected departure by walking proudly beside him to the station, finding it thronged with passengers, some of them great burgesses of Uselford, in whose presence he kept bowing his head to waif with every word he uttered, and calling the guard, who was no stranger to his own name and importance, told him pompously to be particularly attentive to that elderly gentleman, and see that he and his companion had a carriage to themselves all the way, and that Sir Isaac had a particularly comfortable box. A very great man, he said with his finger to his lip, only he will not have it known just at present. The guard stares and promises all deference. He opens the door of a central first-class carriage, assures waif that he and his friend shall not be disturbed by other passengers. The train heaves into movement, heart up, runs on by its side along the stand, his hat off, kissing his hand. Then, as the convoy shoots under yon dark tunnel, and is lost to sight, he turns back, and seeing Merrill, says to him, "You know that gentleman, the old one?" "Yes, a many year." "Ever heard anything against him?" "Yes, answered Gatesborough." "At Gatesborough, and you did not believe it?" "Only just for a moment transiting." "I envy you," said Hartup, and he went off with a sigh. Chapter Romans 7. Jasper loosely in his element, O young reader, whomsoever thou art, on whom nature has bestowed her magnificent gift of physical power, with the joys it commands, with the daring that springs from Eton. Closing this chapter, pause a moment, and think, what wilt thou do with it? Shall it be brute-like or godlike? With what advantage for life its delights, or its peril stoils borne with ease and glories cheap? But dost thou start at life's onset give thy sinews a mind that conceives the heroic, and what noble things thou mayst do, but value thy sinews for rude strength alone, and that strength may be turned to thy shame, and thy torture the wealth of thy life will but tempt to its waste abuse at first felt not, will poison the uses of sense, wild bulls gore and trample their foes. Thou hast soul, wilt thou trample and gore it? Jasper loosely, on quitting his father, spent his last coins in payment for his horse's food, and in fiery drink for himself. In haste he mounted, in haste he spurred on to London, not even pence for the toll bars. Where he found the gates open, he dashed through them headlong, where closed as the night advanced, he forced his horse across the fields, over hedge and ditch more than once, the animal falling with him more than once thrown from the saddle, for while a most daring, he was not a very practised rider, but it was not easy to break bones so strong, and though bruised and dizzy, he continued his fierce way. At morning, his horse was thoroughly exhausted, and at the first village he reached after sunrise, he left the poor beast at an inn, and succeeded in borrowing of the landlord L1 on the pawn of the horse thus left as hostage. Resolved to husband this sum, he performed the rest of his journey on foot. He reached London at night, and went straight to Cutts' lodgings. Cutts was, however, in the clubroom of those dark associates against whom Loosely had been warned, oblivious of his solemn promise to Arabella. Jasper startled the revellers as he stalked into the room, and towards the chair of honour at the far end of it, on which he had been accustomed to lord it over the fell groups he had treated out of Poole's purse. One of the biggest and most redoubted of the Black family was now in that seat of dignity, and refusing surlily to yield it at Jasper's rude summons, was seized by the scruff of the neck, and literally hurled on the table in front, coming down with clatter and clash amongst mugs and glasses. Jasper seated himself coolly, while the hubbub began to swell and roared for drink. An old man, who served as drawer to these cavaliers, went out to obey the order, and when he was gone, those near the door swung across it. A heavy bar wrath against the domineering intruder was gathering, and waited but the moment to explode. Jasper, turning round his bloodshot eyes, saw Cutts within a few chairs of him, seeking to shrink out of sight. "Cutts, come hither," cried he imperiously. Cutts did not stir. "Throw me that cur this way, you who sit next him." Don't, his mad fit is on him. He will murder me who have helped and saved you all so often. Stand by me." We will, said both his neighbours, the one groping for his case-knife, the other for his revolver. "Do you fear I should lop your ears, dog?" cried Jasper, "for shrinking from my side with your tail between your legs? Pooh! I scorn to waste force on a thing so small. After all, I am glad you left me. I did not want you. You will find your horse at an inn in the village. I will pay for its hire whenever we meet again. Meanwhile, find another master. I discharge you, mill tunnerers. Why does that weasel-faced snail not bring me the brandy by your leaving?" He appropriated to himself the brimming glass of his next neighbour. Thus refreshed, he glanced round through the reek of tobacco smoke, saw the man he had dislodged, and who, rather amazed than stunned by his fall, had kept silence on rising, and was now ominously interchanging muttered words with two of his comrades who were also on their legs. Jasper turned from him contemptuously, with increasing contempt in his hard, fierce sneer. noted the lowering frowns on either side the pandemonium, and it was only with an angry flash from his eyes that he marked on closing his survey the bar dropped across the door, and two forms knife in hand, stationed at the threshold. "Aha, my jolly companions," said he, "then you do right to bar the door. Prudent families can't settle their quarrels too snugly amongst themselves. I am come here on purpose to give you all a proper scolding, and if some of you don't hang your heads for shame before I have done, you'll die more game than I think for whenever you come to the last drop." He rose as he thus spoke, folding his sinewy arms across his wide chest. Most of the men had risen too, some, however, remained seated. There might be 18 or 20 in all. Every eye was fixed on him, and many a hand was on a deadly weapon. "Scum of the earth," burst forth Jasper with voice like a roll of thunder, "I stooped to come amongst you, I shared amongst you my money. Was any one of you too poor to pay up his club veto by a draught of forgetfulness? I said, brother, take, did brawl break out in your jolitis, were knives drawn a throat, endangereth his right band, struck down the uproar, crushed back the coward murder. If I did not join in your rogueries, it was because they were sneaking and pitiful. I came as your patron, not as your pal. I did not meddle with your secrets, did not touch your plunder. I owed you nothing awful that you are to me. You owed drink and meat and good fellowship. I gave you mirth, and I gave you law, and in return ye laid a plot amongst you to get rid of Mehow. Ye white-livered scoundrels, oh ho, not by those fists and knives and bludgeons, all your pigeon breasts clubbed together, had not manhood for that, but to palm off upon me some dastardly deed of your own, by snares and scraps of false evidence, of false oaths, to no doubt smuggle me off to the hangman. That was your precious contrivance. Once again I am here, but this once only. What for? We to laugh at and spit at and spurn you, and if one man amongst you has in him an ounce of man's blood, let him show me the traitors who planned that pitiful project, and be they a dozen, they shall carry the mark of this hand, till their carcasses go to the surgeon's scalpel." He ceased, though each was now hustling the other towards him, and the whole pack of miscreants was closing up like hounds round a wild boar at bay. The only one who gave audible tongue was that thin splinter of life called Cuts. "Look you, General Jas, it was all a mistake your ever coming here. You were a fine fellow once, particularly in the French way of doing business, large prizes and lots of row. That don't suit us, we are quiet Englishmen. You brag of beading and bullying the gentlemen who admit you amongst them, and of not sharing their plans or risks, but that sort of thing is quite out of order. No precedent for it. How do we know that you are not a spy, or could not be made one, since you say you owe us nothing, and hold us in such scorn? Truth is, we are all sick of you. You say you only come this once. Very well, you have spun your yarn. Oh, go, that's all we want. Go in peace, and never trouble us again. Gentlemen, I move that General Jas be expelled this club, and requested to withdraw." "I second it," said the man whom Jasper had flung on the table. "Those who are in favor of the resolution, hold up their hands." Carried unanimously. "General Jas is expelled." "Expel me," said Jasper, who in the mean, while swaying to and fro, his brawny bulk had cleared the space round him, and stood resting his hands on the heavy armchair from which he had risen. A hostile and simultaneous movement of the group brought 4 or 5 of the foremost on him. Up rose the chair on which Jasper had leaned. Up it rose in his right hand, and 2 of the assailants fell as falls an ox to the butcher's blow. With his left hand he wrenched a knife from a third of the foes, and thus armed with blade and buckler he sprang on the table. Towering over all before him was the man with the revolver, a gentler outlaw than the rusticatoffleaf man who had been transported for forgery. "Shall I shoot him?" whispered this knave. To Cuts drew back the hesitating arm. "No, the noise bludgeons safer pounce." As Cuts whispered, pounce as a hawk on its quarry darted Jasper's swoop on the forger, and the next moment flinging the chair in the faces of those who were now swarming up the table. Jasper was armed with the revolver which he had clutched from its startled owner, and its 6 barrels threatened death right and left, beside and before and around him. As he turned from face to face, instantly there fell a hush. Instantly the assault paused. Everyone felt that there no faltering would make the hand tremble or the ball swerve. Wherever Jasper turned, the foes recoiled. He laughed with audacious mockery as he surveyed the recreants. "Down with your arms, each of you, on that knife, down that bludgeon, that's well down. Yours the yoursiers, what all down, pile them here on the table at my feet. Dogs, what do you fear? Death, the first who refuses dies. Mute and servile as a repentant legion to a Caesar's order, the knaves piled their weapons. Unbar the door, you two, you orator. Cuts, go in front, light a candle open the street door. So, who will treat me with a parting cup to your healths? Thank you, sir. Fall back. There, stand back along the wall, each of you. Line my way. Ho, you harm may you don't, may you stop. I have a resolution to propose. Hear it, and cheer that this meeting rescinds the resolution for the expulsion of General Jasper, and entreats him humbly to remain the pride and ornament of the club. Those who are for that resolution hold up their hands, many as are against it. Theirs carried unanimously. Gentlemen, I thank you proudest day of my life, but I'll see you hanged first. Until that sight diverts me. Gentlemen, your health. Descending from his eminence, he passed slowly down the room unscathed, unmenaced, and with a low mocking bow at the threshold strode along the passage to the street door, there seeing Cuts with the light in his hand. He uncocked the pistol, striking off the caps, and giving it to his quondam associate, said, "Return that to its owner with my compliments. One word, speak truth, and fear nothing. Did you send help to Darrell?" "No, I swear it." "I am sorry for it. I should like to have owed so trusty a friend that one favor. Go back to your pals. Understand now why I scorn to work with such rotten tools." "A wonderful fellow indeed," muttered Cuts, as his eye followed the receding form of the triumphant Bravo. "All London might look to itself, if he had more solid brains, and less liquid fire in them." Chapter Roman 8. Jasper loosely sleeps under the portico from which falsehood was born. By black horses he forgets a promise, reweaves a scheme, visits a riverside, and a door closes on the strong man and the grim woman. Jasper had satisfied the wild yearnings of his wounded vanity. He had vindicated his claim to hardihood, an address which, it seemed to him, he had forfeited in his interview with Darrell with crest erect, and a positive sense of elation, of animal joy that predominated over hunger, fatigue, remorse. He strided on, who knew not whither. He would not go back to his former lodgings. They were too familiarly known to the set which he had just flung from him, with a vague resolve to abjure henceforth all accomplices and trust to himself alone. The hour was now lateth, streets deserted, air bitingly cold. Must he at last resign himself to the loathed dictation of Arabella Cram? Well, he now preferred even that to humbling himself to Darrell. After what had passed, Darrell's parting words had certainly implied that he would not be as obdurate to entreaty as he had shown himself to threats. But Jasper was in no humour to entreat mechanically. He continued to stride on towards the solitary district in which Arabella held her home, but the night was now so far advanced that he shrunk from disturbing the grim woman at that hour, almost as respectfully afraid of her dark eye and stern voice as the outlaws he had quitted were of his own crushing hand and levelled pistol. So, finding himself in one of the large squares of Bloomsbury, he gathered himself up under the sheltering porch of a spacious mansion, unconscious that it was the very residence which Darrell had once occupied, and that from that portico the black horses had borne away the mother of his wife in a few minutes. He was fast asleep, sleeping with such heavy death-like soundness that the policeman passing him on his beat, after one or two vain attempts to rouse him, was seized with a rare compassion, and suffered the weary outcast to slumber on. When Jasper woke at last in the grey dawn, he felt a strange numbness in his limbs. It was even with difficulty that he could lift himself up. This sensation, gradually wearing off, was followed by a quick tingling down the arms to the tips of the fingers. A gloomy noise rang in his ears like the boom of funeral church bells, and the pavement seemed to be sliding from under him. Little heeding these symptoms, which he ascribed to cold and want of food, and rather agreeably surprised not to feel the gnaw of his accustomed pains, Jasper now betook himself to Pardon Place. The house was still unclosed, and it was not till Jasper's knock had been pretty often repeated that the bolts were withdrawn from the door, and Bridget Greggs appeared. "Oh, it is you, Mr. Loosely," she said with much sullenness, but with no apparent surprise. "Mistress thought you would come while she was away, and I am to get you the bedroom you had over the stationer's 6 years ago. If you like it, you are to take your meals here, and have the best of everything. That's mistress orders." "Oh, Mrs. Crane is out of town," said Jasper, much relieved. "Where has she gone?" "I don't know." "When will she be back?" "In a few days, so she told me." "Will you walk in and have breakfast? Mistress said there was to be always plenty in the house. You might come any moment. Please scrape your feet." Jasper heavily mounted into the drawing-room, and impatiently awaited the substantial refreshments which were soon placed before him. The room looked unaltered, as if he had left it but the day before. Prim bookshelves, empty birdcage, broken lute, patent easy-chair, footstooled sofa, which had been added to the original furniture for his express comfort in the days when he was first adopted as a sarnie, on the hearthrug, the very slippers on the back of the chair, the very dressing-gown graciously worn by him, while yet the fairness of his form justified his fond respect for it. For that day he was contented with the negative luxury of complete repose, the more so as in every attempt to move he felt the same numbness of limb as that with which he had woke, accompanied by a kind of painful weight at the back of the head, and at the junction which the great seat of intelligence forms at the spine with the great mainspring of force, and withal a reluctance to stir, and a more than usual inclination to doze. But the next day, though these unpleasant sensations continued, his impatience of thought and hate of solitude made him anxious to go forth and seek some distraction. No distraction left to him, but the gaming table, no companions, but fellow victims in that sucking whirlpool. Well he knew a low gaming house open all day as all night. Wishing to add somewhat to the miserable remains of the L1 borrowed on the horse that made all his capital, he asked Bridget, indifferently, to oblige him with 2 or 3 sovereigns. If she had them not, she might borrow them in the neighbourhood, till her mistress returned. Bridget answered with ill-simulated glee that her mistress had given positive orders that Mr. Loosely was to have everything he called for except money. Jasper coloured with wrath and shame, but he said no more. Whistled, took his hat, went out, repaired to the gaming house, lost his last shilling, and returned moodily to dine in pardon, place the austerity of the room. The loneliness of the evening began now to inspire him with unmitigated disgust, which was added in fresh account to his old score of repugnance for the absent Arabella. The affront put upon him in the orders which Bridget had so faithfully repeated made him yet more distastefully contemplate the dire necessity of falling under the rigid despotism of this determined guardian. It was like going back to a preparatory school to be mulcted of pocket money, and set in a dark corner. But what other resource? None but appeal to Darrell, still more intolerable, except he paused in his cogitation, shook his head, muttered no, but that except would return, except to forget his father's prayer, and his own promise, except to hunt out Sophie and extract from the generosity, compassion, or fear of her protectress some such conditions as he would have wrung from Darrell. He had no doubt now that the girl was with Lady Montfort. He felt that if she really loved Sophie, and was sheltering her in tender recollection, whether of Matilda or of Darrell himself, he might much more easily work on the delicate nerves of a woman, shrinking from all noise and scandal, than he could on the stubborn pride of his resolute father-in-law. Perhaps it was on account of Sophie, perhaps to plead for her, that Lady Montfort had gone to folly. Perhaps the grief visible on that lady's countenance, as he caught so hasty a glimpse of it, might be occasioned by the failure of her mission. If so, there might be now some breach or dissension between her and Darrell, which might render the Marchioness still more accessible to his demands. As for his father, if Jasper played his cards well, and luckily his father might never know of his disobedience, he might coax or frighten Lady Montfort into secrecy. It might be quite unnecessary for him even to see Sophie. If she caught sight of him, she would surely no more recognize his altered features than Rugg had done. These thoughts gathered on him stronger and stronger all the evening, and grew into resolves. With the next morning he sallied out after breakfast, same numbness, but he walked it off easy enough to find the address of the Marchioness of Montfort. He asked it boldly of the porter at the well-known house of the present lord, and on learning it proceeded at once to Richmond and foot, and thence to the small scattered hamlet immediately contiguous to Lady Montfort's villa. Here he found 2 or 3 idle boatmen lounging near the riverside, and entering into conversation with them about their craft, which was sufficiently familiar to him, for he had plied the strongest oar on that tide in the holidays of his youth. He proceeded to inquiries, which were readily and unsuspectingly answered. Yes, there was a young lady with Lady Montfort. They did not know her name. They had seen her often in the lawn, seen her too at church. She was very pretty. Yes, she had blue eyes and fair hair. Of his father he only heard that there had been an old gentleman, such as he described, lame, and with one eye, who had lived some months ago in a cottage on Lady Montfort's grounds. They heard he had gone away. He had made baskets. They did not know if for sale, if so perhaps for charity. They supposed he was a gentleman, for they heard he was some relation to the young lady, but Lady Montfort's head coachman lived in the village, and could no doubt give him all the information he required. Jasper was too wary to call on the coachman. He had learned enough for the present. Had he prosecuted his researches farther, he might only have exposed himself to questions, and to the chance of his inquiries being repeated to Lady Montfort by one of her servants, and thus setting her on her guard, for no doubt his father had cautioned her against him. It never occurred to him that the old man could already have returned, and those to whom he confined his interrogatories were quite ignorant of the fact. Jasper had no intention to intrude himself that day on Lady Montfort. His self-love shrank from presenting himself to a lady of such rank, and to whom he had been once presented on equal terms, as the bridegroom of her friend, and the confidential visitor to her mother, in habiliments that bespoke so utter a fall. Better, too, on all accounts, to appear something of a gentleman, more likely to excite pity for suffering, less likely to suggest excuse for rebutting his claims, and showing him to the door. Nay, indeed, so dressed in that villainous pea-jacket, and with all other habiliments to match, would any servant admit him. Could he get into Lady Montfort's presence, he must go back, wait for Mrs. Crane's return doubtless, She would hail his wish half a reform in itself to cast off the outward signs of an accepted degradation. Accordingly, he went back to town in much better spirits, and so absorbed in his hopes that, when he arrived at Pardon Place, he did not observe that from some obliquity of vision, or want of the normal correspondence between will and muscle, his hand twice missed the knocker wandering first above then below it, and that when actually in his clasp he did not feel the solid iron, the sense of touch seemed suspended. Bridget appeared. Mistress is come back, and will see you. Jasper did not look charmed. He winced, but screwed up his courage, and mounted the stair slowly. Heavily formed the landing place above, glared down the dark shining eyes that had almost quailed his bold spirit nearly 6 years before, and almost in the same words as then, a voice as exulting but less stern said, "So you come at last to me, Jasper. Loosely you are come." Rapidly, flittingly, with a step noiseless as a spectre's, Arabella Crane descended the stairs, but she did not, as when he first sought that house in the years before, grasp his hand or gaze into his face. Rather, it was with a shrinking avoidance of his touch, with something like a shudder, that she glided by him into the open drawing-room, beckoning him to follow. He halted a moment. He felt a longing to retreat. Oh, fly the house! His superstitious awe of her very benefits came back to him more strongly than ever, but her help at the moment was necessary to his very hope, to escape all future need of her. And though with a vague foreboding of unconjecturable evil, he stepped into the room, and the door closed on both. Book Roman 11, Chapter Roman 1. The course of true love never does run smooth, may it not be? Because where there are no obstacles there are no tests to the truth of love. Where the course is smooth the stream is crowded with pleasure rowboats. Where the wave swells and the shoals threaten and the sky lowers, the pleasure rowboats have gone back into harbour. Ships fitted for rough weather are those built and stored for long voyage. I pass over the joyous meeting between Waif and Sophie. I pass over George's account to his fair cousin of the scene he and Hartop had witnessed, in which Waif's innocence had been manifested, and his reasons for accepting the penalties of guilt had been explained. The first few agitated days following Waif's return have rolled away. He is resettled in the cottage from which he had fled. He refuses, as before, to take up his abode at Lady Montfort's house, but Sophie has been almost constantly his companion, and Lady Montfort herself has spent hours with him each day, sometimes in his rustic parlour, sometimes in the small garden plot round his cottage, to which his rambles are confined. George has gone back to his home and duties at Humberston, promising very soon to revisit his old friend and discuss future plans. The scholar, though with a sharp pang conceding to Waif that all attempt publicly to clear his good name at the cost of reversing the sacrifice he had made must be forborne, could not however be induced to pledge himself to unconditional silence. George felt that there were at least some others to whom the knowledge of Waif's innocence was imperatively due. Waif is seated by his open window. It is noon. There is sunshine in the pale blue skeeson, unusual softness in the wintry air. His Bible lies on the table beside him. He has just set his mark in the page, and reverently closed the book. He is alone. Lady Montfort, who, since her return from Fawley, has been suffering from a kind of hectic fever, accompanied by a languor that made even the walk to Waif's cottage a fatigue, which the sweetness of her kindly nature enabled her to overcome, and would not permit her to confess she's been so much worse that morning as to be unable to leave her room. Sophie has gone to see her. Waif is now leaning his face upon his hand, and that face is sadder and more disquieted than it lead been perhaps in all his wanderings. His darling Sophie is evidently unhappy. Her sorrow had not been visible during the first 2 or 3 days of his return, chased away by the joy of seeing him, the excitement of tender reproach and question-off tears that seemed as joyous as the silvery laugh which responded to the gaiety that sported round the depth of feeling with which he himself beheld her once more clinging to his side, or seated with upward loving eyes on the footstool by his knees. Even at the first look, however, he had found her altered. Her cheek was thinner, her colour paled, that might be from fretting for him. She would be herself again now that her tender anxiety was relieved, but she did not become herself again. The arch and playful Sophie he had left was gone, as if never to return. He marked that her step, once so bounding, had become slow and spiritless. Often, when she sat near him seemingly reading, or at her work, he noticed that her eyes were not on the Pagathat. The work stopped abruptly in listless hands, and then he would hear her sigh, a heavy but short impatient sigh, no mistaking that sigh by those who have studied grief, whether in maid or man, in young or old, in the gentle Sophie, so new to life, or in the haughty Darrell, weary of the world, and shrinking from its honours. That sigh had the same character, a like symptom of a malady in common, the same effort to free the heart from an oppressive load, the same token of a sharp and rankling remembrance lodged deep in that finest nervework of being which no anodyne can reach, a pain that comes without apparent cause, and is sought to be expelled without conscious effort. The old man feared at first that she might by some means or other in his absence have become apprised of the brand on his own name, the verdict that had blackened his repute, the sentence that had hurled him from his native sphere, or that as her reason had insensibly matured she herself, reflecting on all the mystery that surrounded him, his incognitos, his hidings, the incongruity between his social grade and his education or bearing, and his repeated acknowledgments that there were charges against him which compelled him to concealment, and from which he could not be cleared on earth, that she, reflecting on all these evidences to his disfavour, had either secretly admitted into her breast a conviction of his guilt, or that as she grew up to woman she had felt through him the disgrace entailed upon herself, or if such were not the cause of her sadness, had she learned more of her father's evil courses, had an emissary of Jasper's worked upon her sensibilities, or her fears? No, that could not be the case, since whatever the grounds upon which Jasper had conjectured that Sophie was with Lady Montfort, the accuracy of his conjectures had evidently been doubted by Jasper himself, or why so earnestly have questioned Waif, had she learned that she was the grandchild and natural heiress of a man wealthy, and renowned a chief, amongst the chiefs of England, who rejected her with disdain? Was she pining for her true position, or mortified by the contempt of a kinsman, whose rank so contrasted the vagrancy of the grandsire, by whom alone she was acknowledged? Tormented by these doubts, he was unable to solve them by such guarded and delicate questions as he addressed to Sophie herself, for she, when he falteringly asked what ailed his darling, would start, brighten up, for the moment answer nothing now that he had come back, kiss his forehead, play with Sir Isaac, and then manage furtively to glide away. But the day before that in which we now see him alone, he had asked her abruptly if during his absence anyone besides George Morley had visited at Lady Montfort's, anyone whom she had seen, and Sophie's cheek had as suddenly become crimson, then deadly pale, and first she said no, and then yes, and after a pause looking away from him, she added, the young gentleman how helped us to buy Sir Isaac, he has visited Lady Montfort, related to some dear friend of hers. What, the painter? Nor the other with the dark eyes? Houghton, said Waif with an expression of great pain in his face. Yes, Mr. Houghton, but he has not been here a long time. He will not come again, I believe. Her voice quivered despite herself at the last words, and she began to bustle about the room, filled Waif's pipe, thrust it into his hands, with a laugh, the false mirth of which went to his very heart, and then stepped from the open window into the little garden, and began to sing one of Waif's favourite simple old border songs. But before she got through the first line the song ceased, and she was as lost to sight as a ringdove whose note comes and goes so quickly amongst the impenetrable coverts. But Waif had heard enough to justify profound alarm for Sophie's peace of mind, and to waken in his own heart some of its most painful associations. The reader who knows the wrong inflicted on William Loseley by Lionel Houghton's father, a wrong which led to all poor Willie's subsequent misfortunes, may conceive that the very name of Houghton was wounding to his ear. And when in his brief soul and bitter interview with Darrell the latter had dropped out that Lionel Houghton, however distant of kin, would be a more grateful heir than the grandchild of a convicted felon, if Willie's sweet nature could have admitted a momentary hate, it would have been for the thus vaunted son of the man who had stripped him of the modest, all which would perhaps have saved his own child from the robber's guilt and himself from the robber's doom. Long since, therefore, the reader will have comprehended why, when Waif came to meet Sophie at the riverside, and learned at the inn on its margin that the name of her younger companion was Lionel Houghton, I say he had so morosely parted from the boy, and so imperiously bade Sophie dismiss all thought of meeting the pretty young gentleman again. And now again, this very Lionel Houghton to have stolen into the retreat, in which poor Waif had deemed he left his treasure so secure. Was it for this he had fled from her? Did he return to find her youth blighted, her affections robbed from him by the son of Charles Houghton? The father had despoiled his manhood of independence. Must it be the son who despoiled his age of its only solace? Grant even that Lionel was worthy of Sophie, grant that she had been loyally wooed, must not that attachment be fruitless, fatal, if Lionel were really now adopted by Darrell? Waif knew human nature too well to believe that Darrell would complacently hear Lionel ask a wife in her, whose claim to his lineage had so galled and incensed him. It was while plunged in these torturing reflections that Lady Montfort, not many minutes after Sophie's song had ceased and her form vanished, had come to visit him, and he at once accosted her with agitated inquiries. When had Mr. Houghton first presented himself? How often had he seen Sophie? What had passed between them? Did not Lady Montfort see that his darling's heart was breaking. But he stopped as suddenly as he had rushed into his thorny maze of questions, for looking imploringly into Caroline Montfort's face, he saw there more settled signs of a breaking heart than Sophie had yet betrayed despite her paleness, and her sighs sad indeed the change in her countenance, since he had left the place months ago though waif absorbed in Sophie, had not much remarked it, till now when seeking to read therein secrets that concerned his darling's welfare. Lady Montfort's beauty was so perfect in that rare harmony of feature, which poets before Byron have compared to music, that sorrow could no more mar the effect of that beauty on the eye than pathos can mar the effect of the music that admits it on the ear. But the change in her face seemed that of a sorrow which has lost all earthly hope. Waif therefore checked questions that took the tone of reproaches, and involuntarily murmured pardon. Then Caroline Montfort told him all the tender projects she had conceived for his grandchild's happiness, show, finding Lionel so disinterested and noble she had imagined she saw in him the providential agent to place Sophie in the position to which Waif had desired to raise her Lionel to share with her the heritage of which he might otherwise despoil her, both to become the united source of joy and of pride to the childless man who now favoured the one to exclude the other. Nor in these schemes had the absent wanderer been forgotten. No, could Sophie's virtues once be recognised by Darrell, and her alleged birth acknowledged by him, could the guardian, who in fostering those virtues to bloom by Darrell's hearth, had laid under the deepest obligations, one who, if unforgiving to treachery, was grateful for the humblest service, could that guardian justify the belief in his innocence which George Morley had ever entertained, and as it now proved with reason, then where on all earth a man like Guy Darrell to vindicate William Loseley's attainted honour, or from whom William Loseley might accept cherishing friendship and independent ease with so indisputable a right to both, such had been the picture that the fond and sanguine imagination of Caroline Montfort had drawn from generous hope and coloured with tender fancies. But alas for such castles in the air, all had failed. She had only herself to blame. Instead of securing Sophie's welfare, she had endangered Sophie's happiness. They whom she had desired to unite were irrevocably separated. Bitterly she accused herself her error in relying so much on Lionel's influence with Darrell, and her own early remembrance of Darrell's affectionate nature and singular sympathies with the young man, thus suffering Lionel and Sophie to grow familiar with each other's winning characters and carry on childlike romance into maturer sentiment. She spoke though briefly of her visit to Darrell, and its ill success, off the few letters that had passed since then between herself and Lionel, in which it was settled that he should seek no parting interview with Sophie. He had declared to Sophie no formal suit they had exchanged, no lover's vows. It would be therefore but a dishonourable cruelty to her to say, "I come to tell you that I love you, and that we must part forever," and how avow the reason that would humble her to the dust. Lionel was forbidden to wed with one whom Jasper Loseley called daughter, and whom the guardian she so venerated believed to be his grandchild. All of comfort that Lady Montfort could suggest was that Sophie was so young that she would conquer what might be but a girl's romantic sentiment, or, if a more serious attachment, one that no troth had cemented for a person she might not see again for years. Lionel was negotiating exchange into a regiment on active service. Meanwhile, said Lady Montfort, "I shall never wed again. I shall make it known that I look on your Sophie as the child of my adoption. If I do not live to save sufficient for her out of an income that is more than thrice what I require, I have instructed my lawyers to ensure my life for her provision. It will be ample. Many a wooer, captivating as Lionel and free from the scruples that fetter his choice, will be proud to kneel at the feet of one so lovely. This rank of mine, which has never yet bestowed on me a joy, now becomes of value, since it will give dignity to Matilda's child." And to Lady Montfort sobbed. Waif listened respectfully, and for the time was comforted. Certainly in his own heart he was glad that Lionel Houghton was permanently separated from Sophie. There was scarcely a man on earth of fair station and repute to whom he would have surrendered Sophie with so keen a pang as to Charles Houghton's son. The poor young lovers, all the stars seemed against them. Was it not enough that Guy Darrell should be so obdurate, must the mild William Loseley be also a malefic in their horoscope? But when that same evening the old man more observantly than ever watched his grandchild, his comfort vanished. Misgivings came over him, felt assured that the fatal shaft had been broken in the wound, and that the heart was bleeding inly. True, not without prophetic insight had Arabella Crane said to the pining but resolute quiet child behind the scenes of Mr. Rugges, "Show how much you will love one day." All that night Waif lay awake, pondering revolving Jex Hosting, that wondrous fertility of resource which teemed in his inventive brain. In vain And now the day after this conversation with Lady Montfort, whose illness grieves, but does not surprise him no, as he sits and thinks and gazes abstractedly into that far pale winter sky no, the old man is still scheming how to reconcile a human loving heart to the eternal loss of that affection, which has so many perishable counterfeits, but which when true in all its elements, complete in all its varied wealth of feeling, is never to be forgotten, and never to be replaced. Chapter Roman 2, An Offering to the Manes. 3 sides of Waif's cottage were within Lady Montfort's grounds. The 4th side, with its more public entrance, bordered the lane. Now, as he thus sate, he was startled by a low timid ring at the door, which opened on the lane. Who could it be? Not Jasper. He began to tremble. The ring was repeated. One woman-servant composed all his establishment. He heard her opening the door, heard a low voice. It seemed a soft, fresh young voice. His room door opened, and the woman, who of course knew the visitor by sight and name, having often remarked him on the grounds with Lady Montfort and Sophie, said in a cheerful tone, as if bringing good news, "Mr. Lionel Houghton." Scarcely was the door closed, scarcely the young man in the room before, with all his delightful passionate frankness, Lionel had clasped Waif's reluctant hand in both his own, and with tears in his eyes and choking in his voice, was pouring forth sentences so loosely knit together that they seemed almost incoherent. Now a burst of congratulation, a falter of condolence, and words that seemed to supplicate as for pardon to an offence of his own rapid transitions, from enthusiasm to pity, from joy to grief, variable with the stormy April of a young, fresh, hearty nature. Taken so wholly by surprise, Waif, in vain attempting to appear cold and distant, and only very vaguely comprehending what the unwelcome visitor so confusedly expressed, at last found voice to interrupt the jet and gush of Lionel's impetuous emotion, and said as dryly as he could, "I am really at a loss to conceive the cause of what appears to be meant as congratulations to me, and reproaches to yourself, Mr. or his lips could not complete the distasteful name. My name shocks you, no wonder," said Lionel, deeply mortified, and bowing down his head, as he gently dropped the old man's hand. "Reproaches to myself, sir, I am here, as Charles Houghton's son." "What?" exclaimed Waif. "You know, how could you know that Charles Houghton—" Lionel interrupting, "I know, his own lips confessed his shame to have so injured you." Waif: "Confessed to whom?" Lionel: "To Alban Morley. Relieve me, my father's remorse was bitter, it dies not in his grave, it lives in me. I have so longed to meet with William Loseley." Waif seated himself in silence, shading his face with one hand, while with the other he made a slight gesture, as if to discourage or rebuke farther allusion to ancient wrong. Lionel, in quick accents, but more connected meaning, went on, "I have just come from Mr. Darrell, where I and Colonel Morley," here Lionel's countenance was darkly troubled, "have been staying some days. 2 days ago I received this letter from George Morley, forwarded to me from London. It says, let me read it. You will rejoice to learn that our dear Waif, pardon that name, I have no other, go on, is once more with his grandchild." Here Lionel sighed heavily. "I, like Sophie's, you will rejoice yet more to learn that it has pleased Heaven to allow me and another witness, who some years ago had been misled into condemning Waif, to be enabled to bear incontrovertible testimony to the complete innocence of my beloved friend. Nay, more, I say to you most solemnly, that in all which appeared to attest guilt, there has been a virtue which, if known to Mr. Darrell, would make him bow in reverence to that old man. Tell Mr. Darrell so from me, and add that in saying it I express my conviction of his own admiring sympathy for all that is noble and heroic." "Too much, thys is too much," stammered out Waif, restlessly turning away. But, you are folding up the letter, that is all. He does not say more, he does not mention anyone else, eh?" "No, sir, that is all. Thank Heaven he is an honourable man, yet he has said more than he ought, much more than he can prove, or than I." He broke off, and abruptly asked how did Mr. Darrell take these assertions, with an incredulous laugh, why the old rogue had pleaded guilty. Sir Alban Morley was there to speak of the William Loseley, whom he had known, to explain from facts which he had collected at the time of what nature was the evidence not brought forward the motive that induced you to plead guilty. I had long guessed it, flashed in an instant on Guy Darrell. It was not mere guess with him. You ask me what he said. This grand nature George is right, and I do bow my head in reverence. He said that, Guy Darrell, on your honour, he said that. Can you doubt it? Is he not a gentleman? Waif was fairly overcome. But, sir, resumed Lionel, I must not conceal from you that though George's letter and Alban Morley's communications sufficed to satisfy Darrell, without further question your old friend was naturally anxious to learn a more full account in the hope of legally substantiating your innocence. He therefore dispatched by the telegraph a request to his nephew to come at once to Fawley George. Arrived there yesterday. Do not blame him, sir, that we share his secret. You do, good heavens, and that lawyer will be barbarous enough to but no. Has an interest in not accusing of midnight robbery his daughter's husband. Jasper's secret is safe with him, and Colonel Morleisurely, his cruel nephew, will not suffer him to make meme with 1 foot in the grave a witness against my Liz's son. Colonel Morley, at Darrell's suggestion, came with me to London, and if he does not accompany me to you, it is because he is even now busied in finding out your son, not to undo, but to complete the purpose of your self-sacrifice. All other considerations, said Guy, Darrell, must be merged in this one thought, that such a father shall not have been in vain a martyr. Colonel Morley is empowered to treat with your son on any terms, but on this condition, that the rest of his life shall inflict no farther pain, no farther fear on you. This is the sole use to which, without your consent, we have presumed to put the secret we have learned. Do you pardon George now? Waif's lips murmured inaudibly, but his face grew very bright, and as it was raised upwards, Lionel's ear caught the whisper of a name. It was not Jasper, it was Lizzie. Ah, why, said Lionel sadly, and after a short pause, why was I not permitted to be the one to attest your innocence? Clear your name, I who owed to you so vast an hereditary debt, and no, dear Mr. Loosely. Hush, Waif, call me Waif still and always. Willingly, it is the name by which I have accustomed myself to love you. Now listen to me. I am dishonoured, until at least the mere pecuniary debt due to you from my father is paid. Hist. Alban Morley says so. Darrell says he cannot own me as kinsman till that debt is cancelled. Darrell lends me the means to do it. He would share his kinsman's ignominy if he did not. Before I could venture even to come hither, the sum due to you from my father was repaid. I hastened to town yesterday evening, saw Mr. Darrell's lawyer. I have taken a great liberty. I have invested this sum already in the purchase of an annuity for you. Mr. Darrell's lawyer had a client who was in immediate want of the sum due to you, and not wishing permanently to burthen his estate by mortgage, would give a larger interest by way of annuity than the public offices would. Excellent landed security. The lawyer said it would be a pity to let the opportunity slip, so I ventured to act for you. It was all settled this morning. The particulars are on this paper, which I will leave with you. Of course, the sum due to you is not exactly the same as that which my father borrowed before I was born. There is the interest, compound interest, nothing more. I don't understand such matters. Darrell's lawyer made the calculation. It must be right. Waif had taken the paper, glanced at its contents, dropped it in confusion, amazed. Those hundreds lent, swelled into all those thousands returned, and all methodically computed tertiary arithmetical down to fractions, so that every farthing seemed and indeed was his lawful due, and that sum invested in an annuity of a year income, which to poor gentleman Waif seemed a prince's revenue. It is quite a business-like computation, I tell you, sir, all done by a lawyer. It is indeed, cried Lionel, dismayed at Waif's look and gesture. Compound interest will run up to what seems a large amount at first. Every child knows that you can't deny Cocker and calculating tables, and that sort of thing. William Loosely, you cannot leave an eternal load of disgrace on the head of Charles Houghton's son. Poor Charlie Houghton, murmured Waif, and I was feeling bitter against his memory, bitter against his son. How heaven loves to teach us the injustice that dwells in anger, but this cannot be. I thank Mr. Darrell humbly. I cannot take his money. It is not his money, it is mine. He only advances it to me. It costs him really nothing, for he deducts the a year from the allowance he makes me, and I don't want such an absurd allowance as I had before going out of the Guards into the line. I mean to be a soldier in good earnest. Too much pocket money spoils a soldieringly, gets one into scrapes. Alban Morley says the same. Darrell too says right. No gold could buy a luxury like the payment of a father's debt. You cannot grudge me that luxury, you dare not, we, because you are an honest man. Softly, said Waif, let me look at you. Don't talk of money. No, don't let us think of money. What a look of your father. He whom I see before me, Charlie's sweet, bright, playful eyes that might have turned aside from the path of duty a sheriff's officer. And Charlie's happy laugh too at the slightest joke. But this is not Charles, it is all your own touching with gentle finger. Lionel's broad, truthful brow. Poor Charlie, he was grieved. You are right, I remember. So said Lionel, who was now on one knee by Waif's chair. Sir, I have never yet asked man for his blessing, not even Guy. Darrell, will you put your hand on my head? And oh, that in the mystic world beyond us some angel may tell Charles Houghton that William Loosely has blessed his son. Solemnly, but with profound humility, one hand on the Bible beside him, One on the young soldier's bended head. William loosely blessed Charles Hotton's son and, having done so involuntarily, his arms opened, and blessing was followed by embrace. Chapter Roman 3. Nothing so obstinate as a young man's hope, nothing so eloquent as a lover's tongue. Hitherto there had been no reference to Sophie, not Sophie's lover, but Charles Hotton's son had knelt to Waif, and received the old man's blessing, but Waif could not be long forgetful of his darlingner. His anxiety on her account, the expression in his varying face, changed, suddenly. Not half an hour before Lionel Hotton was the last man in the world, to whom willingly he would have consigned his grandchild. Now of all men in the world Lionel Hotton would have been his choice. He sighed heavily. He comprehended by his own changed feelings how tender and profound an affection Lionel Hotton might inspire in a heart so fresh as Sophie's, and so tenacious of the impressions it received, but they were separated forever. She ought not even again to see him. Uneasily Waif glanced towards the open window-rose, involuntarily closed it, and drew down the blind. "You must go now, young gentleman," said he almost churlishly. The quick lover's sense in Lionel divined why the blind was drawn, and the dismissal so abruptly. "Give me your address," said Waif. "I will write about that paper. Don't now stay longer, pray. Do not fear, sir, I am not lingering here with the wish to see her." Waif looked down. "Before I asked the servant to announce me, I took the precaution to learn that you were alone, but a few words more. Hear them patiently. Have you any proof that should satisfy Mr. Darrell's reason that your Sophie is his daughter's child?" "I have Jasper's assurance that she is, and the copy of the nurse's attestation to the same effect. They satisfied me. I would not have asked Mr. Darrell to be as easily contented I could, but have asked him to inquire and satisfy himself, but he would not even hear me." "He will hear you now, and with respect." "He will," cried Waif joyously, "and if he should inquire, and if Sophie should prove to be as I have ever believed his daughter's child, would he not own and receive and cherish her?" "Alas, sir, do not let me pain you, but that is not my hope. If indeed it should prove that your son deceived you, that Sophie is no way related to him, if she should be the child of peasants, but of honest peasants, sir, that is my hope, my last hope. For then I would kneel once more at your feet, and implore your permission to win her affection, and ask her hand. What Mr. Darrell would consent to your union with the child of peasants, and not with his own grandchild. Sir, you rack me to the heart, but if you knew all you would not wonder to hear me say, I dare not ask Mr. Darrell to bless my union with the daughter of Jasper Loosely." Waif suppressed a groan, and began to pace the room with disordered steps. "But," resumed Lionel, "go to folly yourself, seek Darrell, compare the reasons for your belief with his, for rejecting it at this moment. His pride is more subdued than I have ever known it. He will go calmly into the investigation of facts. The truth will become clear. Sir, dear, sir, I am not without a hope. A hope that the child I have so cherished should be nothing in the world to me. Nothing to you is memory, such a shadow's affection, such a weathercock has the love between you and Sophie been only the instinct of kindred blood. Has it not been hallowed by all that makes age and childhood so pure a blessing to each other, rooted in trials born together? Were you not the first who taught her in wanderings, in privations, to see a mother in nature, and pray to a Father which is in heaven? Would all this be blotted out of your soul, if she were not the child of that Son, whom it chills you to remember, sir? If there be no tie to replace the mere bond of kindred, why have you taken such vigilant pains to separate a child from him whom you believe to be her father?" Waif stood motionless and voiceless. This passionate appeal struck him forcibly. "And sir," added Lionel in a lower, sadder tone, "I ask you, whose later life has been one sublime self-sacrifice, whether you would rather that you might call Sophie grandchild, and know her wretched than know her, but as the infant angel whom heaven sent to your side, when bereaved and desolate, and know also that she was happy. Oh, William Loosely, pray with me, that Sophie may not be your grandchild. Her home will not be less your home, her attachment will not less replace to your lost son, and on your knee her children may learn to lisp the same prayers that you taught to her. Go to Darrell, go, and take me with you." I will, exclaimed Waif, and snatching at his hat and staff, "Come, but Sophie should not learn that you have been Herethat. I have gone away with you. It might set her thinking, dreaming, hoping goal to end in greater sorrow." He bustled out of the room to caution the old woman, and to write a few hasty lines to Sophie herself, assuring her, on his most solemn honour, that he was not now flying from her to resume his vagrant life, that, without fail, please heaven, he would return that night or the next day. In a few minutes he reopened the room door, beckoning silently to Lionel, and then stole into the quiet lane with quick steps. Chapter Roman 4. Guide Darrell's views in the invitation to Waif. Lionel had but inadequately represented, for he could but imperfectly comprehend the profound impression made upon Guy Darrell by George Morley's disclosures. Himself so capable of self-sacrifice, Darrell was the man above all others to regard with an admiring reverence, which partook of awe, a self-immolation that seemed almost above humanity to him, who set so lofty an estimate on good name and fair repute. He had not only willingly permitted, but even urged Lionel to repair to Waif, and persuade the old man to come to Fawley with Waif. He was prepared to enter into the full discussion of Sophie's alleged parentage, but apart even from considerations that touched a cause of perplexity, which disquieted himself, Darrell was eager to see, and to show homage to the sufferer in whom he recognized a hero's dignity. And if he had sent by Lionel no letter from himself to Waif, it was only because, in the exquisite delicacy of feeling that belonged to him when his best emotions were aroused, he felt it just that the whole merit and the whole delight of reparation to the wrongs of William Loseley should, without direct interposition of his own, be left exclusively to Charles Hotton's son. Thus far it will be acknowledged that Guy Darrell was not one of those men who, once warmed to magnanimous impulse, are cooled by a thrifty prudence. When action grows out of the impulses, Guy Darrell could not be generous by dratchin, and scruple not apt to say I apologize, slow to say I repent, very slow indeed to say I forgive. Yet let him once say I repent, I apologize, or I forgive, and it was said with his whole heart and soul. But it must not be supposed that in authorizing Lionel to undertake the embassy to Waif, or in the anticipation of what might pass between Waif and himself, should the former consent to revisit the old house from which he had been so scornfully driven, Darrell had altered or dreamed of altering one iota of his resolves against a union between Lionel and Sophie. True, Lionel had induced him to say, could it be indisputably proved that no drop of Jasper Loseley's blood were in this girl's veins, that she were the lawful child of honest parents, however humble me right to stand between her and yourself would cease. But a lawyer's experience is less credulous than a lover's hope, and to Darrell's judgment, it was wholly improbable that any honest parents, however humble, should have yielded their child to a knave like Jasper, while it was so probable that his own persuasion was well founded, and that she was Jasper's daughter though not Matilda's. The winter evening had closed. George and Darrell were conversing in the library. The theme, of course, was Waif, and Darrell listened with vivid interest to George's graphic accounts of the old man's gentle, playful humor, with its vague desultory undercurrents of poetic fancy or subtle wisdom. But when George turned to speak of Sophie's endearing lovely nature, and though cautiously to intimate an appeal on her behalf to Darrell's sense of duty or susceptibility to kindly emotions, the proud man's brow became knit, and his stately air evinced displeasure. Fortunately, just at a moment when further words might have led to a permanent coldness between men so disposed to esteem each other, they heard the sound of wheels on the frosty ground, the shrill bell at the porch door. Chapter Roman 5. The vagabond received in the manor house at Fawley. Very lamely, very feebly declining Lionel's arm, and leaning heavily on his crutchstick, Waif crossed the threshold of the manor house. George sprang forward to welcome him. The old man looked on the preacher's face with a kind of wandering uncertainty in his eye, and George saw that his cheek was very much flushed. He limped on through the hall, still leaning on his staff, George and Lionel at either side a pace or two, and there stood Darrell. Did he, the host, not spring forward to offer an arm, to extend a hand? No such greeting in Darrell would have been but vulgar courtesy. As the old man's eye rested on him, the superb gentleman bowed low, bowed as we bow to kings. They entered the library. Darrell made a sign to George and Lionel. They understood the sign, and left visitor and host. Lionel drew George into the quaint old dining hall. I am very uneasy about our dear friend, he said, in agitated accents. I fear that I have had too little consideration for his years and his sensitive nature, and that what with the excitement of the conversation that passed between us and the fatigue of the journey, his nerves have broken down. We were not halfway on the road, and as we had the railway carriage to ourselves, I was talking to him with imprudent earnestness, when he began to tremble all over, and went into an hysterical paroxysm of mingled tears and laughter. I wished to stop at the next station, but he was not long recovering, and insisted on coming on still, as we approached Fawley. After muttering to himself, as far as I could catch his words incoherently, he sank into a heavy state of lethargy or stupor, resting his head on my shoulder. It was with difficulty I roused him when he entered the Poor old man, said George, feelingly. No doubt the quick succession of emotions through which he has lately passed has overcome him for the time, but the worst is now past. His interview with Darrell must cheer his heart and soothe his spirits, and that interview over, we must give him all repose and nursing. But tell me what passed between you. If He was very indignant that I could not suffer men like you and my Uncle Alban, and Guy Darrell to believe him a picklock and a thief. Lionel began his narrative, but had not proceeded far in it before Darrell's voice was heard shouting loud, and the library bell rang violently. They hurried into the library, and Lionel's fears were verified. Waif was in strong convulsions, and as these gradually ceased and he rested without struggle, half on the floor, half in Darrell's arms, he was evidently unconscious of all around him. His eye was open, but fixed in a glassy stare. The servants thronged into the room. One was dispatched instantly to summon the nearest medical practitioner. "Help me, George." Lionel said Darrell, "to bear him upstairs." "Mills, light us." When they reached the landing place, Mills asked, "Which room, sir?" Darrell hesitated an instant. Then his grey eye lit into its dark fire. "My father's room. Shall rest on my father's bed." When the surgeon arrived, he declared Waif to be in imminent danger. Pressure on the brain. He prescribed prompt and vigorous remedies, which had indeed, before the surgeon's arrival, suggested themselves too, and been partly commenced by Darrell, who had gone through too many varieties of experience to be unversed in the rudiments of leechcraft. "If I were in my guest's state," asked Darrell of the practitioner, "what would you do?" "Telegraph instantly for Dr. F. Lionel, you here, take my own horse, will carry you like the wind off to it, is the nearest telegraph station." Darrell did not stir from Waif's bedside all that anxious 8. Dr. F. arrived at morning. He approved of all that had been done, but nevertheless altered the treatment, and after staying some hours said to Darrell, "I am compelled to leave you for the present, nor could I be of use in staying. I have given all the aid my power to nature, must leave the rest to nature herself, that fever those fierce throes and spasms there. But nature's efforts to cast off the grasp of the enemy we do not see. It now depends on what degree of rallying power be left to the patient. Fortunately, his frame is robust yet not plethoric." "Do you know his habits?" "I know," answered George, "most temperate, most innocent." "Then with constant care, minute attention to my directions, he may recover." "If care and attention can save my guest's life, he shall not die," said Darrell. The physician looked at the speaker's pale face and compressed lips. "But Mr. Darrell, I must not have you on my hands too. You must not be out of your bed again tonight." "Certainly not," said George. "I shall watch alone." "No," cried Lionel, "that is my post too." "Pooh," said Darrell, "young men so far from death are not such watchful sentinels against his stroke as men of my years, who have seen him in all aspects, and moreover base, indeed, in the host who deserts his own guests. Sick chamber, fear not for me, doctor. No man needs sleep less than I do." Dr. F. slid his hand on Darrell's pulse, irregular, quick. "But what vitality, what power! A young man's pulse, Mr. Darrell. Many years for your country's service are yet in these lusty beats." Darrell breathed his chronic sigh, and turning back to Waif's bedside, said to the doctor, "When will you come again?" "The day after tomorrow." When the doctor returned, Waif was out of immediate danger. Nature, fortified by the temperate, innocent habits which husband up her powers, had dislodged at least for a time her enemy, but the attack was followed by extreme debility. It was clear that, for days, perhaps even weeks to come, the vagrant must remain a prisoner under Darrell's roof-tree. Lionel had been too mindful of Sophie's anxiety to neglect writing to Lady Montfort the day after Waif's seizure, but he could not find the heart to state the old man's danger, and with the sanguine tendencies of his young nature, even when at the worst he clung to belief, in the best he refrained from any separate and private communication of Waif's state to Lady Montfort, lest the sadness it would not fail to occasion her should be perceptible to Sophie, and lead her to divine the cause. So he contented himself with saying that Waif had accompanied him to Mr. Darrell's, and would be detained there, treated with all kindness and honour for some days. Sophie's mind was relieved by this intelligence, but it filled her with wonder and conjecture that Waif, who had so pertinaciously refused to break bread as a guest under any man's roof-tree, should be for days receiving the hospitality of Lionel Houghton's wealthy and powerful kinsman, was indeed mysterious. But whatever brought Waif and Lionel thus in confidential intercourse could not but renew yet more vividly the hopes she had been endeavouring of late to stifle, and combining together many desultory remembrances of words escaped unawares from Lionel, from Lady Montfort, from Waif himself, the truth of which her native acuteness had, before admitted glimpses, grew almost clear to her. Was not Mr. Darrell that relation to her lost mother upon whom she had claims not hitherto conceded? Lionel and Waif, both with that relation. Now surely the clouds that had rested on her future were admitting the sun through their opening rents, and she blushed as she caught its ray. Chapter Romans 6. Individual concessions are like political when you once begin. There is no saying where you will stop. Waif's first words on recovering consciousness were given to thoughts of Sophie. He had promised her to return at farthest the next day. She would be so uneasy, he must get up, he must go at once. When he found his strength would not suffer him to rise, he shed tears. It was only very gradually, and at intervals, that he became acquainted with the length and severity of his attack, or fully sensible that he was in Darrell's house, that form of which he had retained vague, dreamy reminiscences, hanging over his pillow, wiping his brow, and soothing him with the sweetest tones of the sweet human voice, that form so genial, so brother-like, was the man who had once commanded him not to sully with his presence a stainless home. All that had passed within the last few days was finally made clear to him in a short, unwitnessed, touching conversation with his host, after which, however, he became gradually worse, his mind remaining clear, but extremely dejected, his bodily strength evidently sinking. Dr. F. was again summoned in haste. That great physician was, as every great physician should be, a profound philosopher, though with a familiar ease of manner and a light offhand vein of talk, which made the philosophy less sensible to the taste than any other ingredient in his pharmacopoeia. Turning everybody else out of the room, he examined his patient, alone sounded the old man's vital organs with ear, and with stethoscope talked to him, now on his feelings, now on the news of the day, and then stepped out to something on the heart, my dear sir, I can't get at it, perhaps you can take off that something and the springs will react, and my patient will soon recover, all about him sound as a rock, but the heart that has been horribly worried, something worries it now. His heart may be seen in his eye, watch his eye, it is missing some face it is accustomed to see. Darrell changed colour. He stole back into Waif's room, and took the old man's hand. Waif returned the pressure, and said, I was just praying for yonder, and I am sinking fast. Do not let me die, sir, without wishing poor Sophie a last good-bye. Darrell passed back to the landing-place where George and Lionel were standing, while Dr. F. was snatching a hasty refreshment in the library before his return to town. Darrell laid his hand on Lionel's shoulder. Lionel, you must go back to London with Dr. F. I cannot keep you here longer, I want your room. Sir, said Lionel aghast, while Waif is still so ill you cannot be thus unkind. Inconsiderate egotist, would you deprive the old man of a presence dearer to him than yours? George, you will go too. But you will return. You told me yesterday that your wife was in London for a few days. Entreat her to accompany you hither, entreat her to bring with her the poor young lady, whom my guest pines to see at his bedside, a face that his eye misses. Chapter Romans 7. Sophie, Darrell, and the flute player. Darrell prepares a surprise for Waif. Sophie is come, she has crossed that inexorable threshold, she is a guest in the house, which rejects her as a daughter. She has been there some days. Waif revived at the first sight of her tender face. He has left his bed, can move for some hours a day into an adjoining chamber, which has been hastily arranged for his private sitting-room, and can walk its floors with a step that grows daily firmer in the delight of leaning on Sophie's arm. Since the girl's arrival, Darrell has relaxed his watch over the patient. He never now enters his guest's apartment without previous notice, and by that incommunicable instinct which passes in households between one silent breast and another, as by a law equally strong to attract or repel her, drawing together their keeping apart, though no rule in either case has been laid down. Be virtue, I say, of that strange intelligence. Sophie is not in the old man's room when Darrell enters. Rarely in the 24 hours do the host and the fair young guest encounter, but Darrell is a quick and keen observer. He has seen enough of Sophie to be sensible of her charms, to penetrate into her simple natural loveliness of character, to feel a deep interest in her, and a still deeper pity for Lionel, secluding himself as much as possible in his private room, or in his leafless woods. His reveries increase in gloom. Nothing unbends his moody brow like Fairthorn's flute, or Fairthorn's familiar converse. It has been said before that Fairthorn knew his secrets. Fairthorn had idolized Caroline Lindsay. Fairthorn was the only being in the world, too, when Guy Darrell could speak of Caroline Lindsay, to whom he could own the unconquerable but unforgiving love which had twice driven him from the social world. Even to Fairthorn, of course, all could not be told. Darrell could not speak of the letter he had received at Malta, nor of Caroline's visit to him at Fawley, for to do so even to Fairthorn was like a treason to the dignity of the beloved, and Guy Darrell might rail at her inconstancy or heartlessness, but to boast that she had lowered herself by the proffers that were dictated by repentance, Guy Darrell could not do. Thayth was a gentleman still. There was much left to say. He could own that he thought she would now accept his hand, and when Fairthorn looked happy at that thought, and hinted at excuses for her former fickleness, it was a great relief to Darrell to fly into a rage. But if the flute player meanly turned round and became himself Caroline's accuser, Then poor Fairthorn was indeed frightened, for Darrell's trembling lip or melancholy manner overwhelmed the assailant with self-reproach, and sent him sidelong into one of his hidden coverts. But at this moment, Fairthorn was a support to him under other trials. Fairthorn, who respects, as he does as no one else ever can, the sanctity of the Darrell line, who would shrink like himself from the thought that the daughter of Jasper Loosely, and in all probability not a daughter of Matilda Darrell, should ever be mistress of that ancestral hole, lowly and obscure and mouldering though it beamed, that the child of a sharper, a thief, a midnight assassin should carry on the lineage of knights and warriors, in whose stainless scutcheons on many a Gothic tomb, or over the portals of ruined castles, was impaled the heraldry of brides sprung from the loins of Lion King's Darrell. Then, doing full justice to all Sophie's beauty and grace, purity and goodness, was more and more tortured by the conviction that she could never be wife to the man on whom, for want of all nearer kindred, would devolve the heritage of the Darrell name. On the other hand, Sophie's feelings towards her host were almost equally painful, and embittered the tenderness and reverence that he had showed to her beloved grandfather. The affecting gratitude with which Waif spoke of him necessarily deepened her prepossessions in his favour as Lionel's kinsman, and though she saw him so sparingly still, when they did meet she had no right to complain of his manner. It might be distant, taciturn, but it was gentle, courteous manner, which might be expected in a host of secluded habits to a young guest from whose sympathies he was removed by years, but to whose comforts he was unobtrusively considerate, whose wishes were delicately forestalled. Yet was this all that her imagination had dared to picture on entering those grey walls? Where was the evidence of the relationship of which she had dreamed? Where a single sign that she was more in that house than a mere guest? Where, alas, a token that even Lionel had named her to his kinsman, and that for Lionel's sake that kinsman bade her welcome, and Lionel too gone the very day before she arrived, that she learned incidentally from the servant who showed her into the room, gone, and not addressed a line to herself though, but to condole with her on her grandfather's illness, or congratulate her that the illness had spared the life she felt wounded to the very core, as Waif's progressive restoration allowed her thoughts more to revert to so many causes for pain and perplexity. The mystery of all connected with her own and Waif's sojourn under that roof baffled her attempts at conjecture. The old man did not volunteer explanations. Timidly she questioned him, but his nerves yet were so unstrung, and her questions so evidently harassed him, that she only once made that attempt to satisfy her own bewilderment, and smiled as if contented when he said, after a long pause, "Patience. Yet, my child, let me get a little stronger. You see, Mr. Darrell will not suffer me to talk with him on matters that must be discussed with him before I go, and then patience. Till then, Sophie." Neither George nor his wife gave her any clue to the inquiries that preyed upon her mind. The latter, a kind, excellent woman, meekly devoted to her husband, either was or affected to be in ignorance of the causes that had led Waif to folly, save very generally that Darrell had once wronged him by an erring judgment and had hastened to efface that wrong. And then she kissed Sophie fondly, and told her that brighter days were in store for the old man and herself. George said, with more authority of the priest, "Ask no questions. Time that solves all riddles is hurrying on, and heaven directs its movements." Her very heart was shut up, except where it could gush forth. Even then, with full tiding letters to Lady Montfort, Caroline had heard from George's wife, with intense emotion, that Sophie was summoned to Darrell's house. The gravity of Waif's illness being considerately suppressed, Lady Montfort could but suppose that Darrell's convictions had been shaken, his resolutions softened, that he sought an excuse to see Sophie and judge of her himself. Under this impression, in parting with her young charge, Caroline besought Sophie to write to her constantly, and frankly Sophie felt all inexpressible relief in this correspondence. But Lady Montfort, in her replies, was not more communicative than Waif or the Morleys, only she seemed more thoughtfully anxious that Sophie should devote herself to the task of propitiating her host's affections. She urged her to try and break through his reservacy more of him, as if that were possible, and her letters were more filled with questions about Darrell than even with admonitions and soothings to Sophie. The letters that arrived at Forley were brought in a bag which Darrell opened, but Sophie noticed that it was with a peculiar compression of lip and a marked change of colour, that he had noticed the handwriting on Lady Montfort's first letter to her, and that after that first time her letters were not enclosed in the bag, but came apart and were never again given to her by her host. Thus passed days in which Sophie's time was spent chiefly in Waif's sick-room, but now he is regaining strength hourly to his sitting-room, comes George frequently to relieve Sophie's watch there. Once a day comes Guy Darrell, and what then passed between the two men none witnessed in these hours. Waif insisted upon Sophie's going forth for air and exercise she is glad to steal out alone, steal down by the banks of the calm lake, or into the gloom of the mournful woods. Here she not unfrequently encounters Fairthorn, who, having taken more than ever to the flute, is driven more than ever to outdoor rambles, for he has been cautioned not to indulge in his melodious resource within doors, lest he disturb the patient. Fairthorn and Sophie thus made acquaintance distant and shy at first on both sides, but it gradually became more frank and cordial. Fairthorn had an object not altogether friendly in encouraging this intimacy. He thought, poor man, that he should be enabled to extract from Sophie some revelations of her early life which would elucidate not in favour of her asserted claims the mystery that hung upon her parentage, but had Dick Fairthorn been the astutest of diplomatists in this hope, he would have been equally disappointed. Sophie had nothing to communicate. Her ingenuousness utterly baffled the poor flute player out of an innocent, unconscious kind of spite. On ceasing to pry into Sophie's descent, he began to enlarge upon the dignity of Darrell's. He inflicted on her the long-winded genealogical memoir, the recital of which had on a previous occasion so nearly driven Lionel Houghton from folly. He took her to see the antiquary's grave. He spoke to her, as they stood thereof, Darrell's ambitious boyhood, his arid, laborious manhood, his determination to restore the fallen lineth, very vow he had made to the father he had so pityingly revered. He sought to impress on her the consciousness that she was the guest of one who belonged to a race with whom spotless honour was the all in all, and who had gone through life with bitter sorrows, but reverencing that race and vindicating that honour. Fairthorn's eye would tremble, his eyes flash on her, while he talked. She, poor child, could not divine why, but she felt that he was angry with her speaking at her. In fact, Fairthorn's prickly tongue was on the barbed point of exclaiming, "And how dare you foist yourself into this unsullied lineage? How dare you think that the dead would not turn in their graves ere they would make room in the vault of the Darrells for the daughter of a Jasper, Loosely?" But though she could not conceive the musician's covert meaning in these heraldic discourses, Sophie, with a justness of discrimination that must have been intuitive, separated from the more fantastic declamations of the grotesque genealogist that which was genuine and pathetic in the single image of the last descendant, in a long and gradually falling race, lifting it up once more into power, and note on toiling shoulders, and standing on the verge of age with the melancholy consciousness that the effort was successful only for his fleeting life, that with all his gold, with all his fame, the hope which had achieved alike the gold and the fame was a lying mockery, and that name and race would perish with himself when the earth yawned for him beside the antiquary's grave. And these recitals made her conceive a more soft and tender interest in Guy Darrell than she had before admitted. They accounted for the mournfulness on his brow, they lessened her involuntary awe of that stateliness of bearing which before had only chilled her as the evidence of pride. While Fairthorn and Sophie thus matured acquaintance, Darrell and Waif were drawing closer and closer to each other. Certainly, no one would be predisposed to suspect any congeniality of taste, intellect, experience, or emotion between two men whose lives had been so widely different, in whose faults or merits the ordinary observer would have seen nothing but antagonism and contrast. Unquestionably, their characters were strikingly dissimilar, yet there was that in each which the other recognized as familiar to his own nature. Each had been the victim of his heart, each had passed over the ploughshare of self-sacrifice. Darrell had offered up his youth, Waif his age, Darrell to a father, and the unrequiting dead Waif to a son whose life had become his terror. To one man name had been an idol, to the other name had been a weed cast away into the mire. To the one man unjoyous, evanescent glorito, the other a shame that had been born with a sportive cheerfulness, dashed into sorrow only when the world's contumely threatened to despoil affection of its food. But there was something akin in their joint experience of earthly vanity, so little solace in worldly honours to the triumphant orator, so little of misery to the vagrant mime, while his conscience mutely appealed to heaven from the verdict of his kind. And as beneath all the levity and whim of the man reared and nurtured and fitted by his characteristic tendencies to view life through its humours, not through its passions, there still ran a deep undercurrent of grave and earnest intellect, and feeling so, too, amidst the severer and statelier texture of the once ambitious, laborious mind, which had conducted Darrell to renown amidst all that gather-red-up intensity of passion, which admitted no comedy into sorrow and saw in love, but the aspect of fate. Amidst all this lofty seriousness of soul, there was yet a vivid capacity of enjoyment, those fine sensibilities to the pleasurable sun-rays of life, which are constitutional to all genius, no matter how grave its vocations. True affliction at last may dull them, as it dulls all else that we took from nature when she equipped us for life, yet in the mind of Darrell affliction had shattered the things most gravely coveted. even more than it had marred its perceptive acknowledgement of the sympathies between fancies that move to smiles and thoughts that bequeath solemn lessons or melt to no idle tears. Had Darrell been placed amidst the circumstances that make happy the homes of earnest men, Darrell would have been mirthful. Had Waif been placed amongst the circumstances that concentrate talent and hedge round life with train thicksets, and belting laurels, Waif would have been grave. It was not in the earlier conferences that took place in Waif's apartment that the subject which had led the old man to folly was brought into discussion. When Waif had sought to introduce Itwin after Sophie's arrival, he had looked wistfully into Darrell's face, striving to read there the impression she had created, and unable to discover, had begun with tremulous accents to reopen the cause that weighed on him. Darrell stopped him at once. Hush, not yet. Remember that it was in the very moment you first broached this sorrowful topic on arriving here, and perceived how different the point of view from which we too must regard it, that your nerves gave way, your illness rushed on you. Wait, not only till you are stronger, but till we know each other better. This subject is one that it becomes us to treat with all the strength of our reason, with all the calm which either can impose upon the feelings that ruffle judgment. At present talk we of all matters, except that which I promise you shall be fairly discussed at last. Darrell found, however, that his most effective diversion from the subject connected with Sophie was through another channel in the old man's affections, hopes and fears. George Morley, in repeating the conversation he had overheard between Waif and Jasper, had naturally, while clearing the father, somewhat softened the bravado and cynicism of the son's language, and more than somewhat brightened the touches of natural feeling by which the bravado and cynicism had been alternated, and Darrell had sufficient magnanimity to conquer the repugnance with which he approached a name associated with so many dark and hateful memories, and avoiding as much as possible distinct reference to Jasper's past life, to court a consultation on the chances of saving from the worst the life that yet remained. With whom else indeed than Jasper's father could Darrell so properly and so unreservedly discuss a matter in which their interest and their fear were in common, as, though he were rendering some compensation to Waif for the disappointment he would experience when Sophie's claims came to be discussed, if he could assist in relieving the old man's mind as to the ultimate fate of the son for whom he had made so grand a sacrifice. Darrell spoke to Waif somewhat in detail of the views with which he had instructed Colonel Morley to find out, and to treat with Jasper. He heard from the Colonel almost daily. Alban had not yet discovered Jasper, nor even succeeded in tracing Mrs. Crane, but an account of Jasper's farewell visit to that den of thieves from which he had issued safe and triumphant had reached the ears of a detective employed by the Colonel, and on tolerably good terms with Cutts, and it was no small comfort to know that Jasper had finally broken with those miscreant comrades, and had never again been seen in their haunts, as Arabella had introduced herself to Alban by her former name, and neither he nor Darrell was acquainted with that she now bore, and as no questions on the subject could be put to Waif during the earlier stages of his illness, so it was several days before the Colonel had succeeded in tracing her out as Mrs. Crane of Pardon Placia, Discovery, affected by a distant relation to whom he had been referred at the famous school of which Arabella had been the pride, and who was no doubt the owner of those sheepskin account books by which the poor grim woman had once vainly sought to bribe Jasper into honest work. But the house in Pardon Place was shut up, not a soul in charge of it. The houses immediately adjoining it were tenantless. The Colonel learned, however, from a female servant in an opposite house that several days ago she had seen a tall, powerful-looking man enter Mrs. Crane's street door, that she had not seen him quit it, and that some evenings afterwards, as this servant was closing up the house in which she served, she had remarked a large private carriage driving away from Mrs. Crane's door, that it was too dark to see who were in the carriage, but she had noticed a woman whom she felt fully sure was Mrs. Crane's servant Bridget Greggs on the box beside the coachman. Alban had been to the agent employed by Mrs. Crane in the letting of her houses, but had not there gained any information. The Colonel believed that Mrs. Crane had succeeded in removing Jasper from London, had perhaps accompanied him abroad, if with her at all events for the present he was safe from the stings of want, and with one who had sworn to save him from his own guilty self. If, however, still in England, Alban had no doubt sooner or later to hunt him up. Upon the whole, this conjectural information, though unsatisfactory, allayed much anxiety. Darrell made the most of it in his representations to Waif, and the old man, as we know, was one not hard to comfort, never quarrelling irrevocably with hope. And now Waif is rapidly recovering. Darrell, after spending the greater part of several days intent upon a kind of study from which he had been estranged for many years, takes to frequent absences for the whole day, goes up to London, by the earliest train comes back, by the latest George, Morley also goes to London for a few hours. Darrell on returning does not allude to the business which took him to the metropolis, neither does George, but the latter seems unusually animated and excited at length. After one of these excursions, so foreign to his habits, he and George enter together the old man's apartment not long before the early hour, at which the convalescent retires to rest. Sophie was seated on the footstool at Waif's knee reading the Bible to him, his hand resting lightly on her bended head. The sight touched both George and Darrell, but Darrell of the two was the more affected. What young pure voice shall read to him the book of hope? In the evening of lonely age, Sophie started in some confusion, and as in quitting the room she passed by Darrell, he took her hand gently and scanned her features more deliberately, more earnestly, than he had ever yet seemed to do. Then he sighed and dropped the hand, murmuring, "Pardon me." Was he seeking to read in that fair face some likeness to the Darrell lineaments? If he had found it, what then? But when Sophie was gone, Darrell came straight to Waif with a cheerful brow, with a kindling eye. "William Loseley," said he. "Waif, if you please, sir," interrupted the old man. "William Loseley," repeated Darrell. "Justice seeks to repair, so far as, alas, it now can, the wrongs inflicted on the name of William Loseley, your old friend Alban Morley supplying me with the notes he had made in the matter of your trial. I arranged the evidence they furnished the secretary for the Home Department, is one of my most intimate political friends, a man of humanity of sense. I placed that evidence before him. I, George, and Mr. Hartop saw him after he had perused it. My son Liz's son. His secret will be kept. The question was not who committed the act for which you suffered, but whether you were clearly incontestably innocent of the act, and in pleading guilty did but sublimely bear the penalty of another. There will be no new trial. There are none who would prosecute. I bring back to you the Queen's free pardon under the Great Seal. I should explain to you that this form of the royal grace is so rarely given that it needed all the strength and affecting circumstance of your peculiar case to justify the Home Secretary in listening not only to the interest I could bring to bear in your favour, but to his own humane inclinations. The pardon under the Great Seal differs from an ordinary pardon. It purges the blood from the taint of felony. It remits all the civil disabilities which the mere expiry of a penal sentence does not remove. In short, as applicable to your case, it becomes virtually a complete and formal attestation of your innocence. Alban Morley will take care to apprise those of your old friends who may yet survive of that revocation of unjust obloquy which this royal deed implies. Alban Morley, who would turn his back on the highest noble in Britain, if but guilty of some jockey trick on the turf, live henceforth openly and in broad daylight, if you please, and trust to us, the soldier, the lawyer, the churchmanto, give to this paper that value which your sovereign's advisers intend it to receive." "Your hand now, dear old friend," cried George. "You remember I commanded you once to take mine, as man and gentleman, as man and gentleman, now honour me with yours." "Is it possible?" faltered Waif, one hand in George's, the other extended in imploring appeal to Darrell. "Is it possible? I vindicated, I cleared, and yet no felon's dock for Jasper's son not criminated by the father's acquittal. Tell me that again. It is so, believe me. All that rests is to force on that son, if he have a human heart, the conviction that he will be worse than a parricide, if he will not save himself." "And he shall oh that I could but get at him," exclaimed the preacher. "And now," said Darrell, "no, George, leave us for now upon equal terms. We two fathers can discuss family differences." Chapter Roman 8. Sophie's claim examined and canvassed. "I take this moment," said Darrell, when left alone with Waify. "Reader, let us keep to that familiar name to the last. I take this moment," said Darrell, "the first moment in which you can feel thoroughly assured that no prejudice against yourself clouds my judgment in reference to her whom you believe to be your grandchild, to commence, and I trust to conclude forever, the subject which twice brought you within these walls on the night of your recent arrival here. You gave this copy of a French woman's declaration to the effect that 2 infants had been placed out with her to nurse, that one of them was my poor daughter's infant, who was about to be taken away from her, that the other was confided to her by its parent, a French lady, whom she speaks of as a very liberal and distinguished person, but whose name is not stated in the paper. Waif, the confession describes that lady as an artiste, distinguished artiste, is the expression, viz. a professional persona, painter and actress, a singer. Darrell dryly, an opera dancer. I understand the French word perfectly, and I presume the name is not mentioned in the document from motives of delicacy. The child of a distinguished French artiste is not necessarily born in wedlock, but this lady was very grateful to the nurse for the care shown to her infant, who was very sickly, and promised to take the nurse and the nurse's husband also into her service, The nurse states that she herself was very poor, that the lady's offer appeared to her like permanent provision, that the life of this artiste's infant was of the utmost value to her, the life of my poor daughter's child of comparative insignificance. But the infant of the artiste died, and the nurse's husband put it into his wife's head to tell your son, then a widower, and who had seen so little of his child as to be easily deceived, that it was his infant who died. The nurse, shortly afterwards, removed to Paris, taking with her to the artiste's house the child who in reality was my daughter's. It seems very probable, does it not? Does it not? Said the ex-comedian eagerly. It seems to me, replied the ex-lawyer, very probable that a witness entering into court with the confession of one villainous falsehood would have little scruple to tell another. But I proceed, this rich and liberal artiste dies. The nurse's conscience then suddenly awakened sees. Mr. Hammond informs him of the fraud. She has practiced a lady of rank who had known Matilda, and had seen both the infants when both were living under the nurse's charge, and observed them more attentively than your son had done. Corroborates the woman's story, stating that the artiste's child had dark eyes instead of blue, that the artiste herself was never deceived, but having taken a great fancy to the spurious infant, was willing to receive and cherish it as her own, and that she knows several persons who will depose that they heard the artiste say that the child was not her own. On this evidence, your son takes to himself this child, and this child is your Sophie, and you wish me to acknowledge her as my daughter's offspring. Do not look me so earnestly in the face, my dear and respected guest. It was when you read in my face what my lips shrank from uttering that your emotions overcame your strength, and your very mind deserted you. Now be firmer, your Sophie has no need of mesh, is under your charge, and your name is cleared. She has found a friend, a protectress in her own sex. Lady Montfort's rank gives to her a position in the world as high as I could offer, and as to mere pecuniary provision for her, make your mind easy, it shall be secured. But bear with me when I add resolutely and calmly that this nurse's attestation is to me a grosser and poorer attempt at imposture than I had anticipated, and I am amazed that a man of your abilities should have been contented to accept it. Oh, Mr. Darrell, don't say so. It was such a blessing to think, when my son was lost to me, that I might fill up the void in my heart with an innocent, loving child. Don't talk of my abilities. If you, whose abilities none can question, if you had longed and yearned for such a comforter, if you had wished it, if you wished now this tale to be true, you would have believed it too. You would believe it, no, you would indeed. Two men look so differently at the same story, own, deeply interested that it should be true, and determined, if possible, to find it false. Is it not so? Darrell smiled slightly, but could not be induced to assent even to so general a proposition. He felt as if he were pitted against a counsel who would take advantage of every concession. Waif continued, and whatever seems most improbable in this confession is rendered probable at Auntie Fifwy, may assume that my unhappy son, tempted by the desire to spare yourself, I understand, if your son wished to obtain his wife's fortune, and therefore connived at the exchange of the infants, and was therefore too enabled always to corroborate the story of the exchange, whenever it suited him to reclaim the infant. I grant this, and grant that the conjecture is sufficiently plausible to justify you in attaching to it much weight. We will allow that it was his interest at one time to represent his child, though living as no more. But you must allow also that he would have deemed it his interest later to fasten upon me as my daughter's, a child to whom she never gave birth. Here we entangle ourselves in a controversy without data, without facts. Let us close it. Believe what you please. Why should I shake convictions that render you happy? Be equally forbearing with me. I do full justice to your Sophie's charming qualities in herself. The proudest parent might rejoice to own her, but I cannot acknowledge her to be the daughter of Matilda Darrell, and the story that assured you she was your grandchild still more convinces me that she is not mine. But be not thus inflexible, I implore you can be so kind, so gentle, would be such a blessing to you later. Perhaps when I am dead I am pleading for your sake. I owe you so much I should repay you if I could but induce you to inquire, and, if inquiry should prove that I am right, I have inquired sufficiently. Then ill go and find out the nurse, ill question her, ill hold, be persuaded, hug your belief, inquire no farther. Weary. Darrell was mute. Waif passed and repassed his hand over his brow, and then cried suddenly, but if I could prove her not to be my grandchild, then she might be happy. Then, sir, young Horton tells me that if she were but the daughter of honest parents, no child of Jasper's, no grandchild of mine, then you might not be too proud to bless her at least as his bride. And sir, the poor child loves the young man, how could she help it? And at her age life without hope is either very short or very, very long. Let me inquire, I should be happy even to know that she was not my grandchild. I should not love her less, and then she would have others to love her when I am gone to Lizzie. Darrell was deeply moved to him. There was something in this old maver, forgetting himself ever so hurried on by his heart, something, I say, in this old man, before which Darrell felt his intellect subdued, and his pride silenced and abashed. Yes, sir, said Waif musingly, so let it be. I am well now. I will go to France tomorrow. Darrell nerved his courage. He had wished to spare Waif the pain which his own persuasions caused to himself. Better now to be frank. He laid his hand on Waif's shoulder, and looking him in the face said solemnly, I entreat you not. Do you suppose that I would not resume inquiry in person nor pause till the truth were made amply clear, if I had not strong reason to prefer doubt to certainty? What do you mean, sir? There is a woman whose career is, I believe, at this moment, revived into fresh notoriety, as the heroine of some drama on the stage of Paris, a woman who, when years paled her fame, and reft her spoils as a courtesan, renowned for the fools she had beggared, for the young hearts she had corrupted, sought plunder still, by crimes to which law is less lenient, charged with swindling, with fraud, with forgery, and at last more than suspected as a practised poisoner, she escaped by suicide the judgment of human tribunals. I know of whom you speak, that dreadful Gabrielle Desmarets, but for whom my sacrifice to Jasper's future might not have been in vain. It was to save Sophie from the chance of Jasper's ever placing her within reach of that woman's example that I took her away. Is it not then better to forbear asking who were your Sophie's parents, than to learn from inquiry that she is indeed your grandchild, and that her mother was Gabrielle Desmarets? Waif uttered a cry like a shriek, and then sate voiceless and aghast at last. He exclaimed, I am certain it is not so. Did you ever see that woman? Never that I know of, but George tells me that he heard your son state to you that she had made acquaintance with me under another name, and if there was a design to employ her in confirmation of his talife, he was then speaking truth to you doubtless. This was the lady of rank referred to in the nurse's confession doubtless. This was the woman once palmed upon me as Matilda's confidant. In that case I have seen her. What then? Mother was not written on her face. She could never have been a mother. Oh, you may smile, sir, but all my life I have been a reader of the human face, and there is in the aspect of some women the barrenness, as of starnino mothers throb in their bosomno mothers kiss on their lips. I'm a poor reader of women's faces, said Darrell, but she must be very unlike women in general, who allows you to know her a bit better if you stood reading her face till doomsday. Besides, at the time you saw Gabrielle Desmarets, her mode of life had perhaps given to her an aspect not originally in her countenance, and I can only answer your poetic conceit by a poetic illustration. Niobe turned to stone, but she had a great many daughters before she petrified. Pardon me if I would turn off by a jest. A thought that I see would shock you as myself, if gravely encouraged. Encourage it, not let us suppose it only a chance that inquiry might confirm this conjecture, but let us shun that chance meanwhile. If inquiry is to be made, one more likely than either of us to get at the truth has promised to make it, and sooner or later we may learn from her the results. I mean that ill-fated Arabella Fawcett, whom you knew as Crane. Waif was silent, but he kept turning in his hand almost disconsolately the document which assoiled him from the felon's taint, and said at length, as Darrell was about to leave, and this thing is of no use to her then. Darrell came back to the old man's chair, and said softly, Friend, do not fancy that the young have only one path to happiness. You grieve that I cannot consent to Lionel's marriage with your Sophie. Dismiss from your mind the desire for the impossible, gently wean from hers what is but a girl's first fancy. It is a girl's first love. And if it be said, Darrell calmly, no complaint more sure to yield to change of air, I have known a girl as affectionate, as pure, as full of all womanly virtues as your Sophie, and I can give her no higher praise. Loved more deeply than Lionel can love, professing doubtless at the time believing that she also loved for life, betrothed to faith, solemnized by promise, yet in less than a year she was another's wife. Change of air, change of heart. I do not underrate the effect which a young man so winning as Lionel would naturally produce on the fancy or the feelings of a girl who as yet too has seen no others, but impressions in youth are characters in the sand. Grave them ever so deeply, the tide rolls over them, and when the ebb shows the surface again, the characters are gone, for the sands are shifted. Courage, Lady Montfort will present to her others with forms as fair as Lionel's, and as elegantly dressed with so much in her own favour. There are young patricians enough who will care not a rush what her birthy young lords. Lady Montfort knows well how fascinating young lords can be. Courage, before a year is out, you will find new characters written on the sand. You don't know Sophie, sir, said Waif simply, and I see you are resolved not to know her, but you say Arabella Crane is to inquire, And should the inquiry prove that she is no child of Gabrielle Desmaret's, that she is either your own grandchild or not mine, that let me interrupt you. If there be a thing in the world that is cruel and treacherous, it is a false hope crush out of every longing thought, the belief that this poor girl can prove to be one whom with my consent my kinsman can woo to be his wife. Lionel Houghton is the sole kinsman left to whom I can bequeath this rooftree, these acres hallowed to me, because associated with my earliest lessons in honor, and with the dreams which directed my life. He must take with the heritage, the name it represents in his children. That name of Darrell can alone live still in the land. I say to you that even were my daughter now in existence, she would not succeed Mesh, would not inherit nor transmit that name. Why not? Because I am incapable of a Christian's forgiveness, but because I am not capable of a gentleman's treason to his ancestors and himself. Because Matilda Darrell was false and perfidious, because she was dead to honor, and therefore her birthright to a heritage of honor was irrevocably forfeited. And since you compel me to speak rudely while in you, I revere a man above the power of law to degrade. Well, could we pass a generation and Sophie were your child by your Lizzie, I should proudly welcome an alliance that made you and me as brothers. See it I cannot contemplate it, is beyond my power. I cannot contemplate the picture of Jasper Loosely's daughter, even by my own child, the mistress in my father's hometh, bearer of my father's name. 'Tis in vain to argue, grant me the slave of a prejudice, grant these ideas to be antiquated bigotry. I am too old to change. I ask from others no sacrifice which I have not borne, and whatever be Lionel's grief at my resolve, grief will be my companion long after he has forgotten that he mourned. Chapter Roman 9. Poor Sophie. The next morning Mills, in giving Sophie a letter from Lady Montfort, gave her also one for Waif, and she recognized Lionel Houghton's handwriting on the address. She went straight to Waif's sitting-room, for the old man had now resumed his early habits, and was up and dressed. She placed the letter in his hands without a word, and stood by his side, while he opened it with a certain still firmness in the expression of her face, as if she were making up her mind to some great effort. The letter was ostensibly one of congratulation. Lionel had seen Darrell the day before, after the latter had left the Home Secretary's office, and had learned that all which justice could do to repair the wrong inflicted had been done here. Lionel's words, though brief, were cordial and almost joyous. But then came a few sentences steeped in gloom. There was an allusion, vague and delicate in itself, to the eventful conversation with Waif in reference to Sophia, sombre, solemn farewell conveyed to her, and to Hopi a passionate prayer for her happiness, and then an abrupt wrench, as it were away from a subject too intolerably painful to prolong, an intimation that he had succeeded in exchanging into a regiment very shortly to be sent into active service, that he should set out the next day to join that regiment, distant part of the country, and that he trusted, should his life be spared by war, that it would be many years before he should revisit England. The sense of the letter was the more affecting in what was concealed than in what was expressed. Evidently Lionel desired to convey to Waif, and leave it to him to inform Sophie, that she was henceforth to regard the writer as vanished out of her existence, departed, as irrevocably as departed. While Waif was reading, he had turned himself aside from Sophie. He had risen, had gone to the deep recess of the old mullioned window, half screening himself beside the curtain. Noiselessly Sophie followed, and when he had closed the letter she laid her hand on his arm, and said very quietly, "Grandfather, may I read that letter?" Waif was startled, and replied on the instant, "No, my dear." "It is better that I should," said she with the same quiet firmness, and then seeing the distress in his face, she added with her more accustomed sweet docility, yet with a forlorn droop of the head, "But as you please, grandfather." Waif hesitated an instant. Was she not right? Would it not be better to show the letter? After all, she must confront the fact that Lionel could be nothing to her henceforth, and would not Lionel's own words wound her less than all Waif could say? So he put the letter into her hands, and sate down watching her countenance. At the opening sentences of congratulation, she looked up inquiringly. Poor man, he had not spoken to her of what at another time it would have been such joy to speak, and he now, in answer to her look, said almost sadly, "Only about me, Sophie. What does that matter?" But before the girl read a line farther, she smiled on him, and tenderly kissed his furrowed brow. "Don't read on, Sophie," said he quickly. She shook her head, and resumed his eye still upon her face. He marked it changing as the sense of the letter grew upon her, till as without a word, with scarce a visible heave of the bosom, she laid the letter on his knees, the change had become so complete that it seemed as if another stood in her place. In very young and sensitive persons, especially female, though I have seen it even in our hard sex, a great and sudden shock or revulsion of feeling reveals itself thus in the almost preternatural alteration of the countenance. It is not a mere paleness, a sky-deep loss of colour, it is as if the whole bloom of youth had rushed away. Hollows never discernible before appear in the cheek that was so round and smooth, the muscles fall as in mortal illness. A havoc as of years seems to have been wrought in a moment. Flame itself does not so suddenly ravage, so suddenly alter, leave behind it so ineffable an air of desolation and ruin. Waif sprang forward and clasped her to his breast. You will bear it, Sophie, the worst is over now. Fortitude, my child, fortitude. The human heart is wonderfully sustained when it is not the conscience that weighs it down. Griefs that we think at the moment must kill us wear themselves away. I speak the truth, for I too have suffered. Poor grandfather, said Sophie gently, and she said no more, but when he would have continued to speak comfort or exhort to patience, she pressed his hand tightly and laid her finger on her lip. He was hushed in an instant. Presently she began to move about the room, busying herself as usual in those slight, scarce perceptible arrangements by which she loved to think that she ministered to the old man's simple comforts. She placed the armchair in his favourite nook by the window, and before it the footstool for the poor lame foot, and drew the table near the chair, and looked over the books that George had selected for his perusal from Darrell's library, and chose the volume in which she saw his mark to place nearest to his hand, and tenderly cleared the mist from his reading glass, and removed 1 or 2 withered or ailing snowdrops from the little winter nosegay she had gathered for him the day before, watching her, all the time silent as herself, not daring indeed to speak lest his heart should overflow. These little tasks of love over, she came towards him a few paces, and said, Please, dear grandfather, tell me all about what has happened to yourself, which should make us glad. That is by and by, but nothing as to the rest of that letter. I will just think over it by myself, but never let us talk of it, Grandy dear, never more, never more. Chapter Roman 10. Trees that like the poplar lift upward all their boughs, give no shade and no shelter whatever their height. Trees the most lovingly shelter and shade us when like the willow the higher soar their summits, the lowlier droop their boughs. Usually when Sophie left Waif in the morning, she would wander out into the grounds, and he could see her pass before his window, or she would look into the library, which was almost exclusively given up to the Morleys, and he could hear her tread on the old creaking stairs. But now she had stolen into her own room, which communicated with his sitting-room, a small lobby alone intervening, and there she remained so long that he grew uneasy. He crept softly to her door, and listened. He had a fineness of hearing almost equal to his son's, but he could not hear a sob, not a breath. At length he softly opened the door and looked in with caution. The girl was seated at the foot of the bed, quite still, her eyes fixed on the ground and her finger to her lip, just as she had placed it there, when imploring silence so still, it might be even slumber. All who have grieved respect grief. Waif did not like to approach her, but he said from his stand at the threshold, The sun is quite bright now, Sophie, go out for a little while, darling. She did not look round, she did not stir, but she answered with readiness, Yes, presently. So he closed the door and left her. An hour passed away. He looked in again. There she was, still in the same place, in the same attitude. Sophie dear, it is time to take your walk. Go, Mrs. Morley is in front before my window. I have called to her to wait for you. Yes, presently, answered Sophie, and she did not move. Waif was seriously alarmed. He paused a moment, then went back to his room, took his hat and his staff, came back. Sophie, I should like to hobble out and breathe the air, it will do me good. Will you give me your arm? I am still very weak. Sophie now started, shook back her fair curls, rose put on her bonnet, and in less than a minute was by the old man's side, drawing his arm fondly into hers. They descend the stairs, they are in the garden. Mrs. Morley comes to meet them then. George wife exerts himself to talk, to be gay, to protect Sophie's abstracted silence by his own active desultory erratic humour. Twice or thrice, as he leans on Sophie's arm, she draws it still nearer to her, and presses it tenderly. She understands, thanks him. Hark, from some undiscovered hiding place near the water, Fairthorn's flute. The music fills the landscape, as with a living presence the swans pause upon the still lacketh tame doe, steals through yonder leafless trees, and now musing and slow from the same desolate coverts, comes the does master. The music spells them all. Guy Darrell sees his guests where they have halted by the stone sundial. He advances, joins them, congratulates Waif on his first walk. As a convalescent, he quotes Gray's well-known verses applicable to that event, and when in that voice sweet as the flute itself, he comes to the lines, See the wretch who long has tossed Roman 100 Gray. The common sun, the air, the skies, to him are opening paradise. Sophie, as if suddenly struck with remorse at the thought that she and she alone was marring that opening paradise to the old man in his escape from the sickroom to the sun, the air, the skies, abruptly raised her looks from the ground, and turned them full upon her guardian's face with an attempt at gladness in her quivering smile, which, whatever its effect on Waif, went straight to the innermost heart of Guy Darrell. On the instant he recognized, as by intuitive sympathy, the anguish from which that smile struggled forth, knew that Sophie had now learned that grief which lay deep within himself, that grief which makes a sick chamber of the whole external world, and which greets no more in the common boons of nature, the opening paradise of recovered hope. His eye lingered on her face as its smile waned, and perceived that change which had so startled Waif. Involuntarily, he moved to her side, involuntarily drew her arm within his own, thus supporting the one who Cherish had supported by the one who disowned her. Guy Darrell might be stern in resolves which afflicted others, as he was stern in afflicting himself, but for others he had at least compassion. Poor Waif, with nature so different, marked Darrell's movement, and ever ready to seize on comfort, said inly, "He relents. I will not go tomorrow as I had intended. Sophie must win her way. Who can resist her?" Talk languished. The wintry sun began to slope. The air grew keen. Waif was led in. The Morleys went up into his room to keep him company. Sophie escaped back to her own. Darrell continued his walk, plunging deep into his maze of beechwoods, followed by the doe. The swans dipped their necks amongst the waterweeds. The flute has ceased, and drearily still is the grey horizon seen through the skeleton bowseen behind the ragged skyline of shaft and parapet in the skeleton palace. Darrell does not visit Waif's room that day. He concludes that Waif and Sophie would wish to be much alone. He dreads renewal of the only subject on which he has no cheering word to say. Sophie's smile. Sophie's face haunted him in vain. He repeated to himself, "Tut, it will soon pass, only a girl's first fancy." But Sophie does not come back to Waif's room. When the Morleys have left it, Waif creeps into her room, as before, and as before there she sits still as if in slumber. She comes in, however, of her own accord to assist as usual in the meal which he takes apart in his room, helps herself, but eats nothing. She talks, however, almost gaily, hopes he will be well enough to leave the next day, wonders whether Sir Isaac has missed them very much, reads to him Lady Montfort's affectionate letter to herself, and when dinner is over and Waif's chair drawn to the fireside, she takes her old habitual place on the stool beside him, and says, "Now, dear grandfather, all about yourself. What happy thing has chanced to you?" Alas, poor Waif has but little heart to speak, but he forces himself. What he has to say may do good to her. "You know that on my own account I had reasons for secrecy change of name. I shunned all those whom I had ever known in former days, could take no calling in life, by which I might be recognized, deemed it a blessed mercy of Providence, that when not able to resist offers that would have enabled me to provide for you, as I never otherwise could, I assented to hazard an engagement at a London theatre, trusting for my incognito to an actor's arts of disguise. Came the accident which of itself annihilated the temptation into which I had suffered myself to be led. For our child, had it been known who and what was the William Waif, whose stage-mime tricks moved harmless mirth or tears, as pleasant the audience would have risen not to applaud but hoot off from both worlds the mimic, as the real. Well, had I been dishonest, you alone felt that I could not have dared to take you guiltless infant by the hand. You remember that on my return to Rugg's wandering theatre, bringing you with me, I exaggerated the effects of my accident, affected to have lost voice, stipulated to be spared appearing on his stage. That was not the mere pride of manhood shrinking from the display of physical afflictions. No, in the first village that we arrived at I recognized an old friend, and I saw that in spite of time and the accident that had disfigured me, he recognized me and turned away his face as if in loathing. An old friend, Sophie, an old friend. Oh, it pierced me to the heart, and I resolved from that day to escape from Rugg's stage, and I consented, till the means of escape and some less dependent mode of livelihood were found to live on thy earnings, child. For if I were discovered by other old friends, and they spoke out, my disgrace would reflect on you, and better to accept support from you than that. Alas, appearances were so strong against me, I never deemed they could be cleared away even from the sight of my nearest friends. But Providence, you know, has been so kind to us hitherto, and so Providence will be kind to us again, Sophie. And now the very man I thought most hard to methize, very Guy Darrell, under whose roof we ever has been the man to make those whose opinion I most value know that I am not dishonest, and Providence has raised a witness on my behalf in that very Mr. Hartup, who judged me, and anyone else might have done the same, too bad to be fit company for you, and that is why I am congratulated. And oh, Sophie, though I have borne it, as heaven does enable us to bear what of ourselves we could not, and though one learns to shrug a patient shoulder under the obloquy which may be heaped on us by that crowd of mere strangers to us, and to each other, which is called the world, yet to slink out of sight from a friend, as one more to be shunned than a fito, take like a coward the lashings of scornto, whence one raw saw from the kindness of petito feel, that in life, the sole end of each shift and contrivance is to slip the view hallow into a grave without epitaph by paths as stealthy and sly, as the poor hunted fox, when his last chance seemed soul wonnies by winding and doubling to run under the earth to know that it would be an ungrateful imposture to take chair at the board at the hearth of the man who, unknowing your secret, says friend be social accepting not a crust that one does not pay for lest one feel a swindler to the kind fellow creature, whose equal we must not beal thizzle this Sophie did at times chafe, and gall more than I ought, to have let it do considering that there was one who saw it all, and would don't cry Sophie it is all over now. Not cry oh it does me so much good. All over now I am under this roof without shame or scruple, and if Guy Darrell knowing all my past has proved my innocence in the eyes of those whom alone I cared for I feel, as if I had the right to stand before any crowd of men erect, and shameless a man once more with men oh darling let me, but see thy old happy smile again the happy smiles of the young, are the sunshine of the old be patient firm Providence, is so very kind Sophie. Chapter Roman 11 Waif exacts from George Morley the fulfillment of one of those promises which mean nothing or everything. The next day George Morley visited Waif's room earlier than usual. Waif had sent for him. Sophie was seated by her grandfather, his hand in hers. She had been exerting herself to the utmost, to talk cheerfulito shake from her aspect every cloud of sorrow, but still, that change was there more marked than even on the previous day. A few hours of intense struggle, a single night wholly without sleep, will tell on the face of early youth not till we hard veterans have gone through such struggles as life permits not to the slight responsibilities of new recruits not, till sleepless nights have grown to us familiar, will thought seem to take as it were strength not exhaustion from unrelaxing exercise nourish, the brain sustain the form by its own untiring fleshless spiritual immortality, not till many a winter has stripped the leaves not, till deep and far out of sight, spread the roots that support the stem will the beat of the east wind, leave no sign on the rind. George has not indeed so noticed the day before the kind of withering blight that has passed over the girl's countenance, but he did know when she met his eye more steadfastly, and had resumed something of the open, genial, infantine grace of manner which constituted her peculiar charm, and which it was difficult to associate with deeper griefs than those of childhood. You must scold my grandfather, she said. He chooses to fancy that he is not well enough yet to leave, and I am sure that he is, and will recover more quickly at home than here. Pooh, said Waif, you young things suppose we old folks can be as brisk as yourselves, but if I am to be scolded leave Mr. George unawed by your presence, and go out my dear, while the sun lasts I know by the ways of that blackbird, that the day will be overcast by noon. As soon as they were alone George said abruptly, your Sophie is looking very ill, and if you are well enough to leave it might be better for her to move from this gloomy house. Movement itself is a great restorative, added George, with emphasis. You see then that she looks ill, very ill, said Waif deliberately, and there is that in your manner which tells me you guess the cause. I do guess it from the glimpse which I caught of Lionel's face, after he had been closeted a short time with Mr. Darrell at my uncle's house 2 days ago. I guess it also from a letter I have received from my uncle. You guess right, very right, said Waif, still with the same serious, tranquil manner. I showed her this letter from young Houghton. Read it. George hurried his eye over the letter, and returned it silently. Waif proceeded. I was frightened yesterday by the strange composure she showed in her face. Alone could be read what she suffered. We talked last night. I spoke of myself off my old sorrows in order to give her strength to support hers. And the girl has a heroic nature, Mr. George, and she is resolved to conquer or to die, but she will not conquer. George began the usual strain of a consoles in such trials. Waif stopped him. All that you can say, Mr. George, I know beforehand, and she will need no exhortation to prayer and to fortitude. I stole from my room. When it was almost dawn I saw a light under the door of her chamber. I just looked in softly and perceived she had not gone to bed. She was by the open window, stars dying out of the sky, kneeling on the floor, her face buried in her hands. She has prayed in her soul at this moment. Be sure that she is praying now. She will devote herself to mesh, will be cheerful. You will hear her laugh, Mr. George. But she will not conquer in this world. Long before the new year is out, she will be looking down upon our grief with her bright smile. But we shall not see her, Mr. George. Do not think this is an old man's foolish terror. I know sorrow as physicians know disease. It has its mortal symptoms. Hush, hear me out. I have one hope. It is in you. In me. Yes, do you remember that you said if I could succeed in opening to your intellect its fair career, you would be the best friend to me man ever had, and I said agreed. but change the party in the contract, befriend my Sophie instead of me, and if ever I ask you help me in aught for her welfare and happiness, and you said with heart and soul, that was the bargain, Mr. George, now you have all that you then despaired of, you have the dignity of your sacred calling, you have the eloquence of the preacher. I cannot cope with Mr. Darrell. Can he has a heart, it can be softened, he has a soul, it can be freed from the wither that tether it down, he has the virtues you can appeal to, and he has the pride which you as a Christian minister have the right to prove to be a sin. I cannot argue with him, I cannot reprove the man to whom I owe so much. All ranks of men and of mind should be equal to you, the pastor, the divine, you ministers of the gospel, address yourselves unabashed to the poor, the humble, the uninstructed. Did heaven give you power and commandment over these alone? Go, preacher, go, speak with the same authority to the great, to the haughty, to the wise. The old man's look and gesture were sublime. The preacher felt a thrill vibrate from his ear to his heart, but his reason was less affected than his heart. He shook his head mournfully. The task thus assigned to him was beyond the limits which custom prescribes to the priest of the English Church. Dictation to a man not even of his own flock upon the closest affairs of that man's private hearth and home. Our society allows no such privilege, and our society is right. Waif, watching his countenance, saw at once what was passing in his mind, and resumed as if answering George's own thought. Ay, if you were but the commonplace priest, but you are something more. You are the priest specially endowed for all special purposes of good. You have the mind to reason, the tongue to persuadeth, majestic earnestness of impassioned zeal. Nor are you here the priest alone, you are here the friend, the confidant of all for whom you may exert your powers. O George Morley, I am a poor ignorant blunderer when presuming to exhort you as Christian minister. But in your own words I address you as man and gentleman. You declared that thought and zeal should not stammer. Whenever I said keep your promise, I say it now, keep faith to the child you swore to me to befriend. I will go and at once, said George, rising, but be not sanguine. I see not a chance of success, a man so superior to myself in years, station, abilities, repute. Where would be Christianity, said Waif, if the earliest preachers had raised such questions? There is a soldier's courage's there, not a priest's. George made no answer, but with abstracted eye, gathered brow, and slow meditative step, quitted the room and sought Guy Darrell. Book Roman 12, chapter Roman 1. The man of the world shows more indifference to the things and doctrines of the world than might be supposed, but he vindicates his character, which might otherwise be jeopardized by the adroitness with which, having resolved to roast chestnuts in the ashes of another man's hearth, he handles them when hottest by the proxy of a cat's paw. In the letter which George told Waif he had received from his uncle George, had an excuse for the delicate and arduous mission he undertook, which he did not confide to the old man, lest it should convey more hopes than its nature justified. In this letter, Alban related with a degree of feeling that he rarely manifested his farewell conversation with Lionel, who had just departed to join his new regiment. The poor young man had buoyed himself up with delighted expectations of the result of Sophie's prolonged residence under Darrell's roof. He had persuaded his reason that, when Darrell had been thus enabled to see and judge of her for himself, he would be irresistibly attracted towards her, that innocence like truth would be mighty and prevail. Darrell was engaged in the attempt to clear William Loseley's name and blood from the taint of felony. Alban was commissioned to negotiate with Jasper Loseley on any terms that would remove all chance of future disgrace from that quarter. Oh yes, to poor Lionel's eyes obstacles vanisheth, future became clear. And thus, when after telling him of his final interview with the minister, Darrell said, I trust that in bringing to William Loseley this intelligence, I shall at least soften his disappointment, when I make it thoroughly clear to him how impossible it is that his Sophie can ever be more to me to us than a stranger, whose virtues create an interest in her welfare. Lionel was stunned, as by a blow. Scarcely could he murmur, You have seen her, and your resolve remains the same. Can you doubt it, answered Darrell, as if in surprise. The resolve may now give me pain on my account, as before it gave me pain on yours. But if not moved by your pain, can I be moved by mine? That would be a baseness. The colonel, in depicting Lionel's state of mind, after the young soldier had his farewell to Waif and previous to quitting London, expressed very gloomy forebodings. I do not say, wrote he, that Lionel will guiltily seek death in the field, nor does death there come more to those who seek than to those who shun it, but he will go upon a service, exposed to more than ordinary suffering, privation, and decease, without that rallying power of hope, that will and desire to live which constitute the true stamina of youth. And I have always set a black mark upon those who go into war joyless and despondent. Send a young fellow to the camp, with his spirits broken, his heart heavy as lump of lead, and the first of those epidemics, which thin ranks more than the canon says to itself. There is a man for me, any doctor will tell you, that even at home the gay and light-hearted walk safe through the pestilence, which settles on the moping as malaria settles on a marsh. Confound Guy Darrell's ancestors, they have spoilt Queen Victoria as good a young soldier as ever wore a sword by his side, 6 months ago, and how blithely Lionel Houghton looked forth to the futurreal laurel no cypress, and now I feel as if I had shaken hands with a victim, sacrificed by superstition to the tombs of the dead. I cannot blame Darrell. I dare say in the same position I might do the same, but no, on second thoughts I should not. If Darrell does not choose to marry, and have sons of his own, he has no right to load a poor boy with benefits, and say there is but one way to prove your gratitude. Remember my ancestors and be miserable for the rest of your days. Darrell, forsooth, intends to leave to Lionel the transmission of the old Darrell name, and the old Darrell name must not be tarnished by the marriage on which Lionel has unluckily set his heart. I respect the old name, but it is not like the house of Vipont, a British institution, and if some democratical cholera, which does not care a rush for old names, carries off Lionel, what becomes of the old name? Then Lionel is not Darrell's son. Lionel need not perforce take the old name. Let the young man live as Lionel Houghton, and the old name die with Guy Darrell. As to the poor girl's birth and parentage, I believe we shall never know them. I quite agree with Darrell that it will be wisest never to inquire, but I dismiss as far-fetched and improbable his supposition that she is Gabrielle Desmaret's daughter to me. It is infinitely more likely either that the deposition of the nurse which poor Willie gave to Darrell, and which Darrell showed to me, is true, only that Jasper was conniving at the temporary suspension of his child's existence, while it suited his purposer that at the worst this mysterious young lady is the daughter of the artiste. In the former supposition, as I have said over and over again, a marriage between Lionel and Sophie is precisely that which Darrell should desire. In the latter case, of course, if Lionel were the head of the house of Vipont, the idea of such an union would be inadmissible, but Lionel Intre Nous is the son of a ruined spendthrift by a linendraper's daughter, and Darrell has but to give the handsome young couple 5,000 or 6,000 a year, and I know the world well enough to know that the world will trouble itself very little about their pedigrees, and really Lionel should be left wholly free to choose whether he prefer a girl whom he loves with his whole heart, 5,000 or 6,000 a year happiness, and the chance of honours in a glorious profession, to which he will then look with glad spirits, a lifelong misery with the right after Darrell's death that, I hope, will not be these 30 years to bear the name of Darrell instead of Houghton, which if I were the last of the Houghtons, and had any family prideers, thank heaven I have not, would be a painful exchange to me, and dearly bought by the addition of some additional thousands a year, when I had grown perhaps as little disposed to spend them as Guy Darrell himself is. But after all there is one I compassionate even more than young Houghton. My morning rides of late have been much in the direction of Twickenham, visiting our fair cousin Lady Montfort. I went first to lecture her for letting these young people see so much of each other, but my anger melted into admiration and sympathy when I found with what tender, exquisite, matchless friendship she had been all the while scheming for Darrell's happiness, and with what remorse she now contemplated the sorrow which a friendship so grateful and a belief so natural had innocently occasioned. That remorse is wearing her to death. Dr. F., who attended poor dear Willie, is also attending her, and he told me privately that his skill was in vain, that her case baffled him, and he had very serious apprehensions. Darrell owes some consideration to such a friend, and to think that here are lives permanently embittered, if not risked, by the ruthless obstinacy of the best-hearted man I ever met. Now, though I have already intimated my opinions to Darrell with a candour due to the oldest and dearest of my friends, yet I have never, of course, in the letters I have written to him, or the talk we have had together, spoken out so plainly as I do in writing to you, and having thus written without awe of his grey eye and dark brow, I have half as mind to add, seize him in a happy moment, and show him this letter. Yes, I give you full leave, show it to him, if you think it would avail. If not, throw it into the fire, and pray heaven for those whom we poor mortals cannot serve. On the envelope Alban had added these words, but of course before showing the enclosed you will prepare Darrell's mind to weigh its contents, and probably it was in that curt and simple injunction that the subtle man of the world evinced the astuteness of which not a trace was apparent in the body of his letter. Though Alban's communication had much excited his nephew, yet George had not judged it discreet to avail himself of the permission to show it to Darrell. It seemed to him that the pride of his host would take much more offence at its transmission through the hands of a third person than at the frank tone of its reasonings and suggestions, and George had determined to re-enclose it to the Colonel, urging him to forward it himself to Darrell, just as it was, with but a brief line to say that on reflection Alban submitted direct to his old schoolfellow the reasonings and apprehensions which he had so unreservedly poured forth in a letter, commenced without the intention at which the writer arrived at the close. But now that the preacher had undertaken the duty of an advocate, the letter became his brief. George passed through the library, through the study, up the narrow stair that finally conducted to the same lofty cell in which Darrell had confronted the midnight robber, who claimed a child in Sophie. With a nervous hand George knocked at the door. Unaccustomed to any intrusion on the part of guest or household in that solitary retreat, somewhat sharply, as if in anger, Darrell's voice answered the knock. "Who's there?" "George Morley." Darrell opened the doors. Chapter Roman 2. A good archer is not known by his arrows, but his aim a good man is no more to be feared than a sheep a good surgeon must have an eagle's eye, a lion's heart, and a lady's hand a good tongue is a good weapon. And despite those suggestive or encouraging proverbs, George Morley has undertaken something so opposed to all proverbial philosophy that it becomes a grave question what he will do with it. "I come," said George, "to ask you one of the greatest favors a man can confer upon another. It will take some little time to explain. Are you at leisure?" Darrell's brow relaxed. "Seat yourself in comfort, my dear George. If it be in my power to serve or to gratify Alban Morley's nephew, it is I who receive a favor." Darrell thought to himself, the young man is ambitious. I may aid in his path towards a George Morley. First let me say that I would consult your intellect on a matter which habitually attracts and engages mind, that old vexed question of the origin and uses of evil, not only in the physical, but the moral world. It involves problems over which I would ponder for hours as a boy, on which I wrote essays as a schoolman, and which I perpetually collect illustrations to fortify my views as a theologian. He is writing a book, thought Darrell enviously, and a book on such a subject will last him all his life. Happy man. George Morley, the pastor, you know, is frequently consulted by the suffering and oppressed, frequently called upon to answer that question in which the skepticism of the humble and the ignorant ordinarily begins: why am I suffering? Why am I oppressed? Is this the justice of Providence? Has the great Father that benign pity, that watchful care for his children, which you preachers tell us, ever intent on deducing examples from the lives, to which the clue has become apparent, must be the priest who has to reason with affliction caused by no apparent fault, and where judged by the canons of human justice cloud and darkness obscure the divine still to vindicate the ways of God to man. Darrell, a philosophy that preceded and will outlive all other schools. It is twin-born with the world itself. Go on, though the theme be inexhaustible, its interest never flags. George Morley, has it struck you, Mr. Darrell, that few lives have ever passed under your survey in which the inexpressible tenderness of the omniscient has been more visibly clear than in that of your guest, William Loseley? Darrell's surprise clear to me. I confess that if ever there were an instance in which the divine tenderness, the divine justice, which I can never presume to doubt, was yet undiscernible to my bounded vision, it is in the instance of the very life you refer to. I see a man of admirable virtues, of a childlike simplicity of character, which makes him almost unconscious of the grandeur of his own soul, involved by a sublime self-sacrifice, be a virtue, not by a fault, in the most dreadful of human calamities, ignominious degradation, hurled in the midday of life from the sphere of honest mean, a felon's brand on his name, a vagrant in his age, justice at last, but tardy and niggard, and giving him but little joy when it arrives, because ever thinking only of others, his heart is wrapped in a child whom he cannot make happy in the way in which his hopes have been set. Georgino, your illustration might be turned by a skeptic into an argument against you. George Morley, not unless the skeptic refused the elementary starting ground, from which you and I may reason, not if it be granted that man has a soul, which it is the object of this life to enrich and develop for another. We know from my uncle what William Loseley was before this calamity befell him: a genial boon companion, a careless, frank, good fellow. All the virtues you now praise in him, dormant, unguessed even by himself, suddenly came calamity. Suddenly arose the sole degradation of name, and with it dignity of nature. How poor, how slight, how insignificant William Loseley, the hangeron of rural thanes, compared with that William Waif, whose entrance into this house, despite that felon's brand, when you knew it was the martyr's glory, greeted with noble reverence, whom, when the mind itself was stricken down, only the soul left to the wreck of the body, you tended with such pious care as he lay on your father's bed, And you who hold nobleness in such a nerdo, you of all men tell me that you cannot recognize that celestial tenderness which ennobled a spirit for all eternity. George, you are right, cried Darrell, and I was a blockhead and blunderer, as man always is when he mistakes a speck in his telescope for a blotch in the sun of a system. George Morley, but more difficult it is to recognize the mysterious agencies of heavenly love, when no great worldly adversity forces us to pause and question, let fortune strike down a victim, and even the heathen cries this is the hand of God. But where fortune brings no vicissitude, where her wheel runs smooth, dropping wealth or honors, as it rolls where affliction centers its work within the secret unrevealing heart there, even the wisest man may not readily perceive by what means heaven is admonishing, forcing, or wooing him nearer to itself. I take the case of a man in whom heaven acknowledges a favored son. I assume his outward life crowned with successes, his mind stored with opulent gifts, his nature endowed with lofty virtues. What an heir to train through the brief school of earth for due place in the ages that roll on forever. But this man has a parasite weed in each bed of a soul rich in flower sweet, and flowers intertwined stem with stem their fibers, uniting even deep down to the root. Can you not conceive with what untiring vigilant care heaven will seek to disentangle the flower from the weed? How, let me drop inadequate metaphor, how heaven will select for its warning chastisements that very error which the man has so blent with his virtues that he holds it a virtue itself, how gradually, slowly, pertinaciously, it will gather this beautiful nature all to itself, insist on a sacrifice it will ask from no other, to complete the true nature of poor William Loseley. Heaven ordained the sacrifice of worldly repute to complete the true nature of Guy Darrell. God ordains him the sacrifice of pride. Darrell started, half rose his eye, flashed, his cheek paled, but he remained silent. I have approached the favor I supplicate, resumed George, drawing a deep breath, as of relief. Greater favor man can scarcely bestow upon his fellow. I entreat you to believe that I respect and love and honor you sufficiently to be for a while so lifted up into your friendship that I may claim the privilege without which friendship is but a form, just as no freedom is more obnoxious than intrusion on confidence withheld, so no favor, I repeat, more precious than the confidence which a man of worth vouchsafes to him who invites it with no claim, but the loyalty of his motives. Said Darrell, softened, but with stateliness, all human lives are as separate circles. They may touch at one point in friendly approach, but even where they touch each rounds itself from off the other. With this hint, I am contented to ask at what point in my circle you would George Morley, I thank you gratefully, I accept your illustration, the point is touched, I need no other. He paused a moment, as if concentrating all his thoughts, and then said with musing accents, yes, I accept your illustration. I will even strengthen the force of the truth implied in it, by a more homely illustration of my own. There are small skeleton abridgments of history which we give to children in such a year. A king was crowned, a battle was fought, there was some great disaster, or some great triumph of the true progress and development of the nation, whose record is thus epitomized off. The complicated causes which lead to these salient events of the animated, varied, multitudinous life, which has been hurrying on from epoch to epoch. The abridgment tells nothing. It is so with the life of each individual man. The life as it stands before us is but a sterile epitome hid from our sight. The emotions which are the people of the heart in such a year occurred a visible something, a gain, a loss, a success, a disappointment. The people of the heart crowned or deposed a king. This is all we know, and the most voluminous biography ever written must still be a meager abridgment of all that really individualized and formed a man. I ask not your confidence in a single detail or fact in your existence, which lies beyond my sight, far from me so curious an insolence. But I do ask you this, reflecting on your past life as a whole, have not your chief sorrows had a common idiosyncrasy? Have they not been strangely directed towards the frustration of some one single object cherished by your earliest hopes, and as if in defiance of fate resolutely clung to even now? It is true, muttered Darrell, you do not offend me, go on. And have not these sorrows in frustrating your object often assumed too a certain uniformity in the weapons they use in the quarter they harass or invade, almost as if it were a strategic policy that guided them, where they could most pain or humble or eject a foe that they were ordered to storm, degrade you? They could not, such was not their mission. Heaven left you intact, a kingliness of nature, a loftiness of spirit, unabased by assaults, levelled not against yourself, but your pride, your personal dignity, though singularly sensitive, though bitterly galled, stood proof. What might lower lesser men lowered, not you. Heaven left you that dignity, for it belongs alike to your intellect, and your virtues, but suffered it to be a source of your anguish. Why? Because not content with adorning your virtues, it was covering the fault against which were directed the sorrows you frown. Forgive me. You do not transgress unless it be as a flatterer. If I frowned, it was unconscious. Lithe sign of thought, not anger. Pawsome mind has left you for a moment, it is looking into the past. The past, was it not true, that home to whose porch came in time the black horses, in time, just to save from the last worst dishonor, but not save from years racked by each pang, that can harrow man's dignity in each daily assault on the fort of man's pride, the sly treacherous daughter, her terrible Mariageth man, whose disgrace she had linked to her blood, and whose life was still insult and threat to his own. True, what a war upon pride! And even in that secret and fatal love, which had been of all his griefs the most influential and enduring, had his pride been less bitterly wounded, and that pride less enthroned in his being, would his grief have been so relentless, his attempts at its conquest so vain. And then even know, what was it said, I can blessedly love, what was it said, but not pardonstern pride, and so on to these last revolutions of sterile life. Was he not miserable in Lionel's and Sophie's misery, forlorn in that citadel of pride closed round, and invested with sorrowsand the last hopes that had fled to the fortress slain, in defence of its outworks, with hand shading his face? Darrell remained some minutes silent. At last he raised his head, and his eye was steadfast, his lip firm. As George Morley, said he, I acknowledge much justice in the censure you have conveyed with so artful a delicacy, that if it fail to reform it cannot displease, and leaves much to be seriously revolved in solitary self-commune. But though I may own that pride is not made for man, and that in the blindness of human judgment I may often have confounded pride with duty, and suffered for the mistake, yet that one prevailing object of my life, which with so startling a truth you say it has pleased heaven to frustrate, I cannot hold an error in itself. You have learned enough from your uncle, seen enough of me yourself, to know what that object has been. You are scholar enough to concede to me that it is no ignoble homage which either nations or persons render to the ancestral dead. That homage is an instinct in all but vulgar and sordid natures. Has a man no ancestry of his own, rightly and justly, if himself of worth, he appropriates to his lineage all the heroes and bards and patriots of his fatherland. A free citizen has ancestors in all the glorious chiefs that have adorned the state, on the sole condition that he shall revere their tombs and guard their memory as a son. And thus whenever they who speak trumpet to grand democracies would rouse some quailing generation to heroic deed or sacrifice, they appeal in the name of ancestors, and call upon the living to be worthy of the dead. That which is so laudable, nay, so necessary a sentiment in the mass, cannot be a fault that angers heaven in the man. Like all high sentiments, it may compel harsh and rugged duties, it may need the stern suppression of many a gentle impulse, of many a pleasing wish, but we must regard it in its merit and consistency as a whole. And if, my eloquent and subtle friend, all you have hitherto said be designed but to wind into pleas for the same cause that I have already decided against the advocate in my own heart, which sides with Lionel's generous love and yon fair girl's ingenuous and touching grace, let us break up the court. The judge has no choice but the law which imperiously governs his judgment. George Morley, I have not hitherto presumed to apply to particular cases the general argument you so indulgently allow me to urge in favor of my theory, that in the world of the human heart, when closely examined, there is the same harmony of design as in the external universe, that in fault and in sorrow are the axioms and problems and postulates of a science. Bear with me a little longer. If I still pursue the same course of reasoning, I shall not have the arrogance to argue a special instancito. Say this you should do, this you should not do. All I would ask is leave to proffer a few more suggestions to your own large and candid experience. Said Darrell, irresistibly allured on, but with a tinge of his grave irony, you have the true genius of the pulpit, and I concede to you its rights. I will listen with the wish to profit the more susceptible of conviction, because freed from the necessity to reply. George Morley, you vindicate the object which has been the main ambition of your life. You say not an ignoble object. Truly ignoble objects are not for you. The question is, are there not objects nobler, which should have attained higher value, and led to larger results in the soul, which Providence assigned to you? Was not the proper place of the object you vindicate that of an auxiliary, a subordinate, rather than that of the all-directing self-sufficing leader, and autocrat of such various powers of mind? I picture you to myself alone, bold-hearted boy in this ancient hall amidst these primitive landscapes, in which old associations are so little disturbed by the modern, in which the wild turf of waste lands vanishing deep into mazes of solemn wood lends the scene to dreams of gone daysprings, adventure and knighthood, and all the poetical colours of old to unite the homage due to the ancestral dead, with the future ambition of life image full of interest and of pathos, a friendless child of a race more beloved for its decay, looking dauntless on to poverty and toil, with that conviction of power, which is born of collected purpose and earnest will, and recording his secret vow, that single-handed he will undo the work of destroying ages, and restore his line to its place of honor in the land. George paused, and tears stood in Darrell's eyes. Yes, resumed the scholar, rise for the child, for the youth, for the man in his first daring stride into the action of life, that object commands our respectful sympathies. But wait a few years, has that object expanded, has it led on into objects embracing humanity, remains it alone and sterile in the bosom of successful genius, or is it prolific and fruitful of grander designs of, more widespreading uses make genius successful, and all men have the right to say, brother, help us, what no other object still, but to build up a house to recover a line what was grand at one stage of an onward career, is narrow and small at another ambition, limited to the rise of a family. Can our sympathies still hallow that no in guide Darrell successful that ambition was treason to earth mankind? Was his family now therefore heaven thwarted the object, which opposed its own ends, in creating you therefore childless you stand on your desolate hearth, therefore low side by side yon uncompleted pilier, own uncompleted life? Darrell sat dumb, he was appalled. George Morley, has not that object stinted your very intellect, has it not, while baffled in its own centred aim, has it not robbed you of the glory which youth craved, and which manhood might have won idolater to the creed of an ancestor's name? Has your own name that hold on the grateful respect of the future, which men ever give to that genius whose objects are knit with mankind suddenly in the zenith of life, amidst cheers, not of genuine renown, cheers loud and brief, as a mob's, her calamities, all of which I know not nor conjecture, interrupt your career, and when your own lifelong object is arrested, or rather when it is snatched from your eye, your genius renounces all uses fame ever during was before you still had your objects been those for which genius is given you muse. Heaven permits these rude words to strike home, Guy Darrell. It is not too late, heaven's warnings are always in time, reflect, with the one narrow object was fostered, and fed the one master failing of pride to us as Christians or as reasoners. It is not in this world that every duty is to find its special meed, yet by that same mystical law which makes science of sorrow rewards, are but often the normal effect of duties sublimely fulfilled out of your pride, and your once cherished object has there grown happiness, has the success which was not denied you achieved the link with posterity that your hand, if not fettered, would long since have forged. Grant that heaven says, stubborn child, yield at last to the warnings vouchsafed to thee by my love from a son so favoured and strong. I exact the most difficult offering, thou hast sacrificed much, but for ends not prescribed in my law. Sacrifice now to me the thing thou most clingest to, pride. I make the pang I demand purposely bitter, I twine round the offering, I ask the fibres that bleed in relaxing what to other men would be no duty is duty to thee, because it entails a triumphant self-conquest, and pays to humanity the arrears of just dues long neglected. Grant the hard sacrifice made, I must think heaven has ends for your joy even here, when it asks you to part with the cause of your sorrows. I must think that your evening of life may have sunshine denied to its noon, but with God are no bargains of virtue the most arduous, because it must trample down what your life has exalted as virtue is before. Distasteful, austere, repellent, the most inviting arguments in its favour are that it proffers no bribes. Men would acquit you in rejecting it, judged by our world's ordinary rule. Men would be right in acquitting you. But if on reflection you say in your heart of hearts, this is a virtue, you will follow its noiseless path up to the smile of God. The preacher ceased. Darrell breathed a long sigh, rose, slowly took George's hand, pressed it warmly in both his own, and turned quickly and silently away. He paused in the deep recess, where the gleam of the wintry sun shot through the small casement aslant, and pale on the massive wall opening the lattice he looked forth on the old hereditary treason, the Gothic church tower, and the dark evergreens that belted his father's tomb. Again he sighed, but this time the sigh had a haughty sound in its abrupt impatience, and George felt that words written must remain to strengthen and confirm the effect of words spoken. He had at least obeyed his uncle's wise injunction, had prepared Darrell's mind to weigh the contents of a letter, which given in the first instance would perhaps have rendered Darrell's resolution not less stubborn, by increasing the pain to himself, which the resolution already inflicted. Darrell turned and looked towards George as if in surprise to see him still lingering there. I have now but to place before you this letter from my uncle to myself. It enters into those details which it would have ill become me specially to discuss. Remember, I entreat you in reading it, that it is written by your oldest friend. Be a man, who has no dull discrimination in the perplexities of life, or the niceties of honor. Darrell bowed his head in assent, and took the letter. George was about to leave the room. Stay, said Darrell, 'tis best to have but one interview on conversation on the subject, which has been just enforced on me, and the letter may need a comment or a message to your uncle. He stood hesitating with the letter open in his hand, and fixing his keen eye on George's pale and powerful countenance, said, how is it that with an experience of mankind, which you will pardon me for assuming to be limited, you yet read so wondrously the complicated human heart? If I really have that gift, said George, I will answer your question by another. Is it through experience that we learn to read the human heart? Is it through sympathy? If it be experience, what becomes of the poet? If the poet be born not made, is it not because he is born to sympathize with what he has never experienced? I see there are born preachers. Darrell reseated himself and began Alban's letter. He was evidently moved by the Colonel's account of Lionel's grief, muttering to himself, poor boy, but he is brave, he is young. When he came to Alban's forebodings on the effects of dejection upon the stamina of life, he pressed his hand quickly against his breast, as if he had received a shock. He mused a while before he resumed his task, then he read rapidly and silently till his face flushed, and he repeated in a hollow tone inexpressibly mournful, let the young man live, and the old name die with Guy Darrell. I see how the world sides with youth, what matters all else so that youth have its toy again. His eye hurried on impatiently, till he came to the passage devoted to Lady Montfort. Then George saw that the paper trembled violently in his hand, and that his very lips grew white. Serious apprehensions. He muttered, I owe consideration to such a friend. This man is without a heart. He clenched the paper in his hand, without reading farther. Leave me this letter, George. I will give an answer to that, and to you before night. He caught up his hat as he spoke, passed into the lifeless picture gallery, and so out into the open air. George, dubious and anxious, gained the solitude of his own room, and locked the door. Chapter Roman 3. At last the great question by torture is fairly applied to Guy Darrell. What will he do with it? What will Guy Darrell do with the thought that weighs on his brain, rankles in his heart, perplexes his dubious conscience? What will he do with the law which has governed his past life? What will he do with that shadow of a name which, alike in swarming crowds or in lonely burial places, has spelled his eye and lured his step as a beckoning ghost? What will he do with the pride from which the mask has been so rudely torn? What will he do with idols so long revered? Are they idols, or are they but symbols and images of holy truths? What will he do with the torturing problem on the solution of which depend the honor due to consecrated ashes, and the rights due to beating hearts? They're restless. He goes the arrow of that question in his side now, through the broad waste land snow, through the dim woods, pausing oft with short quick sigh, with hand swept across his brow as if to clear away a cloud no snatched from our sight by the evergreens round the tomb in that still churchyard, no emerging slow, with melancholy eyes fixed on the old roof tree. What will he do with it, the question of questions in which all futurity is opened, has him on its rack? What will he do with it? Let us see. Chapter Roman 4. Immunes aram si tetigit manus, non sumptuosa blandia hostia, malavit aversus penates, far pio et salient micahoret. It is the grey of the evening. Fairthorn is sauntering somewhat sullenly along the banks of the lake. He has missed the last 3 days his walk, with Sophomis, the pleasing excitement of talking at her, and of the family in whose obsolete glories he considers her very interest and obtrusive impertinence. He has missed too his more habitual and less irritating conversation with Darrell. In short, altogether he is put out, and he vents his spleen on the swans who follow him along the wave, as he walks along the margin, intimating either their affection for himself or their anticipation of the breadcrumbs associated with his image. The amiable note, half snort and half grunt, to which change of time or climate has reduced the vocal accomplishments of those classical birds, so pathetically melodious in the age of Martius, and on the banks of Caister. Not a crumb, you unprincipled beggars, growled the musician. You imagine that mankind are to have no other thought but that of supplying you with luxuries, and if you were asked in a competitive examination to define me your benefactor, you would say a thing very low in the scale of creation, without wings or even feathers, but which Providence endowed with a peculiar instinct for affording nutritious and palatable additions to the ordinary aliment of swans. Ah, you may grunt, I wish I had you in a pie. Slowly out through the gap between yon grey crag and the thorn tree paces the doe, halting to drink, just where the faint star of eve shoots its gleam along the wave. The musician forgets the swans, and quickens his pace, expecting to meet the doe's wonted companion. He is not disappointed. He comes on Guy Darrell, where the twilight shadow falls darkest between the grey crag and the thorn tree. "Dear fellow hermit," said Darrell, almost gaily yet with more than usual affection in his greeting and voice, "you find me just when I want you. I am, as one whose eyes have been strained by a violent conflict of colours, and your quiet presence is like the relief of a return to green. I have news for you, Fairthorn. You, who know more of my secrets than any other man, shall be the first to learn a decision that must bind you and me more together, but not in these scenes. Ibe musibimus supremum carper iter comites parody." "What do you mean, sir?" asked Fairthorn. "My mind always misgives me when I hear you quoting Horace. Some reflection about the certainty of death, or other disagreeable subjects, is sure to fall. Death no, Dick, not now. Marriage bells and joy, Dick, we shall have a wedding. What, you will marry at last, and it must be that beautiful Caroline Lindsay. It must, you can never love another, you know it, my dear, dear master. I shall see you then happy before I die." "Tut, foolish old friend," said Darrell, leaning his aria tenderly on Fairthorn's shoulder, and walking on slowly towards the house. "How often must I tell you that no marriage bells can ring for me? But you have told me too that you went to Twickenham to steal a sight of her again, and that it was the sight of her that made you resolve to wed no one else, and when I have railed against her for fickleness, have you not nearly frightened me out of my wits, as if no one might rail against her but yourself? And now she is free, and did you not grant that she would not refuse your hand, and would be true and faithful henceforth? And yet you insist on being granite." "No, Dick, not granite. I wish I were." "Granite and pride," persisted Dick courageously. "If one chips a bit off the granite, one only breaks one's spade against the pride." "Pride you too," muttered Darrell mournfully. Then aloud, "No, it is not pride now, whatever it might have been even yesterday, but I would rather be racked by all the tortures that pious inquisitors ever invented out of compassion for obstinate heretics, than condemn the woman I have so fatally loved to a penance the misery of which she cannot foresee she would accept messertainly. Why? Because she thinks she owes me reparation, because she pities me, and my heart tells me that I might become cruel and mean and vindictive if I were to live day by day with one who created in me, while my life was at noon a love never known in its morn, and to feel that that love's sole return was the pity vouchsafed to the nightfall of my age. No, if she pitied, but did not love me, when 18 years ago we parted under yonder beech tree, I should be a dotard to dream that woman's pity mellows into love, as our locks become grey and youth turns our vows into ridicule. It is not pride that speaks here, it is rather humility, Dick. But we must not now talk of old age and bygones, youth and marriage bells, Dick. Know that I have been for hours pondering how to reconcile with my old-fashioned notions dear Lionel's happiness. We must think of the living as well as the dead, Dick. I have solved the problem. I am happy, and so shall the young folks be." "You don't mean to say that you will consent to—" "Yes, to Lionel's marriage with that beautiful girl, whose parentage we never will ask. Great men are their own ancestors. Why not sometimes fair women enough? I consent. I shall of course secure to my kinsman, and his bride, an ample fortune. Lionel will have time for his honeymoon before he departs for the wars he will fight with good heart. Now, Dick, young folks of the present day cannot bear up against sorrow as they were trained to do in mine, and that amiable lady who has so much pity for me has of course still more pity for a charming young couple for whose marriage she schemed in order to give me a home, Dick. And rather than she should pine and fall ill, and no matter, all shall be settled as it should be for the happiness of the living, but something else must be settled. We must think of the dead as well as the living, and this name of Darrell shall be buried with me in the grave beside my father's. Lionel Houghton will keep to his own name. Live the Houghtons perish, but with no blot on their shield perish the Darrells. Why, what is that tears, Dick? Poop a man, and I want all your strength, for you too must have a share in the sacrifice. What follows is not the dictate of pride, if I can read myself aright. No, it is the final completion and surrender of the object, on which so much of my life has been waste, but a surrender that satisfies my crotchets of honour at all events. If it be pride in disguise, it will demand no victim in others. You and I may have a sharp pang, we must bear it, Dick." "What on earth is coming now?" said Dick dolefully. "The due to the dead, Richara Fairthorn, this nook of fair England, in which I learned from the dead to love unearth's poor domain of Folishall, go in bequest to the college at which I was reared. Sir, it will serve for a fellowship or two to honest brave-hearted young scholars. It will be thus, while English institutions may last devoted to learning and honour, it may sustain for mankind some ambition more generous than mine. It appears ever was settled thus, not in mine, but my dear father's name, like the Darrell Museum. These are my dues to the dead, Dick. and the old house thus becomes useless. The new house was ever a folly, they must go down both as soon as the young folks are married. Not a stone stand on stone, the ploughshare shall pass over their sites. And this task I order you to see done. I have not strength. You will then hasten to join me at Sorrento, that corner of earth on which Horace wished to breathe his last sigh. Illeta mecum locus et bidi. Postulant arsis ibidu. Don't, sir, don't. Horace again. It is too much. Fairthorn was choking, but as if the idea presented to him was really too monstrous for belief, he clutched at Darrell with so uncertain and vehement a hand that he almost caught him by the throat, and sobbed out, "You must be joking." Seriously and solemnly, "Rachara Fairthorn," said Darrell, gently disentangling the fingers that threatened him with strangulation. "Seriously and solemnly, I have uttered to you my deliberate purpose. I implore you in the name of our lifelong friendship to face this pain, as I do absolutely cheerfully. I implore you to execute to the letter the instructions I shall leave with you on quitting England, which I shall do the day Lionel is married. And then, dear old friend, calm days, clear consciences in climes where whole races have passed away, proud cities themselves, sunk in grave swear our petty grief for a squire's lost house. We shall both grow ashamed to indulgether. We will moralize, rail against vain dreams, and idle pride, cultivate vines and orange trees with Horace nay Dickwith the flute. Chapter Roman 5. More bounteous run rivers when the ice that locked their flow melts into their waters, and when fine natures relent their kindness is swelled by the thaw. Darrell escaped into the house. Fairthorn sunk upon the ground and resigned himself for some minutes to unmanly lamentations. Suddenly, he started up. A thought came into his brain, a hope into his breast. He made a caper, launched himself into a precipitate zigzagained the hall-door, plunged into his own mysterious hiding-place, and in less than an hour re-emerged, a letter in his hand, with which he had just time to catch the postman as that functionary was striding off from the backyard with the official bag. This exploit performed, Fairthorn shambled into his chair at the dinner table, as George Morley concluded the grace which preceded the meal that in Fairthorn's estimation usually made the grand event of the passing day. But the poor man's appetite was gone, as Sophie dined with waif. The Morleys alone shared with host and secretary the melancholy entertainment. George was no less silent than Fairthorn. Darrell's manner perplexed him. Mrs. Morley not admitted into her husband's confidence in secrets that concerned others, though in all his own he was to her conjugal sight pellucidia vitro, was the chief talker, and being the best woman in the world, ever wishing to say something pleasant, she fell to praising the dear old family pictures that scowled at her from the wall, and informed Fairthorn that she had made great progress with her sketch of the old house as seen from the lake, and was in doubt whether she should introduce in the foreground some figures of the olden time, as in Nash's views of baronial mansions, but not a word could she coax out of Fairthorn. And when she turned to appeal to Darrell, the host suddenly addressed to George a question as to the text and authorities by which the papal church defends its doctrine of purgatory, that entailed a long and no doubt erudite reply, which lasted not only through the rest of the dinner, but till Mrs. Motley, edified by the discourse, and delighted to notice the undeviating attention which Darrell paid to her distinguished spouse, took advantage of the first full stop, and retired. Fairthorn finished his bottle of port, and far from convinced that there was no purgatory, but inclined to advance the novel heresy that purgatory sometimes commenced on this side the grave, slinked away, and was seen no more that night, neither was his flute heard. Then Darrell rose, and said, "I shall go upstairs to our sick friend for a few minutes. May I find you here when I come back? Your visit to him can follow mine." On entering Waif's room, Darrell went straight forward towards Sophie, and cut off her retreat. "Fair guest," said he with a grace and tenderness of manner which, when he pleased it, could be ineffably bewitching, "teach me some art by which in future, rather to detain than to scare away the presence in which a duller age than mine could still recognize the charms that subdue the young." He led her back gently to the seat she had deserted, placed himself next to her, addressed a few cordial queries to Waif about his health and comforts, and then said, "You must not leave me for some days, yet I have written by this post to my kinsman Lionel Houghton. I have refused to be his ambassador at a court in which by all the laws of nations he is bound to submit himself to his conqueror. I cannot even hope that he may escape with his freedom, no chains for life, thrice happy indeed, if that be the merciful sentence you inflict." He raised Sophie's hand to his lips as he ended, and before she could even quite comprehend the meaning of his words, was she startled, confused, incredulous of such sudden change. In Fateth door had closed on Darrell, and Waif had clasped her to his breast, murmuring, "Is not Providence kind?" Darrell, rejoined the scholar. George said he be kind enough to tell Alban that you showed me his letter. Be kind enough also to write to Lady Montfort, and say that I gratefully acknowledge her wish to repair to me those losses which have left me to face age, and the grave alone. Tell her that her old friend you remember, George, I knew her as a child, sees in that wish the same sweet goodness of heart which soothed him when his son died, and his daughter fled. Add that her wish is gratified to that marriage in which she compassionately foresaw the best solace left to my bereaved and baffled existence. See, oh, that marriage I give my consent. You do, oh Mr. Darrell, how I honour you. Nay, I no more deserve honour for consenting than I should have deserved contempt, if I had continued to refuse to do what I deemed right. Is not more my wish now than it was 12 hours ago. To what so sudden a change of resolve in one who changes resolves very rarely may be due, whether to Lady Montfort, to Alban, or to that metaphysical skill with which you wound into my reason, and compelled me to review all its judgments. I do not attempt to determine yet. I thought I had no option, but the course I had taken. No, it is fair to yourself to give you the chief credit you made me desire. You made me resolve to find an option. I have found one, and now pay your visit, where mine has been just paid. It will be 3 days, I suppose, before Lionel, having joined his new regiment, can be here, and then it will be weeks, yet I believe before his regiment sails, and I am all for short courtships. Chapter Romans 6. Fairthorn frightens Sophie. Sir Isaac is invited by Darrell and forms one of a family circle. Such a sweet voice in singing breaks out from yon leafless beech's waif, hears it at noon from his window. Hark, Sophie has found song once more. She is seated on a garden bench looking across the lake towards the gloomy old manor house, and the tall spectre palace beside it. Mrs. Morley is also on the bench, hard at work on her sketch. Fairthorn prowls through the thickets behind, wandering restless and wretched, and wrathful beyond all words to describe. He hears that voice singing. He stops short, perfectly rabid with indignation. Singing, he muttered, singing in triumph and glowering at the very house she dooms to destruction, worse than Nero striking his lyre amidst the conflagration of Rome. By and be Sophie, who somehow or other cannot sit long in any place, and tires that day of any companion, wanders away from the lake, and comes right upon Fairthorn hailing in her unutterable secret bliss. The musician who had so often joined her rambles in the days of unuttered secret sadness, she sprang towards him with welcome and mirth, in a face that would have lured Diogenes out of his tub. Fairthorn recoiled sidelong, growling forth, "Don't you had better not," grinned, the most savage grin, showing all his teeth like a wolf. And as she stood mute with wonder, perhaps with fright, he slunk edgeways off as if aware of his own murderous inclinations, turning his head more than once, and shaking it at her. Then, with the wonted mystery which enveloped his exits, he was gone, vanished behind a crag, or amidst a bush, or into a hole, heaven knows. But like the lady in the siege of Corinth, who warned the renegade Alp of his approaching end, he was gone. Twice again that day Sophie encountered the enraged musician, each time the same menacing aspect and weird disappearance. "Is Mr. Fairthorn ever a little odd?" asked Sophie timidly of George Morley. "Always," answered George dryly. Sophie felt relieved at that reply. Whatever is habitual in a man's manner, however unpleasant, is seldom formidable. Still Sophie could not help saying, "I wish poor Sir Isaac were here." "Do you?" said a soft voice behind her, "and pray who is Sir Isaac?" The speaker was Darrell, who had come forth with the resolute intent to see more of Sophie, and make himself as amiably social as he could. Darrell could never be kind by halves. "Sir Isaac is the wonderful dog you have heard me describe," replied George. "Would he hurt my doe if he came here?" asked Darrell. "Oh no," cried Sophie, "he never hurts anything. He once found a wounded hare, and he brought it in his mouth to us so tenderly, and seemed so anxious that we should cure it, which grandfather did, and the hare would sometimes hurt him, but he never hurt the hare," said George sonorously. "Ingenuas didicis fideliter arts. Immalit mores nec sinit esse feros." Darrell drew Sophie's arm into his own. "Will you walk back to the lake with me," said he, "and help me to feed the swans? George, send your servant express for Sir Isaac. I am impatient to make his acquaintance." Sophie's hand involuntarily pressed Darrell's arm. She looked up into his face with innocent, joyous gratitude, feeling at once, and as by magic, that her awe of him was gone. Darrell and Sophie rambled thus together. For more than an hour he sought to draw out her mind unaware to herself. He succeeded. He was struck with a certain simple poetry of thought, which pervaded her ideas, not artificial sentimentality, but a natural tendency to detect in all life a something of delicate or beautiful which lies hid from the ordinary sense. He found, thanks to Lady Montfort, that though far from learned, she was more acquainted with literature than he had supposed, and sometimes he changed colour, or breathed his short quick sigh, when he recognized her familiarity with passages in his favourite authors which he himself had commended or read aloud to the Caroline of old. The next day Waif, who seemed now recovered, as by enchantment, walked forth with George Darrell again. With Sophie Sir Isaac arrived immense joy the doe but Sir Isaac, who retreating stands on his hind legs, and having possessed himself of Waif's crutch, presents Fire the doe in her turn retreat chef. An hour afterwards doe and dog are friends. Waif is induced without much persuasion to join the rest of the party at dinner in the evening. All Fairthorn excepted draw round. The fire. Waif is entreated by George to read a scene or two out of Shakespeare. He selects the latter portion of King Lear. Darrell, who never was a playgoer, and who, to his shame be it said, had looked very little into Shakespeare since he left college, was wonderstruck. He himself read beautifully, all great orators I suppose do, but his talent was not mimetic, not imitative. He could never have been an actor, never thrown himself into existences wholly alien or repugnant to his own grave, or gay stern or kind Guy Darrell, though often varying, was always Guy Darrell. But when Waif was once in that magical world of art, Waif was gone, and nothing left of him. The part lived, as if there were no actor to it. It was the fool, it was Lear. For the first time Darrell felt what a grand creature, a grand actor really is, what a luminous, unconscious critic, bringing out beauties of which no commentator ever dreamed. When the reading was over, talk still flowed the gloomy old hearth, knew the charm of a home circle. All started incredulous when the clock struck one, just as Sophie was passing to the door. Out from behind the window curtain glared a vindictive, spiteful eye. Fairthorn made a move at her which tease, a pity Waif did not see it, would have been a study for Caliban. She uttered a little scream. "What's the matter?" cried the host. "Nothing," said she quickly, far too generous to betray the hostile oddities of the musician. "Sir Isaac was in my way, that was all." "Another evening, we must have Fairthorn's flute," said Darrell. "What a pity he was not here tonight. I would have enjoyed such reading." "No, one more," said Mrs. Morley. "He was here once or twice during the evening, but he vanished." "Vanishing seems his forte," said George. Darrell looked annoyed. It was his peculiarity to resent any jest, however slight, against an absent friend, and at that moment his heart was perhaps more warmed towards Dick Fairthorn than to any man living, if he had not determined to be as amiable and mild towards his guests as his nature would permit. Probably George might have had the flip of a sarcasm which would have tingled for a month, but as it was, Darrell contented himself with saying gravely, "No, George Fairthorn's foible is vanishing. His forte is fidelity. If my fortune were to vanish, Fairthorn would never disappear, and that's more than I would say if I were a king and Fairthorn a bishop." After that extraordinary figure of speech, good nights were somewhat hastily exchanged, and Fairthorn was left behind the curtain with feelings towards all his master's guests as little, it is to be hoped, like those of a Christian bishop towards his fellow creatures as they possibly could be. Chapter Romans 7. Domus et placens uxor. Fairthorn finds nothing placens in the uxor to whom Domus is indebted for its destruction. Another day Lionel is expected to arrive an hour or two. Afternoon, Darrell is in his room. Eyes will once more before him. He has drawn up a rough copy of the codicil by which Forley is to pass away, and the name of Darrell be consigned to the care of grateful learning, linked with prizes and fellowships of public property, lost for ever to private representatives of its sepulchred bearers. Preparations for departure from the doomed dwelling-house have begun. There are large boxes on the floor and favourite volume esquifly, in science or classicsly piled, beside them for selection. What is really at the bottom of Guy Darrell's heart? Does he feel reconciled to his decision? Is the virtue of his new self-sacrifice in itself a consoling reward? Is that cordial urbanity, that cheerful kindness by which he has been yet more endearing himself to his guests, sincere or assumed? As he throws aside his pen and leans his cheek on his hand, the expression of his countenance may perhaps best answer those questions. It has more unmingled melancholy than was habitual to it before, even when in his gloomiest moods. But it is a melancholy much more soft and subdued. It is the melancholy of resignation, that of a man who has ceased a long struggle, paid his offering to the appeased nemesis in casting into the sea the thing that had been to him the dearest. But in resignation, when complete, there is always a strange relief. Despite that melancholy, Darrell is less unhappy than he has been for years. He feels as if a suspense has passed, a load been lifted from his breast. After all, he has secured, to the best of his judgment, the happiness of the living, And in relinquishing the object to which his own life has been vainly devoted, and immolating the pride attached to it, he has yet to use his own words paid his dues to the dead no descendant from a Jasper Loosely, and a Gabrielle Desmarets will sit as mistress of the house, in which loyalty and honour had garnered with the wrecks of fortune, the memories of knightly Famener, perpetuate the name of Darrell through children, whose blood has a source in the sink of infamy and fraud, nor was this consolation that of a culpable pride. It was bought by the abdication of a pride that had opposed its prejudices to living Worthto living happiness Sophie, would not be punished for sins not her own Lionel not barred from, a prize that earth never might replace what mattered to them, a mouldering old desolate manor house here, few hundreds of pitiful acres. Their children would not be less blooming if their holiday summer noons were not shaded by those darksome Treesner, less lively of wit if their school themes were signed in the name not of Darrell, but Houghton. A slight nervous knock at the door. Darrell has summoned Fairthorn. Fairthorn enters. Darrell takes up a paper. It contains minute instructions as to the demolition of the two buildings. The materials of the new pile may be disposed of, sold, carted away anyhow. Anywhere those of the old house are sacred, not a brick, to be carried from the precincts around it, no, from foundation to roof, all to be piously removedto, receive formal interment deep in the still bosom of the little lake, and the lake to be filled up and turfed over. The pictures and antiquities selected for the Darrell Museum are of course to be carefully transported to London warehouse safely, till the gift from owner to nation be legally ratified. The pictures and articles of less value will be sent to an auction. But when it came to the old family portraits in the manor house, the old homely furniture familiarized to sight and use and love from infancy, Darrell was at a loss. His invention failed. That question was reserved for further consideration. And why, says Fairthorn bluntly, and coarsely urging at least reprieve, why, if it must be, not wait till you are no more, why must the old house be buried before you are? Because, answered Darrell, such an order left by will would seem a reproach to my heirs. It would wound Lionel to the quick, done in my lifetime. And just after I have given my blessing on his marriage, I can suggest 1,000 reasons for an old man's whim, and my manner alone will dispel all idea of a covert affront to his charming innocent bride. I wish you were hanged with all my heart, muttered Fairthorn, coming here to do such astonishing mischief. But sir, I can't obey you. 'Tis no use talking, you must get some one else. Parson Morley will do it with pleasure too, no doubt, or that hobbling old man, whom I suspect to be a conjurer, who knows but what he may get knocked on the head, as he is looking on with his wicked one eye. And then there will be an end of him too, which would be a great satisfaction. Sure, my dear Dick, there is no one else I can ask, but you. The parson would argue I've had enough of his arguings, and the old man is the last whom my own arguings could deceive. Fiat Justicia. Don't, sir, don't, you are breaking my heart. He's a shame, sir, sobbed the poor faithful rep. Well, Dick, then I must see it done myself, and you shall go on first to Sorrento, and hire some villa to suit us. I don't see why Lionel should not be married next week. Then the house will be clear. And yes, it was cowardly in me to shrink mine, be the task shame on me to yield it to another. Go back to thy flute, Dick. Nec tibias as Euterpe cohibit nec polyhymnia, lesbum refugit tendir barbiton. At that last remorseless shaft from the Horatian quiver venenatis, gravida sagittis, Fairthorn could stand ground no longer. There was a shamblia plunging. Once more the man was vanished. Chapter Roman 8. The flutiplayer shows how little music hath power to soothe the savage breast off a musician. Fairthorn found himself on the very spot in which more than 5 years ago Lionel, stung by Fairthorn's own incontinent prickles, had been discovered by Darrell. There he threw himself on the ground, as the boy had done there. Like the boy, he brooded moodily, bitterly sore with the world and himself, to that letter written on the day that Darrell had so shocked him, and on which letter he had counted as a last forlorn hope. No answer had been given in an hour, or so Lionel would arrive. Those hateful nuptials, dooming folly, as the nuptials of Paris and Helen had doomed Troy, would be finally arranged in another week. The work of demolition would commence. He never meant to leave Darrell to superintend that work, no, grumble and refuse as he might till the last moment. He knew well enough that, when it came to the point, he, Richard Fairthorn, must endure any torture that could save Guy Darrell from a pang. A voice comes singing low through the groveth patter of feet on the crisp leaves. He looks up. Sir Isaac is scrutinizing him. Gravelipine Sir Isaac, Darrell's own doe, led patiently by Sophie, yes, lending its faithless neck to that female criminal's destroying hand. He could not bear that sight, which added insult to injury. He scrambled up, darted a kick at Sir Isaac, snatched the doe from the girl's hand, and looked her in the face. Her, not Sophie, but the doe with a reproach that if the brute had not been lost to all sense of shame would have cut her to the heart. Then turning to Sophie, he said, "No, miss, I reared this creature, reft it with my own hands, miss, I gave it up to Guy Darrell, miss, and you shan't steal this from him whatever else you may do, miss." Sophie, indeed, Mr. Fairthorn, it was for Mr. Darrell's sake that I wished to make friends with the dears you would with poor Sir Isaac, if you would but try, and like me little only a very little, Mr. Fairthorn. Fairthorn, don't. Sophie, don't. What I am so sorry to see I have annoyed you somehow. You have not been the same person to me the last 2 or 3 days. Tell me, what I have done wrong, scold me, but make it up. Fairthorn, don't hold out your hand to me, don't be smiling in my face. I don't choose it, get out of my sight. You are standing between me and the old house, robbing me, even of my last looks at the home which you... Sophie, which what? Fairthorn, don't, I say, don't tempt me, you had better not ask questions, that's all. I shall tell you the truth, I know, my tongue is itching to tell it, please to walk on. Despite the grotesque manner and astounding rudeness of the flute player, his distress of mind was so evident, there was something so genuine and earnest at the bottom of his ludicrous anger that Sophie began to feel a vague presentiment of evil, that she was the mysterious cause of some great suffering to this strange enemy, whom she had unconsciously provoked, was clear. And she said therefore with more gravity than she had before evinced, "Mr. Fairthorn, tell me how I have incurred your displeasure. I entreat you to do so, no matter how painful the truth may be. It is due to us both not to conceal it." A ray of hope darted through Fairthorn's enraged and bewildered mind. He looked to the right, looked to the left, no one near. Releasing his hold on the doe, he made a sidelong dart towards Sophie, and said, "Hush, do you really care what becomes of Mr. Darrell?" "To be sure I do." "You would not wish him to die broken-hearted in a foreign land, that old house levelled to the ground, and buried in the lake, miss?" "How can you ask me such questions?" said Sophie faintly. "Do speak plainly, and at once." "Well, I will, miss. I believe you are a good young lady after all, and don't wish really to bring disgrace upon all who want to keep you in the dark, and—" "Disgrace," interrupted Sophie, and her pure spirit rose, and the soft blue eye flashed a ray like a shooting star. "No, I am sure you would not like it, and some time or other you could not help knowing, and you would be very sorry for it, and that boy Lionel, who was as proud as Guy Darrell himself, when I saw him last, prouder indeed, that he should be so ungrateful to his benefactor. And indeed the day may come when he may turn round on you, or on the lame old gentleman, and say he has been disgraced. Should not wonder at all young folks, when they are sweethearting, only talk about roses and angels and such like, but when husbands and wives fall out, as they always do sooner or later, they don't mince their words then, and they just take the sharpest thing that they can find at their tongue's end. So you may depend on it, my dear miss, that some day or other that young Houghton will say that you lost him the old manor house and the old Darrell name, and have been his disgrace. That's the very word, miss. I have heard husbands and wives say it to each other over and over again. Sophie, oh, Mr. Fairthorn, these horrid words cannot be meant for me. I will go to Mr. Darrell. I will ask him how I can be a dis. Her lips could not force out the word. Fairthorn, I go to Mr. Darrell, if you please. He will deny it all. He will never speak to me again. I don't care, I am reckless. But it is not the less true that you make him an exile, because you may make me a beggar. Sophie, wringing her hands, have you no mercy, Mr. Fairthorn? Will you not explain? Fairthorn, yes, if you will promise to keep it secret, at least for the next 6 months, anything for breathing time. Sophie, impatiently, I promise, speak. And then Fairthorn did speak. He did speak of Jasper Luzerly, his character, his debasement, even of his midnight visit to her host's chamber. He did speak of the child fraudulently sought to be thrust on Darrell's just indignation and loathing. The man was merciless, though he had not an idea of the anguish he was inflicting. He was venting his own anguish. All the mystery of her past life became clear at once to the unhappy girl. All that had been kept from her, by protecting love, all her vague conjectures now became a dreadful certainty. Explained now why Lionel had fled Hervey. He had written that letter, over the contents of which she had pondered with her finger on her lip, as if to hush her own sigh. All she marry Lionel now, impossible. She bring disgrace upon him in return for such generous, magnanimous affection. She drive his benefactor, her grandsire's vindicator, from his own hearth. Shesheth at Sophie, who as a mere infant had recoiled from the thought of playful subterfuge and tamperings with plain honest truth. She rose before Fairthorn had done. Indeed, the tormentor, left to himself, would not have ceased till nightfall. Fear not, Mr. Fairthorn, she said resolutely. Mr. Darrell will be no exile. His house will not be destroyed. Lionel Houghton shall not wed the child of disgrace, fear not, sir, all is safe. She shed not a tear, nor was there writ on her countenance that change, speaking of blighted hope, which had passed over it at her young lover's melancholy farewell. No, now she was supported, no, there was a virtue by the side of a sorrow, no love was to shelter and save the beloved from disgrace, from disgrace. At that thought disgrace fell harmless from herself, as the rain from the plumes of a bird she passed on her cheek, glowing her form erect. By the porch door she met Waif, and the Morleys with a kind of wild impetuosity. She seized the old man's arm, and drew it fondly clingingly within her own henceforth. They two were to be as in years gone by, all in all to each other. George Morley eyed her countenance in thoughtful surprise. Mrs. Morley, bent as usual on saying something seasonably kind, burst into an eulogium on her brilliant colour. So they passed on towards the garden side of the house, whilst tramp of hoofs, full gallop, and George Morley, looking up, exclaimed, "Ha, here comes Lionel, and see, Darrell is hastening out to welcome him." Chapter Roman 9. The letter on which Richard Fairthorne relied for the defeat of the conspiracy against Fawley Manor House. Bad aspects for houses. The house of Vipont is threatened. A physician attempts to medicine to a mind diseased. A strange communication, which hurries the reader on to the next chapter. It has been said that Fairthorne had committed to a certain letter his last desperate hope, that something might yet save Fawley from demolition and himself, and his master from an exile's home in that smiling nook of earth, to which Horace invited Septimius, as uniting the advantages of a mild climate, excellent mutton, capital wine, and affording to Septimius the prospective privilege of sprinkling a tear over the cinder of his poetical friend, while the cinder was yet warm, inducements which had no charm at all to Fairthorne, who was quite satisfied with the Fawley Southdownsheld in just horror, all wishy-washy light wince, and had no desire to see Darrell reduced to a cinder for the pleasure of sprinkling that cinder with a tear. The letter in question was addressed to Lady Montfort, unscrupulously violating the sacred confidence of his master, the treacherous wretch, after accusing her in language little more consistent with the respect due to the fair sex than that which he had addressed to Sophie, of all the desolation that the perfidious nuptials of Caroline Lindsay had brought upon Guy Darrell, declared that the least Lady Montfort could do to repair the wrongs inflicted by Caroline Lindsay was not to pity his master, that her pity was killing him. He repeated with some grotesque comments of his own, but on the whole not inaccurately, what Darrell had said to him on the subject of her pity. He then informed her of Darrell's consent to Lionel's marriage with Sophie, in which criminal espousals it was clear from Darrell's words that Lady Montfort had had some nefarious share in the most lugubrious colours. He brought before her the consequences of that Mariageth extinguished name, the demolished dwelling-place, the renunciation of native soil itself. He called upon her by all that was sacred to contrive some means to undo the terrible mischief she had originally occasioned, and had recently helped to complete. His epistle ended by an attempt to conciliate and coax. He revived the image of that wild Caroline Lindsay, to whom he had never refused a favour, whose earliest sums he had assisted to cast upto, whose young idea he had communicated the elementary principles of the musical gamutto, whom he had played on his flute winter eve and summer noon by the hour together. That Caroline Lindsay who when a mere child had led Guy Darrell where she willed as by a thread of silk. Ah, how Fairthorne had leapt for joy when 18 years ago he had thought that Caroline Lindsay was to be the sunshine and delight of the house to which she had lived to bring the cloud and the grief. And by all these memories Fairthorne conjured her either to break off the marriage she had evidently helped to bring about, or failing that, to convince Guy Darrell that he was not the object of her remorseful and affectionate compassion. Caroline was almost beside herself at the receipt of this letter, the picture of Guy Darrell effacing his very life from his native land, and destroying the last memorials of his birthright, and his hometh conviction of the influence she still retained over his bleak and solitary existence. The experience she had already acquired that the influence failed where she had so fondly hoped it might begin to repair, and to bless all overpowered her with emotions of yearning tenderness and unmitigated despair. What could she do? She could not offer herself again to be rejected. She could not write again to force her penitence upon the man who, while acknowledging his love to be unconquered, had so resolutely refused to see in the woman who had once deceived his trust Caroline of old. Alas, if he were but under the delusion that her pity was the substitute, and not the companion of love, how could she undeceive him? How say, how write, accept me, for I love you? Caroline Montfort had no pride of rank, but she had pride of sex. That pride had been called forth, encouraged, strengthened throughout all the years of her wedded life for Guy Darrell's sake, and to him alone that pride she had cast a weight trampled upon such humility was due to him. But when the humility had been once in vain, could it be repeated, would it not be debasement? In the first experiment, she had but to bow to his reproach. In a second experiment she might have but to endure his contempt. Yet how with her sweet, earnest, affectionate nature, how she longed for one more interview, on more explanation, if chance could but bring it about, if she had but a pretext, a fair reason apart from any interest of her own, to be in his presence once more. But in a few days he would have left England forever, his heart, yet more hardened in its resolves, by the last sacrifice to what it had so sternly recognized to be a due to others, never to see him more, never to know how much in that sacrifice he was suffering, no, would perhaps suffer more hereafter, in the reaction that follows all strain upon purpose, and yet not a word of comfort from her who felt born to be his comforter. But this marriage that cost him so much, must that be, could she dare even for his sake to stand between two such fair young lives as those of Lionel and Suffolk? Confide to them what Fairthorn had declared, appeal to their generosity. She shrunk from inflicting such intolerable sorrow. Could it be her duty in her inability to solve this last problem? She bethought herself of Alban Morley. Here at least he might give advice. He offered suggestion. She sent to his house, entreating him to call her messenger, was some hours before he found the colonel, and then brought back but a few hasty lines. Impossible to call that day. The crisis had come at last. The country, the House of Vipont, the British Empire were trembling in the balance. The colonel was engaged every moment for the next 12 hours. He had the Earl of Montfort, who was intractable and stupid beyond conception, to see and talk over. Car Vipont was hard at work on the materials for the new cabinet. Alban was helping Car Vipont. If the House of Vipont failed England at this moment, it would not be a crisis, but a crash. The colonel hoped to arrange an interview with Lady Montfort for a minute or two the next day, but perhaps she would excuse him from a journey to Twickenham and drive into town to see him. If not at home, he would leave word where he was to be found. By the beard of Jupiter Capitolinus, there are often revolutions in the heart of woman during which she is callous to a crisis, and has not even a fear for a crash. The next day came George's letter to Caroline with the gentle message from Darrell, and when Dr. F., whose apprehensions for the state of her health Colonel Morley had by no means exaggerated, called in the afternoon to see the effect of his last prescription, he found her in such utter prostration of nerves and spirits that he resolved to hazard a dose not much known to great ladies, viz. 3 grains of plain speaking, with a minimum of frightening. "My dear lady," said he, "yours is a case in which physicians can be of very little use. There is something on the mind which my prescriptions fail to reach. Worry of some sort, decidedly worry. And unless you yourself can either cure that, or will make head against it, worry, my dear Lady Montfort, will end not in consumption. You are too finely formed to let worry eat holes in the lungs, no, but in a confirmed aneurism of the heart, and the first sudden shock might then be immediately fatal. The heart is a noble organ, bears a great deal, but still its endurance has limits. Heart complaints are more common than they were. Over education and over civilization, I suspect very young people are not so subject to them. They have flurry, not worry, a very different thing, a good chronic, silent grief of some years' standing that gets worried into acute inflammation at the age when feeling is no longer fancy, throws out a heart disease, which sometimes kills without warning, or sometimes, if the grief be removed, will rather prolong than shorten life, by inducing a prudent avoidance of worry in future. There is that worthy old gentleman who was taken so ill at Folly, and about whom you were so anxious in his case. There had certainly been chronic grief, then came acute worry, and the heart could not get through its duties. 50 years ago doctors would have cried apoplexy. Nowadays we know that the heart saves the head. Well, he was more easy in his mind the last time I saw him, and thanks to his temperance and his constitutional dislike to self-indulgence, worry he may jog on to 80 in spite of the stethoscope. Excess in the moral emotions gives heart disease, abuse of the physical powers, paralysis, both more common than they were. First for your gentle sex, the second for our rough one, both too lie in wait for their victims at the entrance in middle life. I have a very fine case of paralysis. Now a man built up by nature to 100 never saw such a splendid formation, such bone, and such muscle. I would have given Van Amberg the 2 best of his lions, and my man would have done for all 3 in 5 minutes. All the worse for him, my dear lady, all the worse for him. His strength leads him on to abuse the main fountains of life, and out jumps avenging paralysis, and fells him to earth with a blow. Tease your Hercules that paralysis loves. She despises the weak invalid who prudently shims all excess. And so, my dear lady, that assassin called aneurism lies in wait for the hearts that abuse their own force of emotion, sparing hearts that less vital are thrifty in waste and supply. But you are not listening to one. And yet my patient may not be quite unknown to your ladyship, for in happening to mention the other day to the lady who attends to and nurses him that I could not call this morning, as I had a visit to pay to Lady Montfort at Twickenham, she became very anxious about you, and wrote this note which she begged me to give you. She seems very much attached to my patient, not his wife nor his sister. She interests me capital nurse cleverish woman, too. Oh, here is the note. Caroline, who had given but little heed to this recital, listlessly received the note, scarcely looked at the address, and was about to put it aside when the good doctor, who was intent upon rousing her by any means, said, "No, my dear lady, I promised that I would see you read the note. Besides, I am the most curious of men, and dying to know a little more who and what is the writer." Caroline broke the seal, and read as follows: "If Lady Montfort remembers Arabella Fawcett, and will call at Clare Cottage, Vale of Health, Hampstead, at her ladyship's earliest leisure, and ask for Mrs. Crane, some information not perhaps important to Lady Montfort, but very important to Mr. Darrell, will be given." Lady Montfort startled the doctor by the alertness with which she sprang to her feet and rang the bell. "What is it?" asked he. "The carriage immediately," cried Lady Montfort, as the servant entered. "Ah, you are going to see the poor lady, Mrs. Crane. Well, it is a charming drive, and just what I should have recommended. Any exertion will do you good. Allow me, why, your pulse is already 50% better. Pray, what relation is Mrs. Crane to my patient?" "I really don't know. Pray excuse me, my dear Dr. F." "Certainly, go while the day is fine. Wrap you a close carriage, mind, and I will look in tomorrow." Chapter Roman 10, wherein is insinuated the highest compliment to woman ever paid to her sex by the author of this work. Lady Montfort has arrived at Clare Cottage. She is shown by Bridget Greggs into a small room upon the first floor, folding doors to some other room. Closely shoot evidences of sickness in the housefeels on the chimneypiece, a tray, with a broth basin on the table, a saucepan on the hob, the sofa, one of those that serve as a bed, which sleep little visits for one who may watch through the night over some helpless sufferer, a woman's shawl thrown carelessly over its hard narrow bolster roll, in short, betraying that pathetic untidiness and discomfort which says that a despot is in the house to whose will order and form are subordinateth imperious tyranny of disease, establishing itself in a life that within those four walls has a value not to be measured by its worth to the world. Beyond, the more feeble and helpless the sufferer, the more sovereign the despotism, more submissive the servitude. In a minute or two, one of the folding doors silently opened, and as silently closed, admitting into Lady Montfort's presence a grim woman in iron grey. Caroline could not at the first glance recognize that Arabella Fawcett, of whose handsome, if somewhat too strongly defined, and sombre countenance, she had retained a faithful reminiscence, but Arabella had still the same imposing manner, which had often repressed the gay spirits of her young pupil, and as she now motioned the great lady to a seat, and placed herself beside an odd recollection of the schoolroom, bowed Caroline's lovely head in mute respect. "Mrs. Crane, you too are changed since I saw you last. That was more than 5 years ago. But you are not less beautiful. You can still be loved. You would not scare away the man whom you might desire to save sorrow. Has its partialities. Do you know that I have a cause to be grateful to you without any merit of your own? In a very dark moment of my life, only vindictive and evil passions crowding on my face came across my sight. Goodness seemed there so beautiful, and in this face evil looked so haggard. Do not interrupt me. I have but few minutes to spare you. Yes, at the sight of that face, gentle recollections rose up. You had ever been kind to me, and truthful Caroline Lindsay, truthful other thoughts came at the beam of that face, as other thoughts come when a strain of unexpected music reminds us of former days. I cannot tell how, but from that moment, a something more like womanhood than I had known for years entered into my heart. Within that same hour, I was sorely tried, galled to the quick of my soul. Had I not seen you before, I might have dreamed of nothing but a stern and dire revenge, and a purpose of revenge I did form, but it was not to destroy it, was to save. I resolved that the man who laughed to scorn the idea of vows, due to me vows to bind life to life, should, yet sooner or later, be as firmly mine, as if he had kept his troth, that my troth at least should be kept to him, as if it had been uttered at the altar. Hush, did you hear a moan? No, he lies yonder, Caroline Lindsay, mine, indeed, till the grave us do part. These hands have closed over him, and he rests in their clasp helpless as an infant. Involuntarily Caroline recoiled, but looking into that careworn face, there was in it so wild a mixture of melancholy tenderness, with a resolved and fierce expression of triumph, that more impressed by the tenderness than by the triumph, the woman sympathized with the woman, and Caroline again drew nearer than before, and in her deep soft eyes pity alone was seen into those eyes. Arabella, looked as if spellbound, and the darker and sterner expression in her own face gradually relaxed and fled, and only the melancholy tenderness was left behind. She resumed. I said to Guy Darrell that I would learn if possible whether the poor child whom I illused in my most wicked days, and whom you it seems have so benignly sheltered, was the daughter of Mathilde Ure, as he believed of a yet more hateful mother long ago. I had conceived a suspicion that there was some ground to doubt poor Jasper's assertion, for I had chanced to see 2 letters addressed to Himon from that Gabrielle Desinerates whose influence over his life had been so baleful, in which she spoke of some guilty plunder with which she was coming to London, and invited him again to join his fortunes with her own. But the cold, bloodless villainy of the tone of ease with which crimes for a gibbet were treated as topics for wit, Arabella stopped. The same shudder came over her as when she had concluded the epistles abstracted from the dainty pocket-book. But in the letter were also allusions to Sophie, to another attempt on Darrell to be made by Gabrielle herself, nothing very clear, but a doubt did suggest itself. Is she writing to him about his own child? The other letter was from the French nurse with whom Sophie had been placed as an infant. It related to inquiries in person, and a visit to her own house, which Mr. Darrell had recently made. That letter also seemed to imply some deception, though but by a few dubious words. At that time the chief effect of the suspicion these letters caused was but to make me more bent on repairing to Sophie my cruelties to her childhood. What if I had been cruel to an infant, who after all was not the daughter of that false Matilda Darrell? I kept in my memory the French nurse's address. I thought that when in France I might seek and question her, but I lived only for one absorbing end. Sophie was not then in danger, and even my suspicions as to her birth died away. Pass on Guy Darrell, our Lady Montfort. His life has been embittered like mine, but he was man, and could bear it better. He has known himself the misery of broken faith, of betrayed affection, which he could pity so little when its blight fell on me. But you have excuse for desertion. You yourself were deceived, and I pardon him, for he pardoned Jasper, and we are fellow sufferers. You weep. Pardon my rudeness. I did not mean to pain you. Try and listen calmly. I must hurry on. On leaving Mr. Darrell, I crossed to France. I saw the nurse. I have ascertained the truth. Here are the proofs in this packet. I came back. I saw Jasper Loosely. He was on the eve of seeking you, whom he had already so wronged, off claiming the child, or rather of extorting money, for the renunciation of a claim to one whom you had adopted. I told him how vainly he had hitherto sought to fly from me. One by one I recited the guilty schemes in which I had baffled his purpose, all the dangers from which I had rescued his life. I commanded him to forbear the project he had then commenced. I told him I would frustrate that project as I had frustrated others. Alas, alas, why is this tongue so harsh? Why does this face so belie the idea of human kindness? I did but enrage and madden him. He felt but the reckless impulse to destroy the life that then stood between himself and the objects to which he had pledged his own self-destruction. I thought I should die by his hand. I did not quail. The ghastly change that came over his face, one glance of amaze and superstitious horror. His arm obeyed him, not his strength. His limbs forsook him. He fell at my feet on side of him, stricken dead. Hissed, that is his voice. Pardon me. And Arabella flitted from the room, leaving the door ajar. A feeble voice, like the treble of an infirm old man, came painfully to Caroline's ear. I want to turn. Help me. Why am I left alone? It is cruel to leave me so cruel. In the softest tones to which that harsh voice could be tuned, the grim woman apologized and soothed. You gave me leave, Jasper, dear. You said it would be a relief to you to have her pardon as well as theirs. Whose pardon? Asked the voice querulously. Caroline Lindsay's, Lady Montfort's. Nonsense, what did I ever do against her? Oh, her, I remember now. Don't let me have it over again. Yes, she pardons me, I suppose. Get me my broth, and don't be long. Arabella came back, closing the door, and while she busied herself with that precious saucepan on the hobto, which the Marchioness of Montfort had become a very secondary object, said, looking towards Caroline from under her iron-grey ringlets. You heard, Mrs. Me, he can't bear me out of his sight. No, me, you heard. Meekly Lady Montfort advanced, bringing in her hand the tray with the broth basin. Yes, I heard. I must not keep you, but let me help while I stay. So the broth was poured forth and prepared, and with it Arabella disappeared. She returned in a few minutes, beckoned to Caroline, and said in a low voice, Come in. Say you forgive him. Oh, you need not fear him. A babe could not fear him now. Caroline followed Arabella into the sick room. No untidiness, there all so carefully, thoughtfully arranged. A pleasant room, too, with windows looking full on the sunniest side of the Vale of Health. The hearth so cheerily clear, swept so clean, the very ashes out of sight. Flowers costly exoticson, the table on the mantelpiece, the couch drawn towards the window, and on that couch in the gay rich dressing gown of former days, warm coverlets heaped on the feet, snow-white pillows, propping the head lay, what at first seemed a vague, undistinguishable mass lay, what as the step advanced, and the eye became more accurately searching, grew into Jasper Loosely. Yes, they're too weak indeed, for a babe to fear lay all that was left of the strong man no enemy, but himself had brought him thus low spendthrift, and swindler, and robber of his own priceless treasures health, and strength, those grand rentrals of joy, which nature had made his inheritance, as a tree that is crumbling to dust under the gnarls of its bark, seems the moment ere it falls proof against time, and the tempest so within all decayed, stood that image of strength so ere scarcely stirring it fell, and the pitcher was broken at the fountain, and the wheel was broken at the cistern, vanity of vanities, saith the preacher. Jasper turned his dull eye towards Caroline as she came softly to his side, and looked at her with a piteous gaze. The stroke that had shattered the form had spared the face, and illness and compulsory abstinence from habitual stimulants had taken from the aspect much of the coarseness, whether of shape or colour, that of late years, had disfigured its outlined, supplied the delicacy, which ends with youth, by the delicacy that comes with the approach of death, so that in no small degree the beauty which had been to him so fatal a gift was once more visible, the features growing again distinct, as wanness succeeded to the hues of intemperance, and emaciation to the bloated cheeks, and swollen muscle, the goddess whose boons adorn the outward shell of the human spirit, came back to her favourite's death-couch, as she had come to the cradle, not now as the Venus Uracina, goddess of smile and jest, but as the warning Venus Libitina, the goddess of doom and the funeral. "I'm a very poor creature," said Jasper, after a pause. "I can't rise, I can't move without help, very strange, supernatural. She always said that if I raised my hand against her it would fall palsied." He turned his eye towards Arabella with a glare of angry terror. "She is a witch," he said, and buried his face in the pillow. Tears rolled down the grim woman's cheeks. "Lady Montfort, she is rather your good ministering spirit. Do not be unkind to her over her. You have more power now than you had when you were well and strong. She lives, but to serve you, command her gently." Jasper was not proof against that sweet voice. With difficulty he wrenched himself round and again looked long at Caroline Montfort. As if the sight did him good, then he made a sign to Arabella, who flew to his side and raised him. "I have been a sad dog," he said with a mournful attempt at the old rollicking Tonia, "very sad dodge, in short, a villain. But all ladies are indulgent to villains, in fact, prefer them. Never knew a lady who could endure a good young man ever, so I am sure you will forgive me, Miss Mom. Who is this lady? When it comes to forgiveness, there are so many of them. Oh, I remember, no, your ladyship will forgive Mettie's all down in black and white. What I've done, Bells has it, you see this hand I can write with, this hand thighs is not paralyzed. This is not the hand I tried to raise against her, but basta, where was I, my poor head? I know what it is to have a head, noish ache, boom wait thevy, as a church bell, hello, as a church bell, newsy, as a church bell. Brandy, give me brandy, you witch, I mean Bella, good Bella, give me brandy." "Not yet, Jasper dear, you are to have it every third hour. It is not time yet, dearest. You must attend to the doctor, and try to get well and recover your strength. You remember I told you how kind Lady Montfort had been to your father, and you wished to see and thank her. My father, me poor father, you've been kind to him, bless you, and you will see him. I want his pardon before I die, don't forget. And poor Sophie," said Mrs. Crane. "Ah yes, but she's well off now, you tell me. I can't think I have injured her, and really girls and women are intended to be a little useful to one. Basta. Mr. Darrell." Yes, I forgive him, or he forgives me. Settle it as you like, but my father's pardon, Lady Montfort, you will get me that." I will. He looked at her again, and smiled. Arabella gently let his head fall back upon the pillow. "Throw a handkerchief over my face," he said feebly, "and leave me, but be in call. I feel sleepy." His eyes closed. He seemed asleep even before they stole from the room. "You will bring his father to him," said Arabella, when she and Lady Montfort were again alone in this packet. "Is Jasper's confession of the robbery for which that poor old man suffered? I never knew of that before, but you see how mild he is, know how his heart is changed. It is indeed changed more than he shows only. You have seen him at the worst. Thy's mind wanders a little today. It does sometimes. I have a favour to ask of you. I once heard a preacher not many months ago. He affected me as no preacher ever did, before I was told that he was Colonel Morley's nephew. Will you ask Colonel Morley to persuade him to come to Jasper? My cousin George Morley, he shall come, I promise you. So shall your poor patience forgiving father. Is there more I can do?" "No, explain to Mr. Darrell the reason why I have so long delayed sending to him the communication which he will find in the packet I have given to you, and which you will first open reading the contents yourself, a part of them, at least, in Jasper's attestation of his stratagem to break off your marriage with Mr. Darrell, may yet be of some value to you, had better also show the papers to Colonel Morley, may complete the task I had meant on returning to England, or before seeing Mr. Darrell, to make the inquiries which you will see are still necessary. But then came this terrible affliction. I have been able to think of nothing else, but Jasper Tribble to quit the house which contains him for an hour only when Dr. F. told me that he was attending you, that you were ill and suffering. I resolved to add to this packet Jasper's own confession, and he gave it so readily and went yesterday through the fatigue of writing with such good heart. I tell you that there is a change within him, there is well I resolved to give you the packet to transmit to Mr. Darrell, for somehow or other I connected your illness with your visit to him at Fawley. My visit to Mr. Darrell. Jasper saw you as your carriage drove from the park gate not very many days since. You change colour, you have wronged that man, repair the wrong, you have the power. Alas no, murmured Caroline, I have not the power. Pooh loves you still, you are not one of those whom men forget. Caroline was silent, but involuntarily she lowered her veil. In an instant the acute sense of the grim woman detected the truth. Pride in both, she said. I understand, I dare not blame him here, but you were the injurer, you have no right to pride, you will see him again. Never, faltered Caroline, with accents scarcely audible under her veil. Arabella was silent for a moment, and Lady Montfort rose hastily to depart. You will see him again, I tell you, and Arabella then following her to the door. Stay, do you think he will die? Good heavens, Mr. Darrell. No, Jasper loosely. I hope not. What does Dr. F. say? He will not tell me, but it is not the paralysis alone, he might recover from that, so young still. There are other symptoms, that dreadful habit of stimulants, he sinks, if he has them not the hasten death, if he has but is mine, and mine only to the grave. No. Chapter Roman 11. The crisis, public and private. Lady Montfort's carriage stopped at Colonel Morley's door, just as Car Vipont was coming out. Car, catching sight of her, bustled up to the carriage window. My dear Lady Montfort, not seen you for an age. What times we live in, how suddenly the crisis has come upon a sad loss in poor dear Montfort. No wonder you mourn for him, had his failings true, who is not mortal but always voted right, always to be relied on in times of crisis. But this crotchety fellow, who has so unluckily for all but himself walked into that property, is the loosest fish. And what is a house divided against itself? Never was the constitution in such peril. I say it deliberately, and here is the head of the Viponts humming and hawing, and asking whether Guy Darrell will join the cabinet. And if Guy Darrell will not, we have no more chance of the Montfort interest than if we were Peepaday boys. But excuse me, I must be off. Every moment is precious in times of crisis. Think, if we can't form a cabinet by tomorrow, nightly think, what may happen. The other fellows will come in, and then the deluge. Carr is gone to find Mops and Dame Partingtons to stave off the deluge. Colonel Morley has obeyed Lady Montfort's summons, and has entered the carriage before she can speak. However, he has rushed into the subject of which he himself is full. Only think, I knew it would be so when the moment came. All depends upon Guy Darrell Montfort, who seems always in a fright lest a newspaper should fall on his head and crush him. Says that if Darrell, whom he chooses to favour, just because the newspapers declines to join the newspapers, will say the crisis is a job fancier, the crisis. Lord Mowbray de Elarco and Sir Josiah Snodge, who are both necessary to a united government, but who unluckily detest each other, refuse to sit in the same cabinet unless Darrell sit between to save them, I suppose from the fate of the cats of Kilkenny. Sir John Cowtley, our crack county member, declares that if Darrell does not come in teas, because the crisis is going too far. Harry Bold, our most popular speaker, says if Darrell stay out, teas a sign that the crisis is a retrograde movement. In short, without Darrell the crisis will be a failure, and the house of Vipont smashed. Lady Montfort smashed. I sent a telegram, that I should live to see such a word introduced into the English language. But, as Carr says, what times these are to Fawley this morning, entreating Guy to come up to town at once. He answers by a line from Horace, which means that he will see me shot first. I must go down to him, only waiting to know the result of certain negotiations. As to measures, I have but one hope. There is a measure which Darrell always privately advocated, which he thoroughly understands, which placed in his hands would be triumphantly carried. One of those measures, Lady Montfort, which if defective shipwreck a government if framed as Guy Darrell, could frame it immortalize the minister who concocts and carries them. This is all that Darrell needs to complete his fame and career. This is at length an occasion to secure a durable name in the history of his country. Let him reject it, and I shall tell him frankly that his life has been but a brilliant failure, since he has not a seat in Parliament and usage requires the actual possession of that qualification for a seat in the Cabinet. We must lose his voice in the Commons, but we can arrange that, for if Darrell will but join the government and go do the Lord Sir Josiah Snarge, who has a great deal of voice and a great deal of jealousy, will join to head the Vipont interest in the Commons and speak to the country, speak every night and all night too if required. Yes, Darrell must take the peerage, devote himself for a year or two to this great measurito, the consolidation of his famito, the redemption of the house of Vipont and to the salvation of the empire. And then if he please solve senescentim, that is, he may retire from harness and browse upon laurels for the rest of his days. Colonel Morley delivered himself of this long address, without interruption from a listener interested in every word that related to Guy Darrell, and in every hope that could reunite him to the healthful activities of life. It was now Lady Montfort's turn to speak, though after subjects so momentous as the crisis and its speculative consequences, private affairs, relating to a poor little girl like Sophone, the mere private affairs of Darrell himself, seemed a pitiful bathos. Lady Montfort, however, after a few words of womanly comment upon the only part of the Colonel's discourse which touched her heart, hastened on to describe her interview with Arabella, and the melancholy condition of Darrell's once formidable son-in-law. For that last, the Colonel evinced no more compassionate feeling than any true Englishman at the time I am writing would demonstrate for a murderous sepoy tied to the mouth of a cannon. A very good riddance, said the Colonel dryly, great relief to Darrell, and to everyone else whom that monster tormented and preyed on, and with his life will vanish the only remaining obstacle in writing poor Willie's good name. I hope to live to collect from all parts of the country Willie's old friends, and give them a supper at which I suppose I must not get drunk, though I should rather like it than not. But I interrupt you, go on. Lady Montfort proceeded to state the substance of the papers she had perused in reference to the mystery, which had been the cause of so much disquietude and bitterness. The Colonel stretched out his hand eagerly for the documents thus quoted. He hurried his eye rapidly over the contents of the first paper he lit on, and then said, pulling out his watch, well, I have half an hour yet to spare in discussing these matters with Jaume. I order your coachman to drive round the Regent's Park, better than keeping it thus at my door with 4 old maids, for opposite neighbours. The order was given, and the Colonel again returned to the papers. Suddenly he looked full into Lady Montfort's face with a thoughtful, searching gaze which made her drop her own eyes, and she saw that he had been reading Jasper's confession, relating to his device for breaking off her engagement to Darrell, which in her hurry and excitement she had neglected to abstract from the other documents. Oh, not that paper you are not to read, that she cried, quickly covering the writing with her hand. Too late, my dear cousin, I have read it all. Is now clear. Lionel was right, and I was right too in my convictions, though Darrell put so coolly aside my questions. When I was last at Forley, I am justified now in all the pains I took to secure Lionel's marriage, in the cunning cruelty of my letter to George. No, Lady Montfort, that if Lionel had sacrificed his happiness to respect for Guy's ancestorship, Guy Darrell would have held himself bound in honour never to marry again. He told me he should be a cheat if he took any step to rob one from whom he had exacted such an offering of the name and the heritage for which the offering had been made. And I then resolved that County Guy should not thus irrevocably shut the door. Own happiness, Lady Montfort, you know that this man loves yours verily. I believe never other man in our cold century loved woman through desertion, through change, amidst grief, amidst resentment, despite pride, dead to all other love, shrinking from all other Tyson, constant, anchoring in the depth of his soul, to the verge of age, secret, and locked up the hopeless passion of his manhood. Do you not see that it is through you and you alone that Guy Darrell has for 17 years been lost to the country he was intended to serve and to adorn? Do you not feel that if he now reject this last opportunity to redeem years so wasted, and achieve a fame that may indeed link his ancestral name to the honours of posterity, you and you alone are the cause? Alas, but what can I do? Doughy, true, the poor fellow is old now, you cannot care for him, you still young, and so unluckily beautiful, you, for whom young princes might vie, true, you can have no feeling for Guy Darrell, except pity. Pity, I hate the word, cried Lady Montfort, with as much petulance as if she had still been the wayward, lively Caroline of old. Again the man of the world directed toward her face his shrewd eyes, and dropped out see him. But I have seen him, you remember, I went to plead for Lionel and Sophie in vain. Not in vain George writes me word that he has informed you of Darrell's consent to their marriage, and I am much mistaken if his greatest consolation in the pang that consent must have cost him be not the thought that it relieves you from the sorrow, and remorse his refusal had occasioned to you. There is but one person who can restore Darrell to the world, and that is yourself. Lady Montfort shook her head drearily. If I had but an excuse with dignity, with self-respect owed, an excuse, you have an absolute necessity to communicate with Darrell. You have to give him these documents to explain how you came by them. Sophie is with him. You are bound to see her on a subject of such vital importance to herself. Scruples of prudery, you Caroline Lindsay, the friend of his daughter, you whose childhood was reared in his very house, you whose mother owed to him such obligations, you to scruple in being the first to acquaint him with information affecting him so nearly, and why forsooth, because ages ago your hand was, it seems, engaged to him, and you were deceived by false appearances, like a silly young girl as you were. Again Lady Montfort shook her head drearily. Well, said the Colonel, changing his tone, I will grant that those former ties can't be renewed now. The man now is as old as the hills, and you had no right to expect that he would have suffered so much at being very naturally jilted for a handsome young marquis. Cease, sir, cease, cried Caroline angrily. The Colonel coolly persisted. I see now that such nuptials are out of the question, but has the world come to such a pass that one can never at any age have a friend in a lady, unless she marry him? Scruple to accompany me, your cousin, me, your nearest surviving relation, in order to take back the young lady you have virtually adopted. Scruple to trust yourself for half an hour to that tumble-down old folly. Are you afraid that the gossips will say you, the Marchioness of Montfort, are running after a gloomy old widower and scheming to be mistress of a mansion more like a ghost trap than a residence for civilized beings? Or are you afraid that Guy Darrell will be fool and fop enough to think you are come to force on him your hand? Pooh, pooh, such scruples would be in place if you were a portionless forward girl, or if he were a conceited young puppy, or even a suspicious old row. But Guy Darrell, a man of his station, his character, his years, and you, cousin Caroline, what are you? Surely lifted above all such pitiful crotchets by a rank amongst the loftiest gentlewomen of England, ample fortune, a beauty that in itself is rank and wealth, and above all a character that has passed with such venerated purity through an ordeal, in which every eye seeks a spot, every ear invites a scandal. But as you will, all I say is that Darrell's future may be in your hands, that after tomorrow the occasion to give at least noble occupation and lasting renown to a mind that is devouring itself and stifling its genius may be irrevocably lost, and that I do believe if you said tomorrow to Guy Daxrell, you refused to hear me when I pleaded for what you thought a disgrace to your name, and yet even that you at last conceded to the voice of affection, as if of Dutenot, hear me when I plead by the side of your oldest friend on behalf of your honour, and in the name of your forefathers. If you say that he is one to his country, you will have repaired a wrong, and pray will you have compromised your dignity? Caroline had recoiled into the corner of the carriage, her mantle close down round her breast, her veil lowered, but no sheltering garb or veil could conceal her agitation. The Colonel pulled the check-string. Nothing so natural. You are the widow of the head of the house of Vipont. You are or ought to be deeply interested in its fate. An awful crisis, long expected, has occurred. The house trembles. A connection of that house can render it an invaluable service. That connection is the man at whose hearth your childhood was reared, and you go with me, who am known to be moving heaven and earth for every vote that the house can secure to canvass this wavering connection for his support and assistance. Nothing, I say, so natural, and yet you scruple to serve the house of Viponto. Save your country, you may well be agitated. I leave you to your own reflections. My time runs short. I will get out here, trust me, with these documents. I will see to the rest of this long, painful subject. I will send a special report to you this evening, and you will reply by a single line to the prayer I have ventured to address to you. Chapter Roman 12 and last, in which the author endeavours to the best of his ability to give a final reply to the question, what will he do with it? Seen the banks of the lake at Fawley, George is lending his arm to waif. Mrs. Morley, seated on her camp stool at the opposite side of the water, is putting the last touch to her sketch of the manor house. Sir Isaac, reclined, is gravely contemplating the swans. The doe, bending over him occasionally, nibbles his ear. Fairthorn has uncomfortably edged himself into an angle of the building between two buttresses, and is watching with malignant eye two young forms at a distance, as they moved slowly yonder side by side, yet apart, now lost, now emerging through the gaps between melancholy leafless trees. Darrell having just quitted Waif and George, to whose slow pace he can ill time his impatient steps, wonders why Lionel, whom on arriving he had with brief cordial words referred to Sophie for his fate, has taken more than an hour to ask a simple question, to which the reply may be pretty well known. Beforehand he advances towards those melancholy trees. Suddenly one young form leaves the other, comes with rapid stride through the withered fern pale. As death, Lionel seizes Guy Darrell's hand with convulsive grasp, and says, "I must leave you, sir. God bless you, all is over. I was the blindest fool. She refuses me." "Refuses you? Impossible. For what reason?" "She cannot love me well enough to marry," answered Lionel with a quivering lip, and an attempt at that irony in which all extreme anguish, at least in our haughty sex, delights to seek refuge or disguise, likes me as a friend, a brother, and so forth, but nothing more, all a mistake, sir, all, except your marvellous kindness to me, to Herfer, which heaven ever bless you. "Yes, all a mistake of your own, foolish boy," said Darrell tenderly, and turning sharp he saw Sophie hastening by quickly and firmly, with her eyes looking straightward and into space. He threw himself in her path. "Tell this dull kinsman of mine that faint heart never won fair lady. You do not mean seriously, deliberately, to reject a heart that will never be faint with a meaner fear than that of losing you?" Poor Sophie, she kept her blue eyes still on the cold grey space, and answered by some scarce audible word-swords, which in every age girls intending to say no seem to learn as birds learn their song. No one knows who taught them, but they are ever to the same tune sensible of the honour grateful. Some one more worthy Roman 100. Darrell checked this embarrassed jargon. "My question, young lady, is solemn. It involves the destiny of 2 lives. Do you mean to say that you do not love Lionel Houghton well enough to give him your hand, and return the true faith which is pledged with his own?" "Yes," said Lionel, who had gained the side of his kinsman, "yes, that is it. Oh, Sophie, aye or no?" No fell from her pale firm lips, and in a moment more she was at Waif's side, and had drawn him away from George. "Grandfather, home, let us go home at once, or I shall die." Darrell has kept his keen sight upon her movements, upon her countenance. He sees her gesture ere lookers. She now clings to her grandfather. The blue eyes are not now coldly fixed on level air, but raised upward, as for strength. From above the young face is sublime with its woe, and with its resolve. "Noble child," muttered Darrell, "I think I see into her heart. If so, poor Lionel, indeed my pride has yielded, hers never will." Lionel meanwhile kept beating his foot on the ground, and checking indignantly the tears that sought to gather to his eyes. Darrell threw his arm round the young man's shoulder, and led him gently, slowly away by the barbed thorn-tree, by the moss-grown crags. Waif meanwhile is bending his ear to Sophie's lip. The detestable Fairthorn emerges from between the buttresses and shambles up to George, thirsting to hear his hopes confirmed, and turning his face back to smile congratulation on the gloomy old house that he thinks he has saved from the lake. Sophie has at last convinced Waif that his senses do not deceive him, nor hers wander. She has said, "Oh, grandfather, let us ever henceforth be all in all to each other. You are not ashamed of me. I am so proud of you. But there are others akin to me, grandfather, whom we will not mention, and you would be ashamed of me if I brought disgrace on one who would confide to me his name, his honour, and should I be as proud of you if you asked me to do it?" At these words Waif understands all, and he has not an argument in reply, and he suffers Sophie to lead him towards the house. Yes, they will go Henkais, there shall be no schemes of marriage. They had nearly reached the door, when the door itself opened violently, and a man rushing forth caught Sophie in his arms, and kissed her forehead, her cheek, with a heartiness that it is well Lionel did not witness. Speechless and breathless with resentment, Sophie struggled, and in vain, when Waif, seizing the man by the collar, swung him away with a "How dare you, sir?" that was echoed back from the hillock, summoned Sir Isaac at full gallop, from the lake-scared Fairthorn back to his buttresses, roused Mrs. Morley from her sketch, and smiting the ears of Lionel and Darrell, hurried them mechanically, as it were, to the very spot from which that thunderroll had pealed. "How dare I," said the man, resettling the flow of his disordered coat, "how dare I kiss my own niece, me own sister's orphan child, venerable bandit? I have a much better right than you have, oh my dear injured Sophie, to think that I was ashamed of your poor cotton printo. Think that to your pretty face I have been owing fame and fortune due you, wandering over the world, child of the sister of whose beauty I was so proud of her, for whom, alas, in vain, I painted wattos and gruses upon screens and fans." Again he clasped her to his breast, and Waif this time stood mute, and Sophie, passive, for the man's tears were raining upon her face, and washed away every blush of shame as to the kiss they hallowed. But where is my old friend William Loselyware, is Willie, said another voice, as a tall, thin personage stepped out from the hall and looked poor Waif unconsciously in the face. Alban Morley faltered, Waif, you are but little changed. The colonel looked again, and in the elderly lame one-eyed sober-looking man, recognized the wild jovial Willie, who had tamed the most unruly fillies, taken the most frantic leaps, carolled forth the blithest song, madcap goodfellow, frolicsome, childlike darling of gay and grave, young and old. Eheu fugaces postum, labunter Annie, said the colonel, insensibly imbibing one of those Horatian particles that were ever floating in that classic atmospherito, Darrell medicinal to Fairthorn morbific years, slide away Willie mutely as birds skim through air. But when friend meets with friend after absence, each sees the print of their crow's feet on the face of the other. But we are not too old yet, Willie, for many a meet at the fireside, nothing else in our studs, we can still mount our hobbies, and thoroughbred hobbies contrive to be in at the death. But you are waiting to learn by what title and name this stranger lays claim to so peerless a niece. No, then, here comes Darrell, Guy Darrell, in this young lady. You will welcome the grandchild of Sidney Branthwaite, our old Eton school friend, a gentleman of as good blood as any in the land. None better, cried Fairthorn, who had sidled himself into the group. There's a note on the Branthwaite genealogy, sir, in your father's great work upon monumental brasses. Permit me to conclude, Mr. Fairthorn, resumed the colonel. Monumental brasses are painful subjects. Yes, Darrell, Lionel, this fair creature, whom Lady Montfort might well desire to adopt, is the daughter of Arthur Branthwaite by marriage with the sister of Frank Vance, whose name I shrewdly suspect nations will prize, and whose works princes will hoard, when many a long genealogy all blazoned in azure, and all will have left not a scrap for the moths. Murmured Lionel, was it not I, Sophie, who taught you to love your father's genius? Do you not remember how, as we bent over his volume, it seemed to translate to us our own feelings, to draw us nearer together? He was speaking to us from his grave. Sophie made no answer. Her face was hidden on the breast of the old man, to whom she still clung closer and closer. Is it so? Is it certain? Is there no doubt that she is the child of these honoured parents? Asked Waif tremulously. None, answered Alban. We bring with us proofs that will clear up all my story. The old man bowed his head over Sophie's fair locks for a moment, then raised it serene and dignified. You are mine for a moment, yet, Sophie, said he. Yours as ever, more fondly, gratefully than ever, cried Sophie. There is but one man to whom I can willingly yield you, son of Charles Haughton, take my treasure. I consent to that, cried Vance, though I am put aside like a remorseless baron, and Lionello mio. If Frank Vance is a miser, so much the better for his niece. But, faltered Lionel, oh, falter not, look into those eyes red that blush now. She looks coy, not reluctant, she bends before him adorned. As for love, by all her native graces air seems brightened by her bloom, no more the outlaw child of ignominy and fraud, but the starry daughter of poetry and art. Lo, where they glide away under the leafless melancholy trees, leafless and melancholy, no verdure and blossom, and the smile of spring are upon every bough. I suppose, said Alban, it will not now break Lionel's heart to learn that not an hour before I left London, I heard from a friend at the Horse Guards that it has been resolved to substitute the regiment for Lionel's, and it will be for some time, yet I suspect that he must submit to be ingloriously happy. Come this way, George, a word in your ear. And Alban, drawing his nephew aside, told him of Jasper's state, and of Arabella's request not a word today on these mournful topics to poor Willie today. Let nothing add to his pain to have lost a grandchild, or dim his consolation in the happiness and security his Sophie gains in that loss. But tomorrow you will go and see the stricken down sinner, and prepare the father for the worst. I made a point of seeing Dr. F. last night. He gives Jasper but a few weeks. He compares him to a mountain, not merely shattered by an earthquake, but burned out by its own inward fires. A few weeks only, sighed George. Well, time, that seems everything to man, has not even an existence in the sight of God. To that old man I owe the power of speech, to argue, to exhort, and to comfort was training me to kneel by the deathbed of his son. You believe, asked the man of the world, in the efficacy of a deathbed repentance when a sinner has sinned, till the power of sinning be gone? I believe, replied the preacher, that in health there is nothing so unsafe as trust in a deathbed repentance. I believe that on the deathbed it cannot be unsafe to repent. Alban looked thoughtful, and George turned to rejoin Waif, to whom Vance was narrating the discovery of Sophie's parentage, while Fairthorn, as he listened, drew his flute from his pocket, and began screwing it, impatient to vent in delicate music what he never could have set into words for his blundering, untunable tongue. The colonel joins Darrell and hastens to unfold more fully the story which Vance is reciting to Waif. Brief as it can be, the explanation due to the reader: Vance's sister had died in childbirth, the poor young poet unfitted to cope with penury, his sensitive nature, combined with a frame that could feebly resist the strain of exhausting emotions, disappointed, infame, despairing of fortune, dependent for bread on his wife's boyish brother, and harassed by petty debts in a foreign land, had been fast pining away, even before an affliction to which all the rest seemed as naught with that affliction. He broke down at once, and died a few days after his wife, leaving an infant not a week old. A French female singer of some repute in the theatres and making a provincial tour was lodging in the same house as the young couple. She had that compassionate heart, which is more common than prudence or very strict principle, with the tribes who desert the prosaic true world for the light sparkling false one. She had assisted the young couple in their later days with purse and kind offices, had been present at the birth of the infant, the death of the mother, and had promised Arthur Branthwaite that she would take care of his child until she could safely convey it to his wife's relations, while he wept to own that they, poor as himself, must regard such a charge as a burthen. The singer wrote to apprise Mrs. Vance of the death of her daughter and son-in-law, and the birth of the infant, whom she undertook shortly to send to England, but the babe, whom meanwhile she took to herself, got hold of her affections with that yearning for children which makes so remarkable and almost uniform a characteristic of French women, if themselves childless, in the wandering bohemian class, that separates them from the ordinary household affections, never dead in the heart of woman, till womanhood itself be dead. The singer clung to the orphan little one, to whom she was for the moment rendering the cares of a mother. She could not bear to part with it. She resolved to adopt it as her own. The knowledge of Mrs. Vance's circumstances, the idea that the orphan to herself, a blessing, would be an unwelcome encumbrance to its own relations, removed every scruple. Mind unaccustomed to suffer reflection, to stand in the way of an impulse, she wrote word to Mrs. Vance that the child was dead. She trusted that her letter would suffice without other evidence to relations so poor, and who could have no suspicion of any interest to deceive them. Her trust was well founded. Mrs. Vance and the boy Frank, whose full confidence and gratitude had been already secured to their correspondent for her kind offices, to the young parents accepted without a demur or a question the news that the infant was no more. The singer moved on to the next town, at which she was professionally engaged. The infant, hitherto brought up by hand, became ailing. The medical adviser called in, recommended the natural food, and found in a village close by the nurse to whom a little time before Jasper Loosely had consigned his own daughter. The latter died. The nurse then removed to Paris to reside with the singer, who had obtained a lucrative appointment at one of the metropolitan theatres. In less than 2 years, the singer herself fell a victim to a prevailing epidemic. She had lived without thought of the morrow. Her debts exceeded her means. Her effects were sold. The nurse, who had meanwhile become a widow, came for advice and refuge to her sister, who was in the service of Gabrielle Desmarets. Gabrielle, being naturally appealed to, saw the infant, heard the story, looked into the statement which, by way of confession, the singer had drawn up and signed in a notary's presence before she died, looked into the letters from Mrs. Vance and the schoolboy scrawls from Frank, both to the singer and to the child's parents, which the actress had carefully preserved, convinced herself of the poverty and obscurity of the infant's natural guardians and next of kin, and said to Jasper, who was just dissipating the fortune handed over to him as survivor of his wife and child, there is what, if well managed, may retain your hold on a rich father-in-law. When all else has failed, you have but to say that this infant is his grandchild. The nurse we can easily bribe or persuade to confirm the tale, I whom he already knows as that respectable Baroness, your Matilda's friend, can give to the story some probable touches. The lone childless man must rejoice to think that a tie is left to him. The infant is exquisitely pretty. Her face will plead for her. His heart will favour the idea too much to make him very rigorous in his investigations. Take the infant, doubtless in your own country you can find someone to rear it at little or no expense, until the time come for appeal to your father-in-law, when no other claim on his purse remains. Jasper assented with the insouciant docility by which he always acknowledged Gabrielle's astuter intellect. He saw the nurse. It was clear that she had nothing to gain by taking the child to English relations, so poor they might refuse to believe her, and certainly could not reward to rid herself of the infant, and obtain the means to return to her native village with a few hundred francs in her purse. There was no promise. She was not willing to make no story. She was too honest to tell no paper. She was too timid to sign. Jasper was going to London on some adventure of his own. He took the infant chanced on Arabelais. Reader knows the rest. The indifference ever manifested by Jasper to a child not his own, the hardness with which he had contemplated and planned his father's separation from one whom he had imposed by false pretexts on the old man's love, and whom he only regarded as an alien encumbrance upon the scanty means of her deluded protector's fitful and desultory mode, in which, when contrary to the reasonings which Gabrielle had based upon a very large experience of the credulities of human nature in general, but in utter ignorance of the nature peculiar to Darrell, his first attempt at imposition had been so scornfully resisted by his indignant father-in-law, he had played fast and loose with a means of extortion which, though loth to abandon, he knew would not bear any strict investigational. This is now clear to the reader, and the reader will also comprehend why, partly from fear that his father might betray him, partly from a compassionate unwillingness to deprive the old man of a belief in which William loosely said he had found such solace, Jasper in his last interview with his father shrank from saying, "But she is not your grandchild." The idea of recurring to the true relations of the child naturally never entered into Jasper's brain. He considered them to be as poor as himself. They buy from him, the child of parents whore. They had evidently by their letters taxed themselves to the utmost, and in vain to save from absolute want. So wild seemed the notion that he had long since forgotten that relations so useless existed. Fortunately, the nurse had preserved the written statement of the singer's letters by Mrs. Vance, and Frank a certificate of the infant's birth and baptism, some poor relics of Sophie's ill-fated parents' manuscripts of Arthur's poems, babycaps with initials and armorial crests wrought before her confinement by the young wife, all of which had been consigned by the singer to the nurse, and which the nurse willingly disposed of to Mrs. Crane, with her own formal deposition of the facts confirmed by her sister, Gabrielle's old confidential attendant, and who, more favoured than her mistress, was living peaceably in the rural scenes of her earlier innocence upon the interest of the gains she had saved in no innocent service, confirmed yet more by references to many whose testimonials could trace step by step the child's record from its birth to its transfer to Jasper, and by the brief but distinct avowal in tremulous lines, writ by Jasper himself, as a skein crossed and tangled when the last knot is loosened, slips suddenly free, so this long bewildering mystery now became clear as a commonplace. What years of suffering Darrell might have been saved had he himself seen and examined the nurse. Had his inquiry been less bounded by the fears of his pride, had the great lawyer not had himself for a client. Darrell silently returned to Alban Morley the papers over which he had cast his eye as they walked slowly to and fro the sloping banks of the lake. "It is well said," he, glancing fondly, as Fairthorn had glanced before him, towards the old house now freed from doom and permitted to last its time. "It is well," he repeated, looking away towards that part of the landscape where he could just catch a glimpse of Sophie's light form beyond the barbed thorn tree. "It is well," he repeated thrice with a sigh. "Poor human nature. Alban, can you conceive it? I who once so dreaded that that poor child should prove to be of my blood, now in knowing that she is not, feel a void, a loss to Lionel. I am so distant a kinsman to his wife, to his children. What can I be? A rich old man, the sooner he is in his grave the better. A few tears, and then the will. But as your nephew says, this life is but a school. The newcomer in the last form thinks the head boy just leaving so old, and to us looking back, it seems but the same yesterday whether we were the last comer or the head boy. I thought," said Alban plaintively, "that for a short time at least I had done with painful subjects. You revel in them, County Guy. You have not left school, yet leave it with credit, win the best prize." And Alban plunged at once into the crisis. He grew eloquent. The party, the country, the great measure to be entrusted to Darrell, if he would but undertake it as a member of the cabinet, the peerage, the house of Vipont, and immortal glory, eloquent as Ulysses haranguing the son of Peleus in Troilus and Cressida. Darrell listened coldly only while Alban dwelt on the measure, in which, when it was yet too unripe for practical statesmen, he had attached his faith as a thinker. The orator's eye flashed with young fire. A great truth is eternally clear to a great heart that has once nourished its germ and foreseen its fruits, but when Alban quitted that part of his theme, all the rest seemed wearisome to his listener. They had now wound their walk to the opposite side of the lake, and paused near the thick beech trees, hallowed and saddened by such secret associations to the mournful owner. "No, my dear Alban," said Darrell, "I cannot summon up sufficient youth and freshness of spirit to re-enter the turbulent arena. I have left our look yonder where Lionel and Sophie move. Give me, I do not say Lionel's years, but Lionel's wealth of hope, and I might still have a wish for fame and a voice for England. But it is a subtle truth that when a man misses a home, a link between his country and himself, is gone vulgar ambition, may exist the selfish desire of power. They were never very strong in me, and now less strong than the desire of rest. But that beautiful, genial, glorious union of all the affections of social citizen, which begins at the hearth and widens round the land, is not for the hermit's cell. Alban was about to give up the argument in irritable despair, when happening to turn his eye towards the farther depth of the beech grove, he caught a glimpse no matter what of, but quickening his step in the direction to which his glance had wandered. He seated himself on the gnarled roots of a tree that seemed the monarch of the wood wide-spreading, as that under which Tityrus reclined of old, and there out of sight of the groups, on the opposite banks of the Lackheather, as if he had sought the gloomiest and most secret spot for what he had yet to say. He let fall in the most distinct yet languid tones of his thoroughbred, cultured enunciation, "I have a message to you from Lady Montfort. Restless man, do come nearer. And stand still, I am tired to death." Darrell approached, and leaning against the trunk of the giant tree said with folded arms and compressed lips, "A message from Lady Montfort. Yes, I should have told you, Bytherby, that it was she who, being a woman, of course succeeded, where I, being a man, despite incredible pains and trouble, signally failed, discovered Arabella Fawcett alias Crane, and obtained from her the documents which free your life forever from a haunting and torturing fear. I urged her to accompany me hither and place the documents herself in your hand. She refused. You were not worth so much trouble, my dear Guy. I requested her at least to suffer me to show to you a paper containing Jasper Loosely's confession of a conspiracy to poison her mind against you some years ago, a conspiracy so villainously ingenious that it would have completely exonerated any delicate and proud young girl from the charge of fickleness in yielding to an impulse of pique and despair. But Lady Montfort did not wish to be exonerated. Your good opinion has ceased to be of the slightest value to her. But to come to the point, she bade me tell you that if you persist in sheltering yourself in a hermit's cell from the fear of meeting Herif, she be so dangerous to your peace you may dismiss such absurd apprehension. She is going abroad, and between you and me, my dear fellow, I have not a doubt that she will marry again. Before 6 months are out I spoke of your sufferings. She told me she had not the smallest compassion for them." "Alban Morley, you presume to talk thus of me," cried Darrell, livid with rage. "Strike, but hear me. It is true you would not own when I was last at Fawley that she was the cause of your secluded life, of your blighted career. But I knew better. However, let me go on before you strangle me. Lady Montfort's former feelings of friendship for you are evidently quite changed, and she charged me to add that she really hoped that you would exert your good sense and pride, of which heaven knows you have plenty, to eradicate an absurd and romantic sentiment so displeasing to her, and so. It is false. What have I done to you, Colonel Morley, that you should slander me? Thus I send you messages of taunt and insult, Mr. Darrell. You cannot believe it, you cannot." Caroline Montfort stood between the two, as if she had dropped from heaven. A smile, half in triumph, half in irony, curved the lip of the fine gentleman. It faded instantly, as his eye turned from the face of the earnest woman to that of the earnest man. Alban Morley involuntarily bowed his head, murmured some words unheard, and passed from the place unheeded. Not by concert nor premeditation was Caroline Montfort on that spot. She had consented to accompany her cousin to Fawley. But before reaching the park gates her courage failed her. She would remain within the carriage the Colonel wanted in London as soon as possible, whatever the result of his political mission to Darrell. Could not stay long at Fawley. She would return with him. Vance's presence and impatient desire to embrace his niece did not allow the Colonel an occasion for argument, and parley. Chafed at this fresh experience of the capricious uncertainty of woman, he had walked on with Vance to the manor house. Left alone, Caroline could not endure the stillness and inaction which increased the tumult of her thoughts. She would at least have one more look at, might be the last at, the scenes in which her childhood had sported, her youth known its first happy dreams. But a few yards across those circumscribed domains, on through those shadowy, serried groves, and she should steal unperceived in view of the house, the beloved lake, perhaps even once more catch a passing glimpse of the owner. She resolved. She glided on. She gained the beech grove, when by the abrupt wind of the banks Darrell and Alban came suddenly on the very spot. The flutter of her robe, as she turned to retreat, caught Alban's eye. The reader comprehends with what wily intent, conceived on the moment, that unscrupulous schemer shaped the words which chained her footstep, and then stung her on to self-disclosure. Trembling and blushing, she now stood before the startled man. He startled out of every other sentiment, and feeling than that of ineffable exquisite delight to be once more in her presence, she, after her first passionate outburst, hastening on in confused broken words to explain that she was there, but by accident, by chance, confusion growing deeper and deeper, how explain the motive that had charmed her steps to the spot? Suddenly from the opposite bank came the music of the magic flute, and her voice as suddenly stopped and failed her. Again, said Darrell dreamily, the same music, the same air, and this the same place on which we two stood together, when I first dared to say I love. Look, We are under the very tree, look. There is the date I carved on the bark when you were gone, but had left hope behind our Caroline. Why can I not now resign myself to age why is youth, while I speak rushing back into my heart, into my soul? Why cannot I say gratefully, I accept your tender friendship, let the past be forgotten through what rests to me of the future, while on earth be to me as a child I cannot go. She drew nearer to him, gently, timidly. Even that, Darrell Evan, that something in your life, let me be something still. Ah, he said with melancholy bitterness, you deceive me no longer now. You own that, when here we stood last, and exchanged our troth, you in the blossom, and I in the prime of life, you own that it was no woman's love deaf to all calumny, proof to all craft that could wrong the absent, no woman's love warm as the heart, undying as the soul, that you pledged me then. Darrell, it was not, though then I thought it was. Aye, he continued with a smile as if of triumph in his own pangs, so that truth is confessed at last. And when once more free you wrote to me the letter I returned rent in fragments to your hand-door, when forgiving my rude outrage and fierce reproach you spoke to me so gently yonder a few weeks since in these lonely shades, then what were your sentiments, your motives? Were they not those of a long-suppressed and kind remorse, of a charity akin to that which binds rich to poor beau's happiness, to suffering some memories of gratitude, nay, perhaps of childlike affection, all amiable, all generous, all steeped in that sweetness of nature, to which I unconsciously rendered justice in the anguish I endured in losing you? But do not tell me that even then you were under the influence of woman's love. Darrell, I was not. You own it, and you suffer me to see you again. Trifler and cruel one is it, but to enjoy the sense of your undiminished, unalterable power. Alas, Darrell, alas, why am I here, we so yearning, yet so afraid to come? Why did my heart fail, when these trees rose in sight against the sky? Wee. Was it drawn hither by the spell I could not resist? Alas, Darrell, alas, I am a woman known than this. She lowered her veil, and turned away. Her lips could not utter the word, because the word was not pity, not remorse, not remembrance, not even affection, and the woman loved now too well to subject to the hazard of rejection. Love. Stay, oh stay, cried Darrell, oh, that I could dare to ask you to complete the sentence. I know, by the mysterious sympathy of my own soul, that you could never deceive me more. Is itis it? His lips falter too, but her hand is clasped in his, her head is reclining upon his breast, the veil is withdrawn from the sweet downcast face, and softly on her ear steal the murmured words again, and now till the grave, by this hallowing kiss, again the Caroline of old. Fuller and fuller spreading, wave after wave throughout the air, till it seemed interfused and commingled with the breath, which the listeners breathed. The flute's mellow gush streams along the sun slopes in peace. Towards the west not a cloud in those skies, clearer seen through yon boughs, stripped of leaves, and rendering more vivid the evergreen of the arbute and laurel. Lionel and Sophie are now seated on yon moss-grown trunk on either side the old grey-haired man, as if agreeing for a while even to forget each other, that they may make him feel how fondly he is remembered. Sophie is resting both her hands on the old man's shoulder, looking into his face, and murmuring in his ear with voice like the coo of a happy dove. Ah, fear not, Sophie, he is happy too, who never thinks of himself. Look, the playful smile round his arch lips. Luno, he is showing off Sir Isaac to Vance with austere solemnity. The dog goes through his tricks, and Vance, with hand stroking his chin, is moralizing on all that might have befallen had he grudged his £3 to that famous investment. Behind that group, shadowed by the thorn tree, stands the preacher, thoughtful and grave, foreseeing the grief that must come to the old man with the morrow, when he will learn that a guilty son nears his end, and will hasten to comfort Jasper's last days with pardon. But the preacher looks not down to the death couch alone on, and high over death looks the preacher, by what words heavenly mercy may lend to his lips. Shall he steal away yet in time to the soul of the dying, and justify murmurs of hope to the elm of a life so dark with the shades of its past? And to him, to the preacher, they who surviveth two mourners will come in their freshness of sorrow. He, the old man, nay, to him there will be comfort. His spirit heaven's kindness had tempered to trials, and alas for that son, what could father hope more than a death free from shame, and a chance yet vouchsafed for repentance? But she, the grim iron-grey woman, the preacher's interest, I know, will soon centre on her, and balm may yet drop on thy wounds, thou poor grim iron-grey loving woman. Lo, that traitor, the flute-player, over whom falls the deep grateful shade from the eaves of the roof-tree, reprieved though unconscious as yet of that happy change in the lot of the master, which ere long may complete, and haply, for sons sprung in truth from the blood of the Darrell, yon skeleton pile, and consummate for ends nobler far the plan of a grand life. Imperfect though as yet the musician nor knows nor conjectures the joy that his infamous treason to Sophie so little deserves, yet as if by those finer perceptions of sense impressed ere they happen by changes of pleasure, and of pain which art so mysteriously gives to the minds, from which music is born, his airs of themselves float in joy like a bird at the coming of spring. It is gladness that makes him melodious. And Alban Morley, seemingly intent upon the sketch which his amiable niece-in-law submits to his critical taste, ere she ventures to show it to Vance, is looking from under his brows towards the grove out from which towering over all its dark brethren soars the old trysting beech-tree, and to himself he is saying 10 to 1 that the old house of Vipont now weather the crisis, and 1,000 to 1 that I find at last my armchair at the hearth of my school-friend Guida. And the lake is as smooth as glass, and the swans hearkening the music rest still with white breasts against the grass of the margin, and the doe where she stands her forefeet in the water lifts her head wistfully with nostrils distended and wondering soft eyes that are missing the master now full on the beech grove, shines the westering sun out from the gloomy beech grove into the golden sunlight. Thee come they come man, and the helpmate too lives rebetro their two souls reunited be it evermore amen.